I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome into finals day down here at the Siheung Korean Open. We have the LQS that we're kicking off live action with this morning. Some of the world's best surfers battling out in a really fun environment down here in this wave pool. Right now, it is the round of 16 that we're going to be rolling into this morning. Heat number 1. Can confirm waves will be fun. Wind is offshore yet again. So we are on for some really good surfing today. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Izzy Caldo. Izzy, we're kicking off with the longboards and I feel good about it.
I am so excited. The women out there, Hiroka got third here last year, so I'm excited to see how she goes here. Of course, the seeded round as well this morning, so yeah, I'm excited, Jessie.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting first matchup. Actually, a lot of big names in this one. Hiroka Yoshikara from Japan, Rojo Choi out of Korea, Daisy Della Torre, now a massive name in longboarding, especially in the Filipino world. She has been on that championship tour. She's given back so much to that next generation. And then Kanon Otsuka out of Japan, which Japan has a really, really strong longboarding world where obviously Natsumi Tayoka is really leading the charge in the females, but a lot of women following closely behind her right now.
Yeah, so cool. Kanon surfed so well yesterday. I was so impressed. She dropped 2 7s, I'm pretty sure. So I'm so excited. And of course we go into the LQS of the men as well, going into the semifinals and then kicking off with the QS.
Well, first, a lot of waves are starting to roll through here. Not sure if these ones are burner sets just yet or if we're going to see some action start to unfold here. We are looking for a pretty early start here this morning. And of course, like I mentioned, it is finals day today, but we have a massive day. 25 heats to run through. We've got the women's longboard round of 16 and then the men's semi-final, then the women's semi-final. Then we are going to switch the settings of the pool, move back to T6 where we're currently on M4, and then we'll go into the women's round of 16, men's round of 16, and then of course semi-finals and all the way to crowning our champions this morning. And we thought, you know what, let's throw in an air show as well.
I'm so excited. I've been seeing the voting on live and it's so cool to see the stats, see everyone resharing on their stories. Please vote for me. So I'm excited for the air show.
Me too. I think that's going to be really fun just to see all of those surfers try and boost as high as they can. And of course we have so many air shows in wave pools now, so this is also mimicking the environment of the Stab High and maybe a little practice run for some of those surfers too.
Yes, so cool. Jessie, before we get started, what has been your highlight of this whole event so far?
That's a really good one. I haven't been here before, so I think just actually being in Korea. Like, I keep freaking out. I'm like, I'm in Korea.
So cool. So
I keep having
cool.
moments like that where I'm like, wow, this is really cool. So probably that and just working with the team. I love our commentary
Yes,
team.
I love that.
What about yourself?
I love the camaraderie of all the surfers. I love how we all come from different parts of the world, yet we can all come together and all hang out. I loved the opening ceremony last night.
Yes.
That was so fun.
Yes, it was really cool to see all the officials who put on this event. All right, let's get into it. Right now we have Hiroka goes to the nose for a 5 at the start of this wave. Now, just patiently picking where she's going to add her next nose ride to. Slightly coming out of the pocket here, but still getting some nice 5s. Just some quick ones to start off here for Hiroka. This first wave is crucial for getting a nice score on the board, taking that pressure off for the rest of the heat. Hiroka with some beautiful footwork here. Now behind her, Rojo just unfortunately slipping a little bit. It actually put her in a nice spot on that wave there, but she is going to get out of there and get ready to re-go on her second wave now. I felt like a couple of really nice moments there from Hiroka and Rojo, but maybe just some settler waves.
Yeah, I feel like they're definitely feeling their feet. Obviously, these two women both in the seeded round. So it's their first time in the Rashi here at this event. I love that nose ride there for Hiroko. A quick 5. She cross steps back to that back half of the board. And here's this middle section we see. Just a quick tap there for Hiroka. She'll really want to get more hang time there to get that larger score there. But I feel like she's definitely getting her feet in the wax, feeling out this M4 wave. And cuts back there nicely before the safety zone. Out behind her, Rojo. I love this takeoff, nice and quick. Both ladies on their backhand. Rojo not able to get that quick 5 there in that first part of the wave, but nice little tap there for her. And she goes up here. This is where we see the little stumble there. Tries to do a quick 10, but unfortunately loses a little bit of control. You can tell she sort of cuts back there and goes, oh, I'm just going to kick out. So those women will get back out there for their second wave.
Beautiful style. Really,
Love.
really poised for the both of them. Nice, light, quick footwork as well. We do have a rider out the back. It is Daisy Della Torre going down. Really, really uncharacteristic for Daisy. She's such a reliable surfer. Canon, who has come from that opening round, gets to the nose for her first 5 of the morning. Now puts that board back in that power source. She's just going to hold her footwork here, waiting for that moment. Wow, great looking 5. That tail of the board in the impact zone there. She brings it back to the power source, shows us that she has rail surfing, gives us variety here. And you can see was eyeing off one last nose right there, but that wave unfortunately dying out. But beautiful start there for Canon.
Yeah, I feel Canon, that will be a pretty huge score for her. Of course, Hiroka, her first wave, a 6.17. This is the replay, though, of Daisy. Again, she cross steps back here, cuts it back to the power source, and this is where we see the uncharacteristic, like, stumble here. It's almost she overshoots the nose of the board and just puts a footstep wrong. So she goes down, but no harm, no foul. Still 3 waves less. Canon. Here we see lovely tap 5 to get things started. Nice little S-turn back to the power source. And this is the section here. So nice and patient. I love how poised she is. See that front arm drop a bit. Shows how much control she has. And then drop knee cutty all the way through to the safety zone. So great way for Canon.
Yeah, I also love the fact that the nose ride did have a nice amount of lift on it too. There wasn't water coming over the nose there. So Canon with a 5.33. It was Hiroka who got the best of that first exchange with a 6.17. Roju, a lot of water on the nose. Did well to keep it out of the water here. She's going to step back and hope to get a cleaner nose ride through this midsection. Has the 5, holds it for a little amount of time. She's looking for another one here to add points to the board. She has really quick footwork, but potentially just a little bit off kilter here. Now, Hiroka, our current heat leader, she's going to keep making her way up the nose. Such beautiful footwork and holding a 5 for quite a solid amount of time there. Really poised, so graceful. Goes to switch for a moment here as well. She's going to take this one all the way down to the bottom of the wave here. But yeah, another incredible ride from Hiroka, and I'm intrigued to see what the start of the wave looked like, because she seemed really confident towards the end.
And I one thing about Hiroko that I love is how she drops her arms. She just shows so much control as we see Rojo, like you said, Jessie, dig in the nose. We see so much water here, so bit of lack of control. Judges are really going to be critical on that. They really want to see the board above the wave, I guess. And nice little tap 5 here. Again, so much water coming off, but I feel for Roju, this will be better than her first wave. As we see Hiroka, I love this wave. A little water off the start, but gets a lot of hang time there for her first 5. Comes through this middle section and nice and patient in that top half of that board. Here we see so much control. She shows the judges, she drops her arms. So nice and poised, and rail work to finish off.
And really surfing super far on that heel edge too, which I feel like is actually engaging her rail even more. All right, let's see what Canon can do here. Had a 5.33, so the second highest score of that first wave exchange. Gets a really long 5 there, a little bit of water over the nose, but she regains beautifully. Let's see what this second section has. Quick 5, she has to make her way back down the board, but goes to a hard carve, so love the rail surfing, showing that she can use every single inch of her board here. Daisy with a beautiful looking 5 through this midsection. She is eyeing off another one, but she's going to go to a carve. Regrouped perfectly here for Daisy. She needed to just get the feelers going, and now that she's got that underway, she can really give herself a good opportunity for those next 2 waves.
Yeah, my favourite moment from Canon's first wave, I loved that first opening carve. She pushed so hard, and it's so impressive to see longboarders push that hard and able to regain that control. As we see this Bonsu replay of her, she's on her forehand and goes to the nose, decides I'll push a really hard carve, which actually puts her in the perfect part of the wave, back in that power source for that long hang 5. She comes through this inside again. She gets one little tap and finishes that one off so nicely as well. So giving the judges something to think about for Canon. She's surfing so well. Out behind her, Daisy. We didn't see the start of the wave, and that's a better hang 5 for Daisy. I love her style on this wave. Cross steps through this section. And a great hang 5 there again. I love how far over she is on that hillside as well. And she's in that top half of the board as well. So showing the judges she has a lot of control over a longboard.
Yeah, Daisy, you can see maybe wanting to get a little tighter on her 5s here, but it is proving quite hard to do. Okay, Hiroka gets to the nose for her first time, then shows us some rail moves. Starts to make her way back there again. This midsection has been the money section for her. Holds a nice 5 there. Starts to draw it back again. Steps that back foot back, and she's going to carve through to this inside section. So at this point, not putting a foot wrong for Hiroka Yoshikawa. She takes this one all the way through. Now, our Korean surfer, this is Rojo. She's up to finishing this wave here, and just not a lot of points on offer right towards the end there. It is that out the back work that is bringing the bulk of the points here, but it is Canon who's just locked in another great score of 6.57, which meant that Rojo needed a 7.9 here, but Hiroko looking to add yet again.
Yeah, that huge hang 5 at the start, really in that critical part of the wave. And look at the back of her longboard. It's out the back of the wave. She's getting so much drift through the back, which just shows so much control. And the difference to me, I love how tight her hang 5s are, and it's really impressive.
Definitely. Yeah, she's got a nice amount of lift on her nose as well as she's rolling through those hang 5s. And it is, even on the longboard setting, there's so much water rushing through that most impact part of the wave here. Now, Rojo did get a nice 5 at the start there, Izzy.
Yeah, I loved that nice 5. It's definitely an improvement off her last waves. I love this section here. Less water coming off the nose for Rojo, and crosses in here. This is where we see the wave sort of die out. So nice work she got done out the back.
Rojo, you can see, starting to build every time she's up and riding, so probably a nice number coming her way. I don't know if it's the 7.9 she needed. Daisy looking for a 7.6. Beautiful 5 into a tight 5 here for Daisy Della Torre. She makes her way to the nose yet again. That carve, so much just drive coming off of that back foot. They have to be so strong to throw these boards around. So Daisy with a nice looking ride there as well. And Canon seems to have gone down. So this is crucial moments for Canon to hold on to that second place. It is going to be a small score, unfortunately, but let's see what Daisy did at the start here.
Yeah, I love this. We talked about Daisy's tight fives, and this is where she really shone through. I loved the start, showing the judges she's really using the critical part of the wave. I love this here. You can see the back of her board just drifting through the back of the wave, and so much control here for Daisy. This, to me, seems like her best wave.
Oh, definitely. Daisy just using the parts of the boards where I feel like some of the other fives we've seen in this heat so far, maybe their feet a little bit too far apart, but Daisy making an effort to get that back foot really far close to the nose to make it so tight. And then here for Kanon, you can see just slightly off kilter from the start and then lost it there. So this is either a little bit of pressure starting to filter in. She's still going to be in second place once this score for Daisy drops in. It is going to be Daisy's best right now, so it will bring that requirement down. It's a 4.93, so now needs a 6.97. We are on to the final wave for all of these women. We do have a little bit of rain here this morning, so just another little element to take into play here. Rojo, this is her final wave, looking for a 7.9, gets to the nose for a 5, straight away out the back. Now takes her board back to the most critical part of the wave, holds a really nice 5 there through this mid part, gets back to the nose for 2 more 5s after that middle section here. She's not going to get any rail work in, but definitely got a lot of nice nose riding in for this wave for Rojo, so she should be definitely happy with her performance. And it looks like Hiroko may be having a bit of a mishap as well, so there's just a couple of falls here from some of our ladies, showing that it actually can be quite hard to navigate as well.
Yeah, and the difference between these turnarounds is the M4 setting is such a quick turnaround compared to the T6 as we see our shortboarders. But Rojo, wow, I loved this wave from her. I just saw so much confidence. This is her last wave. She was looking for a 7.90. This hang 5 was huge, so nice and tight. That one there a little bit wider. She does get 2 more taps on the inside, but like you said, Jessie, not too much rail work to be done, and carries this one through all the way to the inside. So score comes in, it's a 4.67, so not enough for Rojo.
And then we saw Hiroko unfortunately go down, but she does have some big scores already in her lineup. A 7.17, a 6.9. She's dropping a 6.17 as we do take the 2 highest scores here. Last 2 waves of the heat so far. It is up to Kanon to hold on to second, or it's up to Daisy to find a 6.97 and move into the semi-finals here for the longboarders. Let's see what this wave is going to present here for Kanon Otsuka. Our Japanese competitor gets to the nose quickly on the first part of this wave. Wow, really lovely rail carve. She's going to keep making her way back to the nose. You can see really tricky to find just that nice bit of water that she can get to the nose here. Lovely looking 5. Nice drawn out carve at the end here as well. So Kanon doing everything that she can do to keep herself in second place right now. She wants to be moving on through with Hiroka. Daisy Della Torre out the back. She will be on her final ride, which needs to be a pretty solid one. So 6.97. Let's see if we can catch up with Daisy to see what she's going on. We've just got news that she did fall. So Daisy, unfortunately, is not going to get the score that she's looking for, but Kanon finishing off really strongly in this heat right now.
Yeah, huge from Kanon. She came from that opening round, and to really show us what she has against these seated surfers, I'm really impressed as we see this Bonsoi replay. I love how she goes straight to the nose. Here, I feel she was so patient through this inside section. You can really see how much she's thinking about where to put her board in the wave and what's the best maneuver to do to really give the judges that score. Nice long hang 5 there, nice and tight in the pocket for Kanon, and even gets a little tap here. So great surfing. I feel like this will maybe go into her top 2 and really improve her second position.
Yeah, so it is going to be Hiroka Yoshikawa and Kanon Otsuka moving on through. In that next heat, we do have Kayla Jane Della Torre, so another family member from the Philippines, will be competing out there along with Mara Lopez, Suin Park and Gina Kim. So a great looking heat coming up. Like I mentioned, spots for the semi-final on the line. We are going to go to a quick break and then be back with this heat as soon as possible.
with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
Action is already underway in round of 16, heat number 2 here in the LQS at the Siheung Korean Open. Kayla Jane De La Torre and Amara Lopez already with scores on the board. Soojin Park representing flying the flag for South Korea. She is going to make her way through this inside section, try and get a good start to this heat here. Gets a really tight 5. Nice looking nose ride here for Soojin. Lovely, delicate footwork as well. You can see she spent a lot of time surfing this wave pool. I saw her take a big breath in and a big breath out before she took off on that wave, so feeling good. Now Gina Kim had to move through the opening round yesterday. You can see nursing a little bit of a knee injury, but that is going to be her first ride. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Giada Legatti. And Giada, you love longboarding. I would love to hear your breakdown of these last 2 waves.
I do. I absolutely love longboarding. Beautiful footwork here from our surfer Soojin Park. You can see her really trying to elevate that board and trying to get to the top of the wave here. She finds a bit more nose time, gets that second foot really close. Nice, elegant stance from Soojin Park. She's trying to keep it all under control. You can see her trying to drop the hands most of the time, and that's something that is huge in the scoring for longboarding. Right behind her, Gina Kim, you're right, is nursing her knee. She unfortunately got injured here in the wave park. She told me the other day, she said, too much time on surfboards. I was like, okay, you're totally right.
You're like, same.
Yeah. And she did an incredible job there. Spent some time on the nose, good footwork, a lot of control. She surfs this wave all the time, so she knows it really well.
Yeah, scores in. So Kayla Jane with a 4.83. Mara Lopez with the exact same. Let's see Mara on her second ride here. Really tight 5.10 for a moment there, but mostly a tight 5. Then you can see holds her second nose ride even longer than her first. Gets back there quickly for another 5 here for Mara Lopez. Shows us some rail work as well. She is ticking the boxes of the criteria. Now, Kayla Jane looking really poised. Such a gorgeous style to watch. Nice 5 into a quick 10, then to another step back 5 here for Kayla Jane. You can see she's going to take this one through. I got to surf with her a little bit yesterday afternoon on the right, and you just forget how beautiful and graceful these women's styles are.
Oh, I saw her paddle out. She had this gorgeous bikini on, actually. Mara Lopez does the bit of a 10. Love how close her feet are together all the time. You never see a lot of separation between them. Does the cross step back. Finds some more nose time. She's really quick on her feet. She's not wasting a lot of time. Nice cut back to get back to that power source before she kind of just hops off there on the inside behind her. Kayla, you're right, really gorgeous style to watch. She has that longboarding poise that you really want to look for in these contests, and that's what the judges are really keeping an eye out for her. You can see her kind of keeping her hands a little at chest high, so it's really nice to watch.
I just think where she almost sticks her front hip forward through the entirety of her wave. It's not once she gets to the nose ride, then she does it. It's going to keep her momentum and drive, just consistently moving forward along that board. Scores are in. Mara Lopez with a 7, Kayla Jane with a 6.6. So these two ladies with a little bit of work to do here. Quick nose ride for Gina Kim. She makes her way up to the nose. She's looking for a second ride here. Really, really tight 5. Holds it. Has to step back a little bit by giving us a nice lengthy nose ride. You can see that knee actually does look a little bit sore, especially during her rail surfing here. Now Soojin Park She's looking for a 5.44. Beautiful 5. A lot of just control and poise on that nose ride there. Then really brings that one all the way down, drawing out her calf here for Soojin Park. So again, 2 nice waves from both of these surfers. I do really feel like we have a heat on our hands right now.
Absolutely. These ladies are going back to back. All of them had some great moments this wave from Gina Kim. Love how she went straight to it, found the 5. Nice little rail work here. Here she finds the top of the wave, spends a lot of time there, hands down. Nice traditional longboard pose. Tries to find some speed again here, needs to get back to the top of the wave. A bit more rail work here, but I think he was just kind of trying to find her feet again right behind her. Soojin Park finds the nose. Nice 5. Bit of a cutback here. You can see her really stepping quick, trying to find the nose again. She wants to spend as much time as possible there. I don't think she spent maybe as much time as Gina Kim on that last one, but still really well done. That's a big swooping cutback to like finish this one off. So good scores coming through.
Yeah, Soojin Park with a 4.8 for that last one, and Gina Kim with a 5.57. So Soojin getting a 6 on her opening range is actually putting her really and truly into the conversation here. Straight to the nose, 10 into a 5 for Kayla Jane Della Torre, giving us straight business off this wave here. Then 5 steps into another 10. A really quick, light, delicate footwork, holds a 5 through this mid part of the wave. Really maximizing every part of that wave that had a bulk amount of scores on it there. So loving the footwork and the nose rides here from Kayla Jane. Now, Mara, who's winning this heat, such a talented surfer, has won multiple national titles, Junior, Open, Women's for short and longboarding back in the Philippines. She's looking to take a win over here in Korea and get herself a spot onto that CT. Let's take a look at these replays here, Giada.
Gorgeous. I love that. You're right. Her hips are forward. She has that longboarding traditional stance. She finds a 10 a few times on this wave, and it is not easy to do. There she goes. Spends so much time just hanging off the nose of her board. That was a beautiful wave from Kayla Jane de la Torre. But something I want to mention about Mara, she doesn't rush her steps. If you see here, she finds the nose. She taps the back foot again. There she goes again. She's not really rushing it. She's timing herself and checking the wave, and when she can get back to the nose without making this like a rush scene.
Yeah, no, I agree. She is really poised in her footwork. I felt maybe just a little bit off kilter at the start of that wave, caught her off guard ever so slightly. So her last is going to go into her top 2. It's a 5.13, but best wave of the heat so far, a 7.93, locking in for Kayla Jane. A couple of judges throwing down some 8-point rides. Now Soojin needs to answer back, doesn't need much. It's only a 6.14 here. Gets to the nose, holds a 5 there. Little bit of a step back 5.2. Wasn't the tightest one we've seen. That's a lot tighter here from Soojin Park. She's going to give us another one of those really textbook drawn out carves. Take this one all the way through. Again, another really beautiful style. I feel like delicate footwork as well. And it seems to be that Gina Kim just had a quick up and out, had a fall down there. So Soojin really trying to keep herself in this race right now.
Yeah, she's fighting back and giving her every possible chance to get into the next round. You can see her here, does a cutback, gets back to the power source and goes back to the top of the wave. Really nice elevation there from Soojin Park. Finds the nose again, does the back foot dance. Both feet find the nose of the board. Good cutback here and kind of just swoops out of it with elegant style and grace, as these ladies do every day. Here is Gina Kim, unfortunately, going down just up and over this wave. Wasn't really able to ride back down onto the face. So unfortunate there for Gina, but she does have one more chance. She needs a 6.57.
Yeah, scores still waiting to drop for Soojin. She was looking for a 6.14 on that last wave. Like we identified, had some really nice moments on it, but it just feels like those two Filipino ladies on your screen right now have really been dominating so far. Scores are in. It was a 5.2 for that last wave of Soojin. So still chasing a 6.14. now a real moment here for these two ladies to seal the deal and get themselves a spot into the semi-finals. Mara goes to the nose straight away, has to basically airdrop out of that section here. This is that really controlled footwork we were talking about in the replay of her last wave. Gets to the nose for another 5, really tight one there as well. Holding it through a tricky part of the wave too. Powerful down calf to finish this one off here. And now, oh, Kayla Jane, unfortunately, going off of her heel side rail there. Really nice surfing all throughout this heat. She has the highest wave score and the lead, so she would really be hoping to hold on even with a fall at the end there.
That was actually kind of gnarly. All right, that was really unfortunate. Kayla Jane goes down, but she is in a pretty comfortable lead. Mara Lopez, you're right, straight off the bat, goes to the top of the waves, finds the nose, airdrops down, and does it again. Spends some time there. Bit of rail work here. Love how close her feet are together. Her hands are down. She's really trying to keep everything under control. So nicely done for Mara Lopez. This is Kayla. She goes down, unfortunately, trying to find the elevation here. Finds a nose and just loses balance there. Oh, so unfortunate.
Yeah, it feels like Kayla Jane was trying to push really hard on that last one, get herself an even bigger score. Last one for Mara Lopez did go into her top 2, so it was a 6-7-3. It wasn't enough for the lead though, so still vulnerable for losing out here. Both of the ladies are Soojin Park, Gina Kim with one last ride, but big requirements are needed. Soojin with a 7-7-3, Gina with an 8-1-6. Goes to the nose to start us off here on this wave. Can see kick those hips out, wanted to show an extra element of control here. Cross steps to the nose, bit of a cheetah 5 here. She's having a lot of fun for Gina Kim. Pushes that board back down to the pocket. Let's see if she can get back to the nose one last time. You're gonna see a nice snap in the pocket here for Gina, but smiling the whole way through. Wow, holding a 5 for a really long time here for Soojin. Bit of another cheetah 5 at the end of this wave right now. Needs a 7-7-3, so the start of that wave is going to be really crucial. Obviously with a nice nose ride during that middle part, but what she got done out the back is really going to depend if it's going to get her up into a 7-7-3.
Yeah, that was such a fun exchange from these two ladies. Both of them had this big smile on their faces, and that's one of my favorite parts about watching surfing. So there we go. Gina Kim finds some 10. She then goes to the nose of it, to the nose of her board again, sorry, and finds that cheater 5. You can see her just having fun out there. She needs a pretty decent score, so this is probably, I personally don't think it will be it, but it looks like they had the time of their lives out there.
Absolutely, and then this last one here, Soojin.
Really nice. A bit of a cheater 5 again there as well. Not that full waist forward move that we are probably looking for to get those really big scores, but really nicely done nonetheless from Soojin Park as well. Took this one all the way down to the inside. So these two ladies had an incredible run here at the LQS in Korea. I do think it'll be Kayla Jane and Mara Lopez going into the next round. We're waiting for the last scores for Gina Kim to come in. A couple of them trickling through. It's looking like it's gonna be a 6 for Gina Kim and one more score for our woman in white before we call off to a quick break and go into the round of 16 heat 3, where we'll be seeing Dea, Yamaguchi, Becky, and Ashley. So yeah, already official, Kayla Jane and Mara Lopez first and second.
All right, we are going to go to a break. I'm going to step out, and of course, we're going to welcome in the fabulous Dai Wacko. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
Stormy conditions this morning here in Korea. It is 7:53 in the morning, and that on your screen is Becky Liu from Singapore. Straight off the bat, she is trying to find the nose here. She does a bit of a hang five, bit of rail work here. Really nicely done from Becky Liu. Her hands are controlled. She is looking pretty good out there. We already have some scores through for Yamaguchi, a 6. Right behind her, Ashley Lopez on your screen. There's a bit of a cut back there. Tries to find the nose. She's gonna finish this one all the way down to the inside. Things are rolling. It is non-stop action here. Dea Natasha Novitasari also has a score. A couple of replays. Daiwaka, what do you think?
Beautiful, control surfing from Becky. Nice fade turn to stay in the pocket, engage the rail, matching the speed with the wave. Beautiful hang five there, and again against the rail. I love the carving down there. Beautifully done by Becky. And then this is the replay of the last of Ashley. Beautiful hang five, steps back, little bit of fade turn to just stay in the pocket again, and another hang five, stay on the nose quite long time. Beautiful slashing turn to finish off. So beautiful stuff from all the surfers here. Good scores already locked in for Dia and Hannah as well.
Absolutely. So it was Dea getting the better of that exchange, a 6-8-3, but this is Yamaguchi Hana.
山口花2本目のライディングになります。フェードターンをしてスピードを合わせていきます。そしてハング5、もう一度フェードターンを入れながらレールを入れてハング5からハング10、そしてハング5と器用なテクニックを見せてきます。素晴らしいライディングです。1本目で 6.0 をスコアしています。
Oh, Dea Natasha hang 10. Look at the style on Dea. That poised, traditional longboard style that we're looking for. Hands close to the waist, down, relaxed. That was the traditional textbook longboard positioning that we all see and love every day.
I love how she just walks straight into the nose quickly and backs, step backs, and just trying to stay in the pocket to engage the rail, and hang 5 to hang 10, quickly back to hang 5, and beautiful rail work there from our Japanese surfer Hana Yamaguchi. She had a good run in the last LQS in Hamamatsu, but this lady had a great run at LQS in Hamamatsu. Got a win. Beautiful surfing here. Little bit of fade turn to engage the rail in the pocket. Nice hang 5, staying on it to hang 10. Beautiful control surfing. Really, composed, stylish surfing from Dia. So now she's an LT surfer.
Absolutely. So Dea Natasha is the first ever Indonesian woman to qualify for any CT level. So she got longboarding and she's on that world tour now. So incredible moment for not only her, but Indonesia as well. Ashley Lopez trying to find some time on the nose, gets it. Let's see if she goes again. Hang 5 for Ashley Lopez. Bit of a cutback here, bit of rail work. Looking really tight here. Finds the nose of the board again at the very last part of the wave. So unfortunately, I think Becky Liu out the back goes down. We'll see on the replay what she did out the back. But yeah, Ashley Lopez got that 10 at the inside of the wave, but usually the best scores come from out here. This is where all the scores come from.
Definitely, even for the longboarders, you have to be on the nose in a critical section of the wave. That hang 5 was really critical. It's really hard to do, but this inside section still important part of a wave. So she just maximized all the wave. Beautiful surfing from Ashley Lopez. And this is what happened to Becky at the back, straight into hang 5, quickly steps back. Beautiful carving down there to just stay in the pocket. Another hang 5 there, and steps back, time for another one. But unfortunately, he loses the rail there.
All right, here is Dea Novitasari, an 8.5 on her last one, a 6.83 to back it up. She is looking really good. Yamaguchi Hana closely behind, an 8.63 is her requirement. Let's break this one down. Dea Novitasari finds a 5, does the 10, steps back, a little bit of rail work here. See if she can get back onto the nose of her board like last time. There we go. Wow. That is that elegant style that we're looking for. Dea is just having fun out there. Yamaguchi Hana, a bit of a fake 5, I'd say there. Was leaning really into it. There we go. Gets that second foot on the nose of her board. A bit of a tap in and out there. Trying to balance, trying to keep everything under control. Oh, this is such a fun heat.
This is a great matchup, you know. Everyone answers back. So, wow, great surfing from both Dea and Hana. Love to see the replay here. Here is the first wave. This is exactly what you was talking about. You know, you have to do hang 5 or hang 10 in a critical part of the wave, especially those first section. But she did an amazing job to engage the rail. Another hang 5 to hang 10. Beautiful controlled surfing from Dea. Already drops an excellent score, but it's gonna be another great score here. And this is our Japanese surfer straight into hang 5, holds onto it, do a bit of soul arch and a fake turn to just maintain the speed, you know, matching the speed with the wave. Another hang 5 to hang 10, quickly steps back. Beautiful surfing from Hana as well.
Yeah, that was just really nicely done. You know, something I gotta mention about Dea is when she's surfing, her upper body is barely moving. She's not wobbling, it's not trying to move around, and that is something that is huge in this longboarding division. Right. So on your screen though, Becky Liu now tries to find the 5. A bit of rail work here. Let's see if she gets some nose time. Needs to find a bit of time on the nose. There she has it. A bit of a 5. Really nicely done here. Becky Liu gets to the inside of the wave. She is looking for an 8.20 to advance. Right behind her, Ashley Lopez. Also looking for a score, 7.20. A bit of time on the nose. Bit of a fakey cut back there. Fakey.
Fakey cut back there. A beautiful rail work from Ashley Lopez. This is such a big thing, you know, longboarding in the Philippines as well. There's so many great longboarders. But let's take another look on the bonsai replay for Becky here. Trying to go for the nose hang 5. Trying to engage the rail. Looking for the space to go into the nose. Beautiful rail work to finish off from Becky. She's needing a pretty big score here, 8.50. So definitely she needs to go to the nose hang 5 or hang 10. But this is beautiful hang 5 from Ashley. A little bit of fake turn to keep in the pocket. Another hang 5 to quick hang 10 and back to hang 5. And a beautiful slashing down to finish off. She also needs a pretty good score, 7.50.
Okay, here we have it. Yamaguchi now. 9.13 is her requirement. Dea gets a 7.33 on her last one, so she keeps getting better. What do you think, Dai?
山口花、これが4本目のライディングになります。この波で 9.1 台を出すと1位に入ります。さあ、ハング5、ハング10、そしてもう一度ハング10とテクニックを見せていきます。素晴らしいサーフィンをしっかりとインサイドまで見せてきています。現在第2位のポジション 6.30 以上上回るとその差を広げます。Beautiful hang 10 to hang 5 from Dea. We are not too sure what she did out the back, but definitely we're gonna see. We're gonna watch the replay, but beautiful surfing all the way to the inside. She's already locked in 8.5 and 7.33. So this is the last wave for both Dia and Hannah.
Wow, she took that one all the way down to the inside. Really nicely done. Let's break this replay down. Yamaguchi Hana, bit of I would say a bit of water sprayed around there. That's not a great thing here in longboarding. It has to be as clean and tight as possible, but finds a lot of time on the nose of her board. Really nicely done here from Yamaguchi. Let's see her all the way down to the inside in a pretty good spot. The last of Dea comes in at a 7.83. This is the wave that we're talking about. Takes off straight to the nose of her board, right off the back. Really pushes her waist forward, hands poised, everything under control, and this is exactly the type of longboarding that we are looking for. She is doing an incredible job. Dea Natasa 7.83. She is on fire.
On fire, so stylish. Like you said, the hand dropped and just stay composed. Beautiful surfing. This is important wave for Ashley. Needs a big score, 7.67 to advance. We're not too sure what happens at the back, but definitely she's just utilizing all the wave potential here. All the way to the inside. Beautiful surfing.
Absolutely. She is taking full advantage of that wave all the way down to the shallow waters. Be careful because it is pretty shallow down there. I think Becky Yu out the back. Not sure what she did. We're going to stick with Ashley Lopez. She really did take it all the way to shore. There is Becky as well. An incredible matchup for all these ladies. These are the replays that we're talking about.
Beautiful setup for hang five and a face down to stay in the pocket. There's a critical section in front of her. Goes for the nose, quick hang five, steps back, aim for another one, but nice face down, carving turn to finish off. So beautiful surfing. It'll be a good score for Becky.
I think so too. Ashley Lopez right behind her. This is a replay. Hang 10, really poised stuff there. There, she does it again, spends a little longer, really tight, really nicely done there for our surfer Ashley, but results have come in. It is Dea taking it out and Yamaguchi in second. We are gonna go straight into heat 4 of this round of 16. Natsumi Taoka and Siheung Korea Harada and Kwan Swang Lu. We're gonna throw to a quick break and we'll catch you guys in that next heat.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
Finals day is underway. This is women's longboarding round of 16 heat number 4. Natsumi Taoka, In-sung Kan, Koa Harada, Kuran Hunsun Lu in this heat. This is heat number 4 of the women's longboarding round of 16. My name is Dai Wako. Good morning, Tipi-san.
Good morning, Dai.
Already, Natsumi drops 7.50, showcasing why she is the best from Japan. Even so, Kang drops 4.17. This is on screen. We have Koa Harada live action. Unfortunately, it goes down, and this is fucking really absent. Straight into the hang 5, holds it quite long time. Nice face turn to stay in the pocket. Another hang 5 to hang 10. Beautifully matching the speed with the wave. Nice rail turn to finish off. So great start from our surfer in green. From that was Kuan. So let's take another look on this wave. Unfortunately for Koa, lost a bit of the balance there. But this is a replay of surfer green. What do you think?
Yeah, I think green surfer. She's from Chinese Taipei. I'm from Taiwan, and really great replay here for from the Bonsoi replay. And yesterday she served pretty good and made it from the round of 20th. She made it into this quarterfinal. So really good serve from her. Still waiting for last score from green, and then we're gonna go straight into surfer in blue from Korea, Eun-soo Kang. And behind we already can see Natsumi Taoka, one of the leader of longboarding in the women's division in Asia.
Right, so our local surfer is getting ready for the second wave here. First wave drops 4.17 on her backhand. Nice stall to start with. Nice hang 5. Unfortunately, disengaged the rail and lost a bit of balance there. And this is Natsumi Taoka。夏美2本目のライディング、ハング5、そして大きなターンからフェイドターンでもう一度ハング5からハング10、そしてハング5へと続いていきます。そしてここセクションが出てきたところでハング5、そしてタイトなハング5を見せて、最後はしっかりとカットバックでターンをしてきました。1本目で7.50 をスコアしています。しっかりとインサイドまでつなげていき、ここで演技を終えます。これがレッド、ブルーの2本目のライディングになります。
Yeah, great surfing there from Natsumi. Putting a 7.5 on her first ride. This is our Korean local surfer Eun-soo, but unable to get around that one. And Natsumi's second wave is a 7.33 for this one. Dai, really nice surfing here on her Bonsoi replay here. I have to say, like, she managed to handle the wave pool really, really good, because a couple of the girls in this heat unable to get around the first section on that hang 5 that they're trying to do. But Natsumi just finishing till the end, and still an extra bonus section here at the end, and that's why she got a 7.33 on that one. So you saw the heat before where Dea and Natasha scored an 8-pointer. So I think that's going to be the the benchmark for today. Everybody need to surf as good as that if they want to move into the finals of this longboard division.
Beautiful hang 5, steps back, stay in the pocket. There's going to be a critical section here. Another hang 5, holds onto it. The beautiful control surfing from our surfer in green. Nice wave again. First wave, she already drops 5.67, which is a decent score to start with. Great surfing again. At the back, we have Koa Harada. But looks like
I think she managed to get around that section again, yeah. So Koa Harada, wave number 1 and wave number 2, I think she's struggling on the takeoff. Oh, that board just hit the wall a little bit, but it's a tricky one, I have to say.
Right.
She's trying to get so close to that wall, but maybe that's not the best way to do it. You just need to get around that section super quick. Yeah, this is our surfer in green. She's looking for a second score. Her first score is a 5.67, so not a bad opening ride for her, and putting the other girl, Koa Harada and Eun-soo Kang, a little bit in the situation, because after second wave, Koa Harada haven't really put any number.
right, so pretty much Koa Harada only have 2 waves to back in the game. It looks like Kuan is getting another decent score, 5.67, so that is a great 2-wave score. Natsumi Taoka is in first place with a 7.50 and 7.33. Here is the wave number 3. 田岡夏実3本目のライディングハング5から大きなターンを入れます。そしてクリティカルな場所でのハング5を見せた後、少しフェイルターンをしてスピードをコントロールしてハング5、ハング10、そしてハング5に戻ります。ここでも大きなターンを入れてスープに当てながらもう一度インサイドハング5入れてきました。しっかりと全てのセクションでターン、そしてハング5というコンビネーションを見せてきました。Out the back, beautiful hang 5 for our local surfer Insul. We are not too sure what happened out the back, but definitely we're gonna watch the Bonsai replay here.
Yeah, this is Natsumi on her wave number 3. I have to say this is not as clean as her previous wave. As you can see, there's a little bit of a wobble on the boards. I saw on the inside part of the section of the wave, but yeah, she still managed to get around all that section. Yeah, that part probably not going to affect a lot of the numbers that she's already putting on the outside, but looks like the judges like it. The couple judges giving an excellent number. So this is our surfer from Korea.
Whoa.
Wow, that was so critical. You can see that nose of the board was on the top of the wave. So super critical here on from Eun-Soo Kang. Her previous wave was a 4.17, so I'm pretty sure she's gonna replace that 0.93.
Well, looks like good scores on the way for Natsumi Teoka. One more score to lock in, and a good score for Enso as well. 6.10 for last wave for Enso and 7.77 for Natsumi Teoka. This is Harada again. Unfortunately, goes down, so it's a bit tricky to engage the rail here.
Yeah, I think Harada just having a 3 wipeout back to back to back, and then here we go. The surfer in green, she need to get a better score because Eun-Soo Kang just get a 6.1, and putting her in a situation that she need to a little bit get creative, get a better score than that 5, 6, 7. But at the end of the day, Eun-Soo Kang with one more last chance is actually the one that have more pressure. Yeah.
Right. But definitely, Kwan, like you said, she needs to get rid of the 5, 6, 7, and probably wants to be in the 6-point range. But
yeah,
probably she knows, and she did a great job. But this is the last wave for Koa.
Koa Harada she's a young surfer, if I'm not wrong. Yeah.
She's very young surfer, upcoming longboarders from Japan. And this is a reply of Lots of Green. Nice hang 5, soul arch, controlled surfing, and this on screen. So this wave comes in at a 5.67. Actually, that was a previous wave score, but she did an amazing job on the third wave. It's a 5.20, so she's not improving her situation here. Still in the second place, but Enso needs to answer back, needs 5.24, and this is wave number 4, and this is gonna be a last wave for her.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be the one that she really need to perform really well. Start really good here with a nice hang 5, a quick one actually, and as we can see before on the wave before, her hang 5 was super critical. But looks like she's doing this one a little bit in the front of the white water, so maybe the judge's gonna see that a little bit differently. So not as long as a commitment that she did on the previous wave, but she only need a 5.24. So a lot of the girls getting big numbers today, but looks like Natsumi just have a little problem there on the takeoff also.
Right. So let's take another look on the Natsumi's last wave. Stalled straight to the nose right there, hang 5. Unfortunately, she lost the balance there, so she goes down. This is an important wave. Have to be 5.24 or above. Beautiful first section, hang 5, and just engaging the rail beautifully. A little bit of fade turn to just match the speed with the wave. Nice hang 5.
There's a
there.
10 a little bit, yeah.
So there is hang 5 at the back, hang 5 to hang 10 in the middle. She did pretty much everything she could do on that wave, and like you said, she doesn't need big score here.
Ooh,
Well, it's gonna be a
It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight for our surfer from Korea. 5-5-3. She got it.
She got it 5-5, 5-6-3.
Oh, 5-6-3.
Now Enzo is in second, so a lot of pressure applies on Kwan now. Needs 6.07. Has to be the best for her. Has to be the best of her surfing. So this is the last chance for her to answer back. Straight into the nose, quick hang 5, little bit of fake turn, engage the rail again, another hang 5, 2 quick hang 10, back to hang 5, holds onto it, unfortunately lost balance there. Wow.
Koa Harada also having a problem on her takeoff. So it's super sad to see like she cannot really perform on this event. Like I know she have a lot of surfing to show to everybody, but looks like she's having a little problem on the takeoff, that's for sure.
Right, so this is gonna be crucial wave for her. Nice hang 5. Love the carving turn there. She needs to score 6.07. What did you think?
She's not gonna get it because the judges would like to see a lot of maneuvers that she do closer to the white water of the critical section of the wave. She does it a lot of in the front of the wave. So yeah, the score is 3.37, not enough.
So it's not enough. So it's offshore. Natsumi, Taoka, and Enzo will be moving on through to the next round. So we're gonna go to the quick break, and we'll be right back with men's action.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
And welcome back. It is finals day at the Siheung Korea Open. We're in the longboarding. It is semi-final, heat number 1. We've got Rogelio in the red, Ijene from Indonesia. I probably said that so wrong, Tippy.
So yeah, I think the first one is JR. He's a CT surfer, like right here.
Sick.
Yeah, so Rogelio Esquivel, we know him as a JR. So JR is one of the Filipino first representation to the World Tour of Longboard. And yeah, his opening ride is, I have to say, what a perfect ride from him. And yeah, we have 2 Filipino and 2 Indonesian. So this is going to be something to watch. A lot of people in La Union is watching right now live. This is, we have surfer from Philippines also here. Oh, sorry, this is Bugis from Bali, Indonesia. So Igede Krishna Raditya, his nickname is actually Bugis.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, Bugis is like, this is his first QS ever. And he started as a longboarder probably like just a few years back. Yeah.
So cool, so talented. And this is Crisanto up and riding on his backhand. I love how patient he is. Oh, his cross step, hang 5 to hang 10. I love how low he gets here too, to be switch foot.
Yeah, I think Crisanto have the most trick probably, but if you compare to this is Danny Widianto, one of our longboarder, also unable to get around that one. So Danny is one of our top longboarders in Indo right now. He's a really good shortboarder also.
Yes.
Yeah, so and here's a replay of Crisanto kinking, yeah. So he's also from La Union. Everybody's watching at home in La Union and also in Indo and Bali. So Crisanto, I have to say, his technique is a little bit more like entertaining. And JR's surfing is more like a control classic longboarding.
Okay.
So as you can see there, JR score an 8.33.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a way to start things off. And this is Danny. Nice hang 5, tap 10 here, and sort of so much water on the nose there. You can see he's a little frustrated, so no harm, no foul. First wave of the heat for them, so they all get 4 waves.
Yeah. So yeah, we don't really know about the wave setup on the longboard, but it seems like it's a bit more smaller, so it could be a bit more cleaner between wave 1 and wave 2. So maybe there's not much big impact like the shortboarder, where there's 5 wave and there's more bigger and a lot of more choppy on it.
Yeah, well, here is the
Bugis.
Yeah. He goes up on his forehand. I love how close his hang 5 is. It's so nice and tight. Little tap for 10. Here's through this inside section. And really interesting to note, Tibby, little hip thrust through there as well, but he's so compressed. His knees are really bent as well, which just goes to show nice and control. And showing the judges out behind him is JR. Wow, that's huge for JR. I love that drop knee through there. Such, like you said, to be traditional surfing.
Yeah, I think JR learns a lot from the World Tour, that, you know, the most successful surfers these days on the World Tour is the one that really control the board like the traditional way.
Yeah.
Like that's why Kai Ellis is the world champion, because the guy is a big unit and he surfed like really on a big longboard. So here we go, Bugis straight with a 10 there. We'll see if the judge like that. You know, there's a lot of good things going on right there. You know, a lot of cross step from Bugis, but the judge want to see the length of control also on all those you know, hang 5 on the hang 10. He did a hang 10 there for a little bit. We'll see if the judge is gonna, you know, reward that with a good number. Another big number there for JR. This is a 7.33 easy. Another a showcase of a really great longboard surfing here at the pool.
I love it. It's really interesting. I'm quite new to commentating longboard, but for me, I've noticed the difference between Bugis and JR. Bugis is a bit lower. His knees are quite bent, whereas JR stands a little taller. So, Tibby, is that more control on JR's sort of side, would you say, or just different styles?
It's a bit different because, like, if you can see here, Danny trying to, you know, his body is leaning to the front. You see that?
Yes.
That's really, really hard to do.
Okay.
A lot of people, when they do like hang 5 or hang 10, their body is trying to lean to the back, or like right now. But there's a moment where Danny is leaning to the front. And if you lean to the front, that means you have no control with the board. It's all about, you know, the momentum of, you know, the wave pushing you with the boards pushing you also.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is Crisanto on his wave number.
No.
Number 2. Looks like it's going to be a throwaway for Crisanto. This is quite a hectic heat for everybody. Before that, Koa Harada have a problem on the takeoff also.
Oh, okay. So this is the replay from Danny. I love this. I love how tight his feet are together. Little water coming off the nose, but he holds that 5, tap to 10. And like you said, Tibby, that the upright surfing and that hips are forward as well. Yeah.
So one of also the thing on a hang 5 is how wide is your leg? You know, between the both stands, because the closer the stands should get a higher score.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a little bit harder to do. And I've noticed the last couple of days that control that those surfers have, the difference in between them getting bigger scores, they're dropping their arms by their side when they touch the nose for a 5 or 10. So
yeah. I think that's part of the style.
Yes.
Yeah. They want to show the effortless, the effort of controlling everything.
Yes.
So here we go, JR.
JR, really interesting. Taking off a bit wider, cuts back to get things started, and wow, right on the foam ball there for a 5 to 10. Carves back. I love the rail work and really nice tight 5 there. It's really interesting to note he's using that first half, top half of the board there for JR.
Yeah.
So love that ride for him.
Yeah, I want to show you later that. So this is Bugis on his wave number 3. Currently sitting in the first place, Bugis, but not far behind is Danny Widianto. Danny scored a 6.93 on that last one. I want to show you a little bit about why JR is doing that, because on the replay, you can see that right here, he's going out of the wave and go back into the power source, and you can see that the tail is buried under the white water. So the judges want to see how critical is your maneuver of all that hang 5 and hang 10. Yeah, you
That's
see?
so cool.
Yeah,
And you can see the back half of the board's just completely out.
that's the reason why, you know, like longboarding is so hard.
Yes. Oh, so hard. I'm
Yeah.
so impressed.
Yeah.
But wow, JR, an 8.33 and a 7.33 as we see this replay from Bugis.
Yeah, looks like Bugis only score a 5.13 on that one. Looks like that wobble is not something that the judge is going to reward on this ride. So a bit of a out of control drop knee there. So just a throwaway ride there from Bugis.
Yeah, so pretty close heat. I feel like JR's running away with this one. In second is Blue, and here is Crisanto. He's looking for a 4.93, so not a huge score. I love that tight hang 5. Such nice traditional surfing. The backdrop knee. Oh, wow. Huge little bobble, but he has such nice grace and style. So taking this one all the way through to the safety zone here.
Yeah, Crisanto surfing really well. He's from La Union. It's a right point break. Going left for him, I'm not sure is it like gonna affect him at all or not. But looks like JR is really comfortable at the front of this heat actually. And looks like Danny is really happy on that one.
Wow, Danny, the claim, he loves it. So I'm really interested to see what work he got out the back.
So yeah, another replay here, the Bonsoy replay from Crisanto. Yeah, nice hang 5 there, drop knee again, cross step, a 5 a little bit there. Yeah, I think Crisanto want to demonstrate how he controlled that board by doing a lot of those drop knee setup again right there. So we'll see if that's what the judge is looking for. But I'm really interested to see this one.
Yeah, wow, Danny, great hang 5 there to get things started. I love how tight his feet are there at the top of the board, and a 10 as well. Wow, there is a little bit of water coming through the nose, but wow, look how long he is holding that 5. Couple tap 10s as well through here, and this is where we got caught up to, Tim.
Yeah, looks like Danny is really managing to get a long 5 and a 10, and to do that, the 5 to 10 to 5 to 10, he don't do it without any delay. So that's gonna be could be a good number.
Wow, and here we go. This looks like Bugis up and riding as well. Huge 5 to tap 10, and I don't know. He looks a little bit frustrated, Tibi.
Yeah, Bugis is just like a junior here on this competition. So he come here to learn. And one thing also about Bugis is he come here without no board.
What?
Yeah, he just bought a board from anybody to do this comp.
No way.
Yeah, he's not really like a person that really wanna I don't know, like he wanna do good, but he just don't have a board. Yeah.
Doesn't that just go to show how much talent he has? He's able to just jump on another board, which is insane to me. So, wow, JR taking that one all the way through to the inside. So, JR looking pretty safe right now. This is the replay of Bugis.
Yeah, Bugis, what a great experience here, I have to say. He made it into the semifinal, so he should be proud to himself. Right now, he's sitting in the 4th position. His last wave was a 5.27, and what an interesting situation. We have Danny Widianto scoring his highest score, a second highest score, a 6.47, moving himself into the 3rd. He's looking for a 2nd place before with a smaller number, but Crisanto Villanova get a 7.2.
Wow, yeah. I loved Crisanto's wave. I feel like that was super impressive. And something important to note, Danny needing a 6.61, and they're in the same rotation. So Danny, we know he's an excellent shortboarder as well, so I feel like his mindset will be really good right now.
Yeah, this is going to be Danny's last chance. Yeah, he's he know how to get a big score. And he been also learning about the other longboarders, like especially JR. JR is the benchmark here.
Okay.
Because he's the top guy here, And yeah, looks like two Filipinos are up front now, and the two Indonesian is chasing back from behind. But unfortunately for Bugis, he gonna finish fourth position here because he already surfed wave number 4.
Yeah, so difference between this M4 setting and T6 setting that the shortboarders are on. M4, a lot of shorter, so a lot more turnaround for these surfers. They're not getting as big a break in between, but semi-finals is a pretty huge result for Bugis. He should be so proud of himself.
Yeah.
And not even on his own board. That's
I
so
know.
crazy.
Yeah, it's so it's amazing how he managed to get a good result. So he surfed his round of 48, round of 30th, and then maybe like 16, and then the quarterfinal and semifinal. So he surfed like 3 heats.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
And back at home, does he dabble in shortboarding at all, or just really longboarding?
He shortboards sometimes too, for sure. Yeah.
That's so cool.
So yeah, Crisanto Villanova sitting in second position, and Dani is have to let go the first wave, and he gonna go on the second wave.
Yeah, here we go. Danny chasing a 6.61. This is his last chance to make the finals. It is the semi-finals. Great 5 to get things started. Nice cut back. That's where we see the drop knee. I love the fast cross-stepping. Nice tight 5 to tap 10. Little bit of water on the face and falls, Tippy.
Yeah, I think the pressure was there. Dani Widianto looks like he's rushing it a little bit. He's a little bit in the front of the wave because his mind is like, I need to finish this wave. When pressure, telling you the other way, it's not easy. So big congratulations to JR, and let's wait for last wave from Dani Widianto. Looks like, the Crisanto might, advance to the next round.
Yeah, so huge result here for our Filipinos. Congratulations to JR and Crisanto. Moving on through, stay tuned. We're going to a quick ad break, and we'll be back with semi-final heat number 2 of the LQS.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, it takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid for continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
It's finals day down here at the Siheung Korea Open. We have the longboarding QS on right now. Semi-final heat number 2. We got Edgar in the red, Kanoa local boy in the blue. He's also in the quarterfinals for the shortboarding QS 6000. We got Joe Mari in the white and Kim in the green. I'm Izzy Caldo, joined in the booth by the one and only Jessie Starling.
Hi, Izzy.
Hello.
This is a really fun looking heat. Edgar, incredibly talented surfer. Kanoa Hije, obviously the local boy. And Joe Marie Abueza actually won the longboard QS we had at the start of the year over in La Union. And we had a major prize on the line there. If you won that event, you actually qualified for the championship tour. So Joe Marie is going to spend this year on the CT representing the Filipino flag alongside JR Esquivel. He had a couple of wildcard appearances last year, but this will be his first official year as a qualified championship tour surfer.
How huge is that? That's
It's
so special.
Cool. He has so much quirkiness about his longboard surfing too. He has so much style and flair. So I have high hopes for Joe Marie in this heat. And obviously Kim, he is representing Korea here. I haven't seen too much of his surfing before. So I'm really intrigued to see Kim. He's obviously surfed through those opening rounds and we have a final on the line, which you've already seen 2 Filipinos go on through, which I think goes to show how strong they are dominating this part of the region.
And I think it's also really crazy to note as well, La Union is a right. So these guys are on a left as well, which just goes to show how much depth the talent is over there, and it's so special.
Yeah, obviously the championship tour season starts in a little over a month's time. It is going to be on over in Huntington. That is the start of their CT season. And then there's an event in Bells. There's an event in La Union. Obviously, they have gone to Abu Dhabi in previous years, so waiting to get the confirmation on that still. But usually around about 5 events. They also have an event in El Salvador over at Punta Roca, and it just looks... Actually, sorry, they have theirs at Sunzao, but it just looks like the funnest tour. Such incredible people, and like I mentioned earlier this morning, something I have really, really fallen in love with over the last couple of years.
So cool, and even this is my first time really commentating it as well, so I'm learning so much here, and it's so tricky. It looks so hard, and I give them so much grace and on how they're able to put their big board in certain parts of the wave, and even their takeoff. I could not do that on a shortboard, let alone a longboard.
I know, they are so incredibly talented, and that's what I mean. I feel like that's probably why I've fallen in love with it so much, because just to be super transparent, for so much of my career, I didn't really know anything about longboarding. I never even thought to try it, because where I grew up, there isn't a major longboard scene. It really does sit in Manly, which now there's 2 championship tour surfers out of Manly with Declan White and Tully White. But it's something that I'm so glad that I've lent into a little bit more. Can I longboard myself? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm horrible at it. I was like, I can do this. This is my whole life. What are you talking about? Got on a longboard. I've never been so humbled so quickly. I was like, wow, that is really, really embarrassing. But just where they place the board, the technology in it, spending a bit of time with Ben Skinner earlier in the years, and they have concaves on the tail of their board on top. Not on the bottom, where we usually have single to double or just single concaves on the bottom of our boards. They actually have double concaves on the top around where the tail is. And even learning that when you're on a nose ride and that tail is swirling around in the whitewater while you're hanging on the nose of your board, because of the concave there, the whitewater actually pushes into that concave, which is what makes the nose elevate even more, which we do know a more elevated nose ride is going to give you more points. And that was fully Ben Skinner just testing around with boards with his own brand Skin Dog surfboards, and he won the event as well. So it was Ben Skinner and Joe Marie that have gone through to the championship tour, and I just think there is so much to take out of longboarding.
That is so cool. And even watching, I've tried longboarding. My dad and uncle are really good longboarders, but every time I get a longboard, my arms are windscreen wipers. It's so hard to keep my balance.
I look like a great name
Yeah,
puppy.
same.
I swear.
It's so hard.
I'm like, I look good. And you look back at photos and you're like, ew.
Why am I both my hands above my head?
I'm like, whoa, and why am I standing so far apart?
Yes.
Heavy.
So watching these guys out here really push their hips forward, drop their arms by their side, they're so talented.
Yeah, well, you would have seen so much of it as well living on the sunny
Yes.
coast. Noosa is a hot spot
Yes.
for longboarding.
Yeah, and it's so cool. I know Dippy St. Baker, the St. Bakers who live around there, have really entered that longboard scene, and seeing how good they are and just so much talent.
Yeah.
It's mind-boggling.
Even Liliana, she seems to be
Yes.
incredible at longboarding. Liliana Bowery. Coco Cans dabbles in
Yes.
it as well. There was another girl who was really good at it. Her name has escaped my mind right now, but just so many talented surfers. I'm quite good friends with Josie Pendergast, and she is one of the
Love
most
that.
beautiful longboarding styles ever.
So cool.
It is
So
so
cool.
incredible to watch. So seems like we've got a couple of burner sets to just deal with right now before this semi-final really does go underway.
Yeah, well, we're really pushing this machine to its limits. We've got M4 right now, the setting for the longboarding. Then we change to T6, which is the setting for the shortboarding. Then we change to the air for the air show.
Oh my goodness, you're so right. Then to M4.
And then back to T6.
Yes.
So we're really testing this machine right now.
It is such an incredible machine that we can actually switch this so often, and just the amount of technology that goes into it. It's actually I got to surf it for my first time yesterday. Pretty much my first time ever surfing a wave pool.
Really?
I surfed Sydney once, and I had a bad shoulder at the time, and it was cold. And on my first wave, I threw my shoulder out. And it was
no, Jessie.
heavy. But yesterday I got to surf it multiple times. It's actually quite intimidating.
Yeah.
Even the noise of the wave coming through, it's a completely different experience to what you could think. That's Noah Fuzi. He is our social media king over here. Anything you're seeing going up on the Instagram is all Noah. We love him. It wouldn't be a team without Noah Fuzi.
He's a sweetie.
I love him.
Bringing the energy.
Yes,
Noah.
absolutely.
But I'm so excited to watch Kanoa. I haven't seen him on a longboard. All I have seen him is on a shortboard, and I was so impressed. He's in the quarters. Yeah.
He's won it here before, actually. So seems like we're having a little bit of technical issues right now. So we are going to go to a quick... For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Quick little update from us here at the Siheung Korean Open. The LQS is just going to take a quick pause. We're going to have a half an hour break just to run through a couple of things, and then we will be back at 9:20. So go and get your coffee, get a little breakfast, and meet us back here in just half an hour's time. So enjoy an ad break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Siheung Korean Open. The LQS took a brief hiatus and we thought we were going to, have a little waltz around, but the pool got fixed so quickly. So we thought, let's just restart this action. We want to see some of the world's best surfers well and truly underway here in Korea. We've had those burner sets roll through. Those next ones should be looking mighty fine for our competitors in the lineup. We have Edgar Calvo Jr. in the red, Kanoa Hee-jae in the blue, Jo Marie Ebueza in the white, and Kim Dong-kyun in the green. So we have 2 Filipinos and 2 Koreans battling it out for the last 2 spots in the men's final here. My name is Jessie Styling, joined in the booth by Izzy Caldo. A brief hiatus, but these guys are ready to roll right now.
Yes, I'm so excited and really interesting. The first 2 spots in the final are filled by Filipinos as well. So we got 2 Filipinos in this heat. Wonder if we can make it a Filipino final.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was so close between Crisanto and Daddy Widianto. There was 0.2 separating second from third. So both of those guys with really close totals. We're expecting a really close battle in this semi-final as well. 14-minute heats for the longboarders. Everyone gets 4 waves. So we are talking ultimate speed dating for surfing right now. Straight to the nose here for Edgar. Step back carve, really puts that knee down for the drop knee. Holds a really nice 5 here. Gorgeous style, so much grace, a lot of control. You can see just fighting to get his toes to the nose on that last 5 there, almost losing balance. Really lovely rail work there. Great statement to make on his first wave. Now the local boy, Kanoa, gets to the nose, holds a really great 5. Look at that tail, completely immersed in the pocket of the wave here. Buries the rail, gives us a carve to finish that one off there. So they are the first 2 waves of this semi. And I'm saying this is a really great start for both of these surfers.
That was a huge start. I love how fast Edgar got to the nose there for that first 5. Such beautiful, fast cross-stepping, drop knee back carve to get things started. And this is where we saw that stretch 5. Feet pretty wide apart there, so not as good as those first 5s there for Edgar, but he kicks out here. Now, I'm excited to see what Kanoa got done at the start here. Really patient with that start. Nice rail carve there, and this is where we see that first 5. Carves it back for a second. Nice quick cross-stepping 5, tap 10. Hip is out, drops the arms, and I just love that for Kanoa.
Yeah, Kanoa, that was a really great first wave. Obviously, I felt like he was trying to get to the nose right at the start there, and then instead of getting his board to quite where he wanted to, he adapted, gave us a really strong carve in that first pocket of the wave. Kanoa still competing in both draws, so he has a lot of surfing to do today. Now, Jo Marie, a championship tour surfer, gets to the nose for a 5 to start this wave off here. You can see really light on his feet, his footwork delicate on this surfboard. Another really nice nose ride. Let's see the third here. Holds out, gets those hips pushing forward, and had nice elevation on that nose here for Jo Marie. It seems to be quite hard to get elevation on this wave here, so to get any is incredible for our surfers. Nice, tight 5, quick tap for the 10 here for Kim Jong-kun. He is going to take this one all the way through. Again, battling just a little knee injury here, but still looking so sharp. So all 4 of our surfers starting off with nice completed rides.
Yeah, wow, we've got a heat on our hands. I love that quick 5. Buries the nose a little bit. We see the water coming off, but recovers so well. That's a nice 5 he held for so long. I love the S-turns back to the power source and their hips forward, hands down, showing the judges how much control he has and really technical surfing for Jo Marie.
Yeah, I love just that front arm. He always manages to keep it low, and it feels like he spreads his fingers. That's just his sort of style here. And then nice drop knee carve to start this one off here for Kim.
Yeah, beautiful surfing. I love how patient he is on that first top half of that board. Wow, a nice 5, tap 10, and again, that back arm just going above his head, so using that to really balance him through this inside section.
Yeah, it looks really sharp on that board as well. Looks super smooth under his feet. You can see there was a nice amount of tail lift on that board too, which is going to help him get some elevation on these waves here. Scores to lock in for Jo Marie and Kim, but Edgar with a 6-5, Kanoa with with a 6. What can he do on his second ride here? Already goes to the nose for one nose ride at the start of the wave here. Holds a 5 for a good amount of time. He's back in the pocket. We know he wants to get to the nose for yet another time. 10, hangs on, hips out. No water coming over the nose here for Kanoa Hije. He did start with a 6, so it was a nice first ride, but that definitely feels better. Now, Edgar gets to the nose, a little water over it here. You can see slightly mistimed in the pocket. That board really high on that wave face. Cool arm movement for that carve there. A lot of style coming out of Edgar Calvo Jr. right now. But he is going to get to the nose one last time. This wave taking him all the way through for wave number 4 of the set. So he's going to get out, get his second score in. Edgar did get the best of that opening exchange with a 6-5 and then a 6 for Kanoa. So these two guys setting themselves up quite nicely at the start here.
Yeah, I feel like Kanoa here is just building. I love that first 5 to get things started, and he navigates his wave so well. Such a long 5 there, and just look how much grace he has. He just looks so in control. A 10 here, hips forward, hands down, and that is so hard to do, Jessie.
Absolutely. I think Kanoa is really showing his experience on this wave. Pull straight to the nose with a quick 10 here for Edgar.
Yeah, really going straight to the nose in that real critical part of the wave, and see him drop. Really patient here. This is where we see him get a little hung up. His board is really out the back of the wave there. So that might the judges might criticize him a little bit for that. But really takes this one all the way through to the inside.
Yeah,
here.
scores in. So we got a 6-4-7 for that wave. I felt like the judges making a statement of a nose ride early on is going to help you get a good looking score here. Just mistiming it for Kim during that mid part of the wave. It is going to be Joe Marie on the 4th out the back. Let's see him go to the nose straight away. Holds it for a 5, quick tap to a 10. Then drops down the carve, light footwork, lightning fast, goes to the nose, holds a 10, then to a tight 5. He's going to keep holding.
What?
Let's go back to a 10 here for Joe Marie. So much time on the nose. This is why he's a championship tour surfer this year. Got his spot after coming second into International QS over in La Union at the start of the year. Ben Skinner taking that one out, and you'll notice his board actually a replica of the Filipino flag.
So cool. I love that. Let's look at this replay for Kim. He does a quick 5 to get things started, cuts it back here. This is where he has a little fumble. I feel like he went a little too high. You could tell he was a bit off-centered in his low center of gravity. But here for Joe Marie, a huge 5, tap 10 in the most critical part of the wave to get things started. And this is where we see that long 5-10, hips forward, hands behind his back. He's held the 5 the whole way through. A 10 here. This is huge. I love this drop knee carve here, and such traditional, graceful surfing.
So relaxed, so controlled, so graceful. So scores starting to lock in. Let's get this in quickly before more waves come. Kanoa getting the best of the heat so far, a 7.4 for his last. I'm intrigued to see where that's going to put Joe Marie's, because it felt like it was in that same sort of realm of getting up near that excellent range, maybe even into it. Straight to the nose here for Edgar. He's been pushed back down into second. He's looking for a 6.91 to get himself back into the lead here. A little bit of water over the nose, however, gets the 5. Goes back to it. He's going to hold it through this mid part. You can see, again, just a little bit hung up on the nose there, which forced him to have to just step back, get a little bit more speed so he can go back to the nose for one last time during this inside section here. So slightly misread for Edgar. He's still going to be adding to it. Looks like Kanoa Hije, unfortunately, is going to have a shorter ride due to a fall, but scores starting to filter on in for Joe Marie. 2 judges giving it an 8. 3 judges giving it an 8. Let's make it that. The low score right now is a 6.9, so it's going to average out at a 7.73, the best wave of the heat so far. So now this wave actually needed to be a 6.74 for Edgar.
Yeah, I feel like Edgar, he was a little out of rhythm. To me, it looked like he was focusing down the line surfing. He was always looking for that next section coming on through. That's a nice 5 to tap 10. He gets a little hung up. You can see the water coming off his nose, so not too elevated. The judges really looking for that elevated nose. Out behind him, Kanoa, quick 5 to get things started. Nice drop knee carve back to the power source, and great 5. You can see his whole half of his foot hanging over the board, and this is where he has a little bobble here. It looks like he just is a little behind that section, which forces his inside rail to catch.
Just to be on the nose in that part of the wave, there's so much turbulence on the tail there that's drifting around. So Kanoa, he usually has control in that. He will regroup. Let's go straight to the nose. 5 to 10 here for Jo Marie. Snap in the pocket. Love the use of the rail here. Back to the nose for a 5. Let's see what this midsection has. It did prove to be a good point of the wave.
Wow.
Holds a lovely looking 10 here. Goes into a 5. Strong looking carve. He's going to give us a fist pump here. Wow, really beautiful 10 for Kim. I love that back arm hanging up high, that front arm dropping down. 10 into a tight 5. And then he's going to give us his own variation of that carve as well. So all of these guys really fighting for a spot right now in the final.
Yeah, that nose ride from Jo Marie, we're going to see it on the Bonsoi replay, but it was in the most critical part of the wave. You could tell he was right in the pocket. His back half of his board completely out of the wave. Here we go. I feel like all the men in this heat are really starting to realize they need to quickly get to the nose in that first part of the wave. Cuts it back for a second. Quick tap for a third. And cross steps fast here. Look at this, right in the pocket. You can see the water coming off the back of his board, and he loves it.
Oh, I love it too. And I know in this job you're supposed to be unbiased, but if I'm going to be super transparent, I'm a massive fan of Jo Marie's. I really am. So seeing him build fire and catch in this heat, it's been really exciting. But this wave was incredible from Kim.
I love this wave. It's my favorite wave of Kim so far. He's definitely building. I love his style. The hand above the head really gives him that balance, and then he's dropping his front arm. So it's really unique, and I feel like it's such cool surfing.
Yeah, definitely. So scores in for that last wave of Jo Marie. It's a 6-1, puts him to the lead. Now Kanoa on this wave looking for a 6-4-4. Gets a nice nose right here. Starts to step back. Let's see what this end bowl has to offer. Holds on the nose. This is where he fell last time. Hangs on for a complete 5. Goes into switch. Goes back into regular stance here. Now Edgar gives us a variation of a step back carve, holds on for a 10, that board hanging in the whitewater there, step back 5, drops that knee, carves for this end section here. He has been knocked down into third, so a 6-9-1 is what he's chasing. He's feeling it, so I'm excited to catch up with the start of that wave. None of these surfers backing down from the fight right now. That was the last ride for both Kanoa and Edgar here, Izzy.
Yeah, I feel like no one's really ran away with it yet. Kanoa, I love this ride. Huge 5 to get things started. Cuts it back for a second. Look how tall he's standing. He just looks so confident. So much balance. And a 5 again. Nice little S-turn for a third. And this is the section that he fell on last time. Hits it for a 10. Hips forward, hands up, showing his control. Little water on the nose to finish. Cuts it back for a switch 4, and Kanoa is loving it. But this is an important ride for Edgar. He needs a 6.91. I love his rail game in this one. Huge 5, and really utilizing that drop knee. This is where most of the points will come from. Nice 10 here, and he's using his back arm, hips forward. Little pump as well. I love his style through that, and carves it back for a second. He has a smile on his face. He's loving it, and I'm loving it, Jess.
Oh, absolutely. Let's see these last 2 rides here. First one is going to be Kim on this second wave. Great looking 10 to start this wave off, and loses his footing. So Kim, unfortunately, is going to be knocked out of competition here in the semi-finals. Jo Marie has just been knocked into second place because Edgar's last wave was an 8.27, best of the heat so far. He needs this ride to solidify second. Carve down here for Jo Marie Abueza. Holds a 5, little bit of water, but really critical nose ride through the mid part of this wave here. He's starting to figure out his flow. This is going to be super important. Kanoa's actually, it's been confirmed. Kanoa's last wave locking in as a 6.2. He needed a 6.44 to overtake Jo Marie. So that last wave, was purely for Jo Marie to go back into first, but we are going to have an all-Filipino final in the men's longboard QS.
That's history in itself, and that just goes to show the talent, the depth that all these surfers from La Union in the Philippines have. It's a right. They're on their backhand here on a left, so I am so excited for this final.
Yeah, for best mates, we get to look forward to that this afternoon. We are going to roll into the women's QS right after this.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day, taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
It's official. We have an all-Filipino men's final, I should say, not semi-final, final for the Longboard QS. We are looking to solidify our women's finalists. This is semi-final heat number 1. Hiroka Yoshikawa in the red, Canon Otsuka in the blue, Kayla Jane De La Torre in the white, and Mara Lopez in the green. 2 Japanese surfers against 2 Filipinos, 4 extremely talented women in the pool right now. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Giada Legati and Giada. I absolutely adore the look of this heat right now. Every single one of these ladies deserves a spot in the final.
Absolutely, and we already have 2 waves ridden from Hiroka Yoshikawa and Canon Otsuka, both the Japanese ladies. This is going to be pretty stacked. Let's break these replays down. So we catch her here on the 5, spends so much time on the nose of her board, does a bit of rail work here, loving that drop knee style. Unfortunately, kind of drops off in the end, but that was the end of the wave, so no worries there. Right behind her, Canon Otsuka. Couple steps, doesn't get it just yet, but done. Gets some time on the nose of her board. A bit of rail work here, also drop knee style, and this is live action.
Here we go, the first of Kayla Jane. She has such a really graceful style. We mentioned it in the round of 16. She always has her hips pointing forward, and that's really unique to her. Loses it on the inside here. Now Mara. She has such a control over her board and definitely showcasing it this entire event. Let's see if she can keep that momentum going here in the semi-finals. Just losing that board as well. You can see some frustration. So bit of pressure creeping up on our ladies right now in the semi-final. Canon with the best of the first 2 waves was a 6-point ride. Hiroka with a 5, 6, 7. Let's break down this one here for Kayla Jane.
Here we go. Our Filipino surfer straight off the bat finds some time on her nose. Loving the elevation. She really finds the top of the wave, that curly part where most of the power is and most of the bigger points are. I'm loving how she constantly goes back to the whitewash. She doesn't want to go too far away, and here pushes it a little too hard. Unfortunately, goes out the back. This is Mara Lopez as well. Straight to the nose of her board. Does this cut back here. Gets back to the power source. Slowly tries to find some nose time here, and she does it. Back foot touches the nose as well. Unfortunately here, as we said, things are starting to heat up, so frustration is starting to show. Those emotions are getting the better of these surfers sometimes, but it's all about control.
Kayla Jane and Mara locking in the exact same score for their first wave, a 3.83. So essentially they probably need to be not keepers. They need to go bigger on their next 3 waves if they want to really get a spot into the final, just with how sharp Canon and Hiroka started, but especially this lady coming all the way from the opening round here. Goes to the nose to start this wave off. You can see now puts her board back in a critical part. Stretch 5 for Canon. She's going to make her way back to the nose to hold yet another 5 and really hard carb to finish this wave off here for Canon. Out the back behind her, Hiroka with such a beautiful style, really delicate with her footwork, nice and light on her feet. That's a tight 5 during this mid part of the wave. Let's see one more nose ride, holds it there for a quick 5. So Hiroka just building confidence through the end part of this wave. That is her second ride done, and both of these ladies carrying through that same momentum on their second rides here in comparison to their first.
I really like Hiroka's wave. That was really entertaining to watch. Let's break this wave down though from Kanon Otsuka. All right, finds the nose. Beautiful style there. You can really see the concentration on her face. Loving that cutback, getting back to the power source. A stretched out 5 like you said earlier. Finds it again. Does this beautiful rail work here at the end of the wave. Nicely in control. Right behind her is Hiroka Yoshikawa. Beautiful style, really elegant. That drop knee cut back straight back to the face. Look at the elevation on her board. She's at the top of the wave. And here we go. I love how close her feet are together. She has that beautiful, chest up high stance. Bit of an arching sole there. So beautifully done here. I like that wave from Hiroka.
Yeah, me too. It's a big score as well. The judges loving it. It's a 7-3-3. So Kanon with a 6-1-3 on her second ride has those two women with a really strong lead. Now Mara, you can see going to some rail work here. Gets to the nose a little bit off balance, so misreading it ever so slightly, which means unfortunately she goes down. So she is forced to rely on her next two waves, 5 to a 10, to start this wave off for Kayla Jane. A lot more control than what we saw on her last. And another fall for our two Filipino ladies right now. So just a couple of mishaps here for both Kayla and Mara, which is really different to what we saw in their round of 16 heats this morning. They were absolutely on fire.
Yeah, you're right. So she started off strong, at the top of the wave, goes down, a couple of cutbacks here, a bit of rail work to kind of set up for this moment. You can kind of see the moment where she kind of fumbles. There you saw her foot get stuck on her calf on the way to the nose. So that was really unfortunate for Mara Lopez, but still 2 more waves, so not over yet. I love Kayla's relaxed shoulder stance that she finds every time she's at the nose of the board, but also goes down here. You can see she kind of pushed it a little too much there. The nose just dug, so it goes over the handlebars.
I feel like Kayla and Mara have so much potential and definitely have the talent to make this final right now, but they're really going to need to hope that Hiroka and Kanon don't better on their next 2 rides, because right now both of the women chasing an 8.3 to get up into that top 2, which essentially they're going to need to break down into 2 waves. We've seen it be really hard to get into that excellent range this morning, but both of them coming close with above 7-point rides in their first heat this morning. Let's see if our Japanese surfers can apply a little bit more pressure right now and take advantage of this situation. Beautiful looking 5 to start this wave off here for Hiroka. You can see a bit of a stretched out 5 during this mid part of the wave, but she's going to stay nice and high on her board here. Holds another 5 through this end section. Just the delicate, light, quick footwork here for Hiroka is really setting her apart. And now Kanon looking to hold on to second place, keep adding to the scoreline here. That's a good looking 5, holds it for a while. Bit more of a cheetah 5 as she kicks those hips out, stretch that back foot back. Now she's going to take this one all the way through to the inside. So again, both of these ladies continuing to show up and keep giving us some really beautiful surfing to watch here.
Absolutely. I think Hiroka is looking unstoppable right now. Look at that. That is some textbook longboarding stance right there. That drop knee style. Finds the nose again. Spends so much time. Really tiptoes back. She's not rushing it. She's looking really poised. Big smile on her face. So this is going to be a great ride for Hiroka.
Yeah, she's looking at better 5, 6, 7, 2, which feels like it could go there.
Absolutely. I think she's probably, if I know anything about longboarding, going to go close to that 7. Right behind her, though, Kanon Otsuka. Nicely done as well. A little more wobble, I would say, compared to Hiroka, but she has a really good control. She's trying to find the nose of the board, trying to stay close to that whitewash and close to that curl of the pocket. Spends a lot of time on the nose there. Stretched out 5. Bit of rail work to finish things off, so nicely done there.
I love those last two waves, and I'm just seeing these scores start to trickle on through for Hiroka. You're right, it's going to go near that 7. It's a 6-7-7, so extending her lead, and Canon extending second place, so really crucial ride right now for Kayla Jane. 5, holds it, quick 10, then step backs to hold yet a longer 5. This is where she struggled on those last couple of waves here, but she's going to take this ride and call it complete. Definitely her best so far. Some really nice nose rides in there. Mara Lopez now, can she take control of this situation? Gets to the nose, feels a little off kilter, a little off balance through that section there, but again, both of these ladies needed to not fall to the pressure of the situation at this point. Take those rides, surf them all the way to the end, get some critical nose rides in there, both of them doing that. And it felt like that's definitely a step in the right direction now that they have one last wave to hopefully try and get into that top 2 position.
Absolutely. Here are the replays. Love that hang 10 from our surfer. Kayla gets back to the nose of the board, elegantly taps that back foot there. You know, tries to do the 10 again here. We caught up with her on the live. She has this beautiful style. It's very textbook longboarding. So I'm hoping it's already complete. So it's already so much better than her first 2 waves. And right behind her, Mara Lopez, this wave came in at a 5.27. So still a pretty decent score. She needs a 6.93 now. She really did a good job here, finding that nose again, keeping control, getting rid of her last 2 mistakes and putting that in the past. Now focusing on these next 2 waves is going to really push her and help her confidence for that next score.
So Mara Lopez with a 5.27, like you mentioned. Kayla Jane with a 5.1. So they still have chance to get up into those top 2. Canon really looking to drop that 6.07 now to solidify this second place. Quick 5, you can see she had to step into that one there. Now starts to make her way around this section here, unfortunately missing a critical part of the wave and goes down. So that is going to be not an improvement on her situation. Loss of balance, but regains really nicely for a critical looking nose ride there. Had to walk back as that wave started to bottom out underneath her board. Hiroka, you'd have to think, looking really safe in first place. She's put on an extremely elegant and strong performance here in the semifinals.
She's so beautiful to watch. I absolutely love watching her longboard. It's very feminine, and I absolutely am all for it. So I would agree with you. She is in a pretty safe lead right now, taking this one all the way to the inside. Let's break these replays down. Canon Otsuka, really close up here. Nice footwork she's got. Doesn't rush things, finds a nose, does it again. Trying to kind of stay on that face of the wave. Gets a little caught behind there. Pretty unfortunate, but I don't think she's in a too much of a dangerous position. This is the wave, though. Hiroka, loving her style, the elegant grace she has. She's just having fun out there. She's not rushing things. You can see her upper body doesn't move or flail around so much. She has a lot of control. Her hands are elegantly spread out, which is very nice to see. So now it's all eyes on Mara Lopez and Kayla Jane de la Torre.
Yeah, Mara needing a 6.93. What can she do on this wave? Goes to the nose straight away for a 5 into a quick 10. Now you can see she's trying to engage the rail, get the speed going. Gets to a 5. This mid part of the wave does hold a lot of points here. Goes for a 10, holds it with a quick footwork out of it. I thought she might have lost her balance there, but this wave is looking to be complete here, needing that 6.93 for our young Filipino surfer. Kayla Jane, seems that she's gone down, so that is not going to be the 7.1 she is chasing, which is really unfortunate, but such a strong future ahead of her. And we definitely know that we're going to see her competing plenty more throughout the year here. But let's look at Mara's last wave.
Okay, 6.93 is a requirement. Goes straight to the 10 there. Does a bit of rail work here. Keeps it all under control. Finds the 5 again. So she surfed this wave, I would say, pretty well done, actually. Finds that 10. Both feet very close together at the nose of her board. Really high elevation. So she surfed it really well. I would say it's on the borderline because she completed it, and there we have it, a 5.60, not enough. So it will be Hiroka and Canon.
Yeah, so our two Japanese surfers, it's official. They will be competing in the final later today. So congratulations to our ladies. We are going to roll into the second semi-final and solidify our finalists here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
Wave pool is pumping here in Korea. This is your semi-final heat 2 of the women's longboarding QS. Dea Novitasari, Yamaguchi Hana, Natsumi Taoka, and Eunsu Kang. So it's that one Indonesian against the two Japanese and a South Korean. This is some impressive stuff. I'm seeing some scores come through for Dea, and it's looking pretty good. 7-3-3 to start off her semifinal. Yamaguchi, unfortunately, 0.5, maybe a bit of a fumble there in her situation, but this is an important moment. We already have our two finalists from that heat. One, Hiroka Yoshikawa and Kanon Otsuka, taking the win over the two Filipinos, Mara Lopez and Kayla Jane de la Torre. All right, so back to live action. Natsumi Taoka, straight to the nose, hang 5, does a beautiful swooping cutback straight to the power source again, goes straight to the nose, hang 5s, spends some time there. She's gonna try maybe do the 10, does that toe tap. Fortunately, not a crazy amount of time with the hang 10 there, but takes this one all the way to the inside with a big smile on her face. So that's a great start for Natsumi Taoka. She's gonna be feeling pretty good. And Sukang right behind her as well. Her South Korean surfer. Let's see, takes this one all the way down to the inside as well. Nice close footwork she's doing here. Tries to find the nose. Doesn't quite reach it, but this is practically the end of the wave. So all the points come from out the back. Couple replays. What do you think? Oh, this is Dea's wave.
Wow. First wave, 7.33. Little bit of solo arch to start with. Beautiful hang 5 there, and setting up for another one. Hang 5, super well controlled surfing. Hang 10 to hang 5. Transitioning seamlessly. It was great surfing from Dia. 7.33. That what a way to start her campaign in this semi-final, hit number 2. You know, and then this is the first wave for Hana Yamaguchi. Unfortunately, lost a little bit of balance, and this is a replay of Natsumi Taoka's last wave. Comes in at 6.67. Beautiful hang 5 to start with, setting up for another one, and quick hang 5 and fade turn to another hang 5, 2 quick hang 10. It's a beautiful surfing again from Natsumi Taoka. Well, everyone's doing great in this heat.
Absolutely, it's pretty stacked. Here is Yamaguchi Hana, already so much better than her first wave. Finds the 10, back to the 5. Bit of a stretched out 5, I would say. It wasn't as close maybe to the nose of the board as she was hoping for. But Dea, Natasha, here we go. Beautiful, elegant style, hands down, chest up. She's trying to push that waist a little forward, so that is a great moment where we caught up with Dea on her second ride. She wants to back up that 7.33. I think she's going to back it up pretty nicely.
Oh, definitely.
And we didn't even see what she did out the back.
That was great surfing from Dia, but let's take another look on this one. 山口花2本目のライディングハング5、そしてフェイドターンをしてスピードを 整えます。ハング5。もう一度フェイルターンを入れて、ここからもう一度セクションが出てくるところでハング5をして、ハング10。そして少しストレッチ気味のハング5をして、このライディングを終えます。このライディング、いくつどの点数が出てくるんでしょうか。And this was what happened at the back from the beautiful hang 5 to hang 10. Little bit of fake turn. Setting up the nose right there, hang 5 to hang 10, back to hang 5 and back to hang 10. That was a beautiful footwork and really, composed style surfer. So beautiful surfing. It's going to be a great number for Dia again.
All right, back to live action. A lot of scores coming through, but we'll stick with it. And Su Kang finds the nose of her board. She goes with a bit of rail work. Nice kind of fading cut back there. We'll see her find that curling point of the wave, gets back on the far end of her surfboard, toe taps the 10. Unfortunately, not too much time on the 10, but a lot of fives. All right, she takes it down to the inside. She loves taking all the way there. We catch up with Natsumi Taoka. Cut back to finish things off. I'm excited to see what she did out the back. Elegantly finds that mid-face wave. So this will be their second rides. Waiting for that to come through. Dea, though, 6.33 to back up her 7.33. Yamaguchi's score comes in at a 4.80. Here we go, a couple replays.
Right, so this is the end of the ride for last wave for Enso. Already locked in 4.67, but probably she wants to go into the 6-point range. And this is Natsumi's second wave. Taoka Natsumi 2本目のライディング。これは後半部分のライディングになります。しっかりとインサイドまでつなげていきました。すでに 6.67 をスコアしています。この2本目のライディングもいいスコア入ってきそうです。6.93、2本6点台を揃えています。Beautiful surfing from Natsumi Taoka. The last wave comes in at 6.93, so decent scores again for Natsumi.
All right, here we go. Dea, the first Indonesian surfer to ever qualify for a CT. Here we have her trying to find the nose of the board. She does. A bit of a 5. Some rail work here to get back close to the power source of this wave. Does it again. Nice 10 there. Oh, unfortunately goes down. Yamaguchi behind her. See the leash getting a little tangled on her feet, but she has a big smile nonetheless. Does a 5, does a 10. And she spends time on the far end of her surfboard. So that is a great ride for Yamaguchi Hana.
Wow. Beautiful surfing from Yamaguchi Hana. Hang 5 to hang 10 all the way. Let's take another look. This bonsai replay. Dia goes to nose. Quickly steps back. Setting up for another one. Beautiful footwork there. Well controlled surfing. I love the stretched hang 10 there. Unfortunately, lost the balance there, but beautiful technique. And then, Hana needs a score here. 4.80 is her second wave. But definitely she wants to go into the 6-point range. But she was on the way here. Beautiful hang 5, well controlled surfing again. So I just got a feeling that this is gonna be a best number for Hana Yamaguchi.
I agree with you. Yamaguchi's definitely getting her best score. They unfortunately not going into her top 2, but she's not too worried. A 7.33 and a 6.33 is pretty nice, but Natsumi Taoka in pretty close behind her. So we're still waiting for the score of blue to come in, but we'll stick to live action. Natsumi, good rail work here. Uses the whole extent of her surfboard, gets to the nose, does a bit of a check turn here to get back to that stronger part of the wave. Does the 10, slight toe tap. Really nicely done from Natsumi. I love that wave. She uses her whole rail of the board every time she's doing the cutback right behind her. And Su Kang finds the nose, does the cutback. Bit of words of confirmation maybe on the wave. She looks like she's just having fun out there. Takes it all the way down to that shallow water. Couple scores. So all ladies have 3 rides under their belt. So this is where things get really interesting now. We'll be seeing the last rides of all 4 surfers. What do you think?
That's great surfing. You know, she needs to get rid of the 6.67 and it gets a 6.74. Then she goes to the lead. But beautiful hang 5 and beautiful footwork there. There's no downtime in between, you know, transitioning. So great surfing, and it'll be a great number again for Natsumi Taoka here. Definitely she wants to get to 6.74, take the lead. But this is a replay of our local surfer, and so this one actually comes in at 5.17. So she's got decent scores, but definitely she needs more. You know, she wants to go into the 6-point range because now she needs 7.80 to go into the 2nd place. But Natsumi's last wave comes in a good score, 7.4.
Ooh, so Natsumi takes the lead. This is Yamaguchi on your screen. Her last ride of this heat. Finds a 10, goes down, gets to the end. We'll catch up with her later. Dea has a big smile on her face, wondering if she did something out the back. Ooh, a bit of, I wouldn't say messy, but a lot of water sprayed around. You don't really want that in longboarding. You want it to be more clean lines. So we'll see what she did out the back. Dea, 4th ride as well. We'll wait for those replays to see what happened out the back. Yamaguchi looking for an 8.53 to get into an advancing position.
山口花、これが最後のライディングになります。フェイドターンを入れてまたパワーゾーンへ戻ります。ハング5、そしてステップバックして、ここもまたトリミングを繰り返していきます。そしてここでセクションが出てきました。ハング5、そしてハング10、ハング5に戻り、ここでステップバック。ただ少しバランスを崩してしまいました。これが4本目のライディング、 4.63 がスコアされています。This is the last wave for Dia. Actually, it comes in at 5.40, so she's not improving her situation now. But what a way to finish her heat, semi-final number 2. But there's still one more wave to actually lock in for Enso and Natsumi Taoka. You know, Enso now needs 7.86, so she needs to be showcasing her best here.
All right, so this is her final chance. 7.86 is her requirement. Finds the 10, steps it back to the middle of the board using the entire length of her surfboard. Hang 10, really nicely done. And Sue unfortunately goes down there, will be probably deemed incomplete. Natsumi, our current heat leader, wanting to defend her spot, does the 10. Beautifully posed, spends so much time at the nose of her board. That is going to be a great ending here for Natsumi. She must be feeling really good. I loved her style, that relaxed shoulder. You could see her waist slightly forward, her knees and toes together. So that was some textbook hang 10 right there.
Beautiful surfing from Natsumi Taoka. タオカ、ナツミ4本目のライディングになります。こちらで 6.9 差以上出すとその差を広げます。ハング5、少しレールが外れましたが、ここでもう一度セットアップしてハング5、ハング10、そしてこのハング10長くホールドしました。コントロールされたサーフィンを見せていっています。ここはきっちりとインサイドまでつなげていき、これですね、ハング10、かなり長い時間レールをホールドして素晴らしいライディングを見せてきました。このライディングで 6.93 以上スコアするとその差を広げてきます。
Beautiful. How great was that to watch? All right, and with that, Ensu Kang, unfortunately, and Yamaguchi Hana will be bowing out in this semifinal heat 2. It will be Natsumi Taoka and Dea Novitasari in the final. With that, we're going to throw out to a quick break, and I'll welcome in Tipi Jabrick.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day, taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, it takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Back to shortboard action here at Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. We are into women's shortboarding. Quarterfinal heat number 1. We have Kana Nakashio, Kara Backpit, Tata Green, Paige Harrop. It's a great heat ahead of us. I'm Dai Wako here in the booth with Tipi-san. Back to the shortboarding action.
Yeah, after we witnessed a lot of longboarding today, a lot of good action. I have to say, like, everybody's pushing the limit there on the longboarding. So
Right.
back into a shortboard action now. We have the, as you said before, the quarterfinal of the women shortboard.
You know, as we change the division, we had a couple of burners now, so we're gonna have a totally different setting here. We're gonna use T6,
Yeah.
if I'm not wrong, and it'll be it's a good wave. You know, we actually had a chance to surf yesterday afternoon in the staff session.
Yeah.
It was actually fun surfing on the T6 settings.
Yeah, with the wave pool technology, they can shift, you know, from one mode, you know, preferable for the longboarding, and also now they have this T6 setup for the shortboard. So
Right.
yeah, totally different wave. As we can see now, this is Kana Nakashio from Japan, opening ride. As you can see, T6 is that always you need to be really careful in the takeoff zone.
Really stands up quickly, but beautiful surfing from Kana Nakashio. Last year's Bonsai Asian Championship Series champion. And this is surfer in blue Kara up and riding on her backhand. Beautiful backhand attack there. So beautifully done from both Kana and Kara. Great surfing.
Yeah, we will see in the replay how these two surfers perform. This is first ride from Kana Nakashio. You know, like she always does everything the same, like since you know, earlier heat. Just putting a lot of water, putting a lot of pressure on that top lip right there. Really strong surfing from Kana. She looks like she want to do one more there, but look like the lip is a bit like unmanageable, so she decided just to be safe on that one. And this is Kira Buckpit from Australia. Also nice, really nice top turn there. Really strong foundation. You know, like all the body is like doing, you know, like those tight bottom to the top maneuver. And let's see what's the judges gonna give the number on that one. So next we're gonna have Taylor Green, also from Australia.
Yeah, and then it's always important. First wave is always important because it's gonna set up the tone for the rest of the day, rest of the division. But here is 7.83 for the first wave for Kana Nakashio and 5.67 for Kara Buckpit first wave. So there you go. You have, you know, I think Kana just set up the tone here for the rest of the heat. You need to exactly what Kana did to get into the excellent range.
Yeah, I think the judge can kind of like compare between Kana's first wave and also Kira's second wave. You know, Kana like throwing a bit more power, a bit more water, you know, in the air, and you know, those commitment is the one that judge want to see, because if you put a lot of commitment, it shows on the score.
Definitely. So this is gonna be wave number 1 for Taylor Green and Paige Hareb. It's a live action. First and great, lot of sprays out of back, straight into the second, and then love the third down. Little bit of fin release there, and gets the fourth down.
Wow.
So she wasn't able to get the fifth turn, but still great combination. And this is Paige up and riding on her forehand. Nice first turn, deep off the bottom, powerful hack off the top. Love that finishing turn as well. So great surfing from both Taylor Green and Paige Harep. They didn't even have any mistake on the wave, so great start.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what the judge is going to score on, I have to say, Paige wave, because she's the only goofy footer here, because Kana's already, you know, set up the number right there. Taylor Green, you know, like pushing so hard on this one.
Wow.
You know, like you don't see any double pump, only that last part where she did a double pump. We'll see what's the judge gonna do. Maybe it's gonna be in the range where Kira and Kana is getting the number, you know. And yeah, Paige also pushing super hard on that one. You can tell she also pushing one more right there, and she's pretty happy. Small fish pump right there.
Right. Always good to have good start. So 5.50 for first wave, Paige Harep. So it's a decent wave. It's a great way to actually start her campaign here. So it's around the same range as Kara Buckpit first wave. So still waiting for Taylor Green's first wave, and feels like it's gonna be a good number.
Yeah, I think the judge is like looking a bit more into comparison with Kana Nakashio, because it's a similar wave, the way they ride that wave, but the difference is Kana putting 3 strong turns, but Taylor putting 4 strong turns. So if it's going to be over Kana's wave, or is it going to be a little bit under? So I think the judges are watching the replay right now and making sure that, you know, the numbers are correct.
Right, so well, looks like it's gonna be a good number for Taylor Green. 7.67, just under Kana's first wave, but still great way to start her campaign here. 7.67, and this is gonna be wave number 2 for Taylor Green and Kara Buckpit and Kana Nakashio. Kara up and riding, big first turn. Nice smooth transitioning, and gets the third turn in And a fourth down as well, so another beautiful combination from Keira backpit, and this is かな中潮から2本目のライディング、1発目大きなカービングターン、そして2発目スプレーを上げてきます。3発目もここもうまくタイミング合わせて、4発目はタイミング合わず、こけてしまいましたが、1本目で 7.83 をスコアしています。
Wow, I have to say Kana's wave was going into excellence also there, but she was putting one more. Probably I have to say it's unnecessary because that wave is already like launching to her, to her face.
Right.
Here's Kira's wave. Nice top turn. You can see the tail is also there, showing couple fins right there at the back side of her board right there. Four strong turns. She managed to put 4 there. And here's Kana's wave. This one is super strong. You can tell like from her, from her shoulders, rotating really hard. Wow, look at that water out there. This one she should have just really put it, it's almost unnecessary. Yeah, because she already did the 3 big turns, just like her previous wave, giving her a 7.83. Maybe next one could go into 7 plus, but with that wipeout, judge gonna a little bit putting a like a note.
Right, true. It's always tricky wave on the fourth wave of the set, but still people getting those like excellent score on the fourth wave as well. So there's definitely potential to get that score. So last wave for Kananakashio comes in at 5.37 and 5.23 for Keira backpit's last wave. So it's a decent scores locked in. So pretty much no mistakes. Kana did, fall down on the last section, but still getting those 5-point range. That is a good sign for her. So this is gonna be wave number 2 for Taylor Green and Paige Hareb. They need to answer back. 3.23 is a requirement for Taylor Green. Paige Hareb needs 5.41. Nice check down to start off. Big carve, strong slashing turn, and gets the finish. So great combination from Paige Hareb at the back. This is live action. Nice first turn, straight into the second and third. Nice connection. Little bit of wobble there. Unfortunately, it goes down on the last section. So Taylor Green needs small score 3.23, and I got a feeling that she's done the job with the three turns there. Paige Hareb needs 5.41. It's gonna be an interesting exchange here. This is sponsor replay.
Yeah, I think Paige Hareb almost get the best out of this exchange, and yeah, really nice couple turns there from Paige. Even she does a great finishing with that tail drift.
It was a great. So Paige Hareb needs 5.41, and this is Taylor Green's last wave. Beautiful first turn. There was a great second turn, great connection. Little bit hang up on the third, and unfortunately couldn't make that finishing turn there. But requirement is small. It's 3.23 for Taylor Green. And looks like Paige gonna get the requirement here, 5.70. So now Paige Hareb is in second place. Taylor Green now needs 3.53.
Yeah, Taylor Green surfing really well there, but just if that's that mistake gonna cost her anything, yeah, but she got the score 4.17, move her into second place.
All right, Taylor answers back with 4.17. Now she's in second place. Paige Hareb in third, needing 6.15. Keira backpits now needs 6.18. So this is next wave. It's gonna be wave number 3. Kana is trying to get rid of the 5.37 to improve her situation. Keira backpit now needs 6.18. All Right, wave is approaching. 中潮かな、3本目のライディング、1発目、2発目とスプレーを上げてきます。そして3発目、ここは力強くいきました。4発目、これも力強い縦の動きを見せてきました。She needs a score here. Nice first turn. Gets the second turn in. And gets the finish.
Wow.
Oh.
trying to get creative there, Kira, because she knows she need to go big there, and yeah, she's chasing a number of. Kira is looking for 618, so yeah, she need to be creative.
Right. Feels like she mistimed on the third turn, so which makes it really hard to go on the last turn. But this is a replay of Kana Nakashio, great first turn, and it's more of a check down on the second, and it gets the good third turn, and she gets the completion on the last.
Yeah, I think Kana just want to shut the door here because her lowest score is a 537. She knows she can make a big number, and Kira here, she's the one who's chasing the number. I have to say, like, she's a bit out of rhythm. That's why she does this what do you call it, racing to do those trying to do like a 360 there, but yeah, I think that's not going to be the number that she's looking for. Loss of Kira is a 357, so she's still looking for 618.
Yeah, once you're out of the control or like out of the rhythm with the wave, it's so hard to actually get in the right section, you know, because you're out of rhythm and you just don't have a connection with the waves.
Yeah, I think the chances for recover on the wave pool is a small space.
Definitely, you know, the power source is really compact, so you always have to be precise, and you know, you have to always be on point. Just like you said, it's always hard to get back to the rhythm, but looks like Kana improved her situation. 7.23 is the last wave for Kana Nakashio. She is in first place with a 15.06 in total. That's a huge lead from Kana Nakashio. And this is wave number 3 for Taylor, up and riding.
Yeah, I think Taylor Green, this is her chance also to, you know, to close the gap between third and fourth, because you know, we have surfers like Paige Harrop, you know, and also Kira Buckpit. They are able to, you know, to come from behind and get the number. So here we go. This is Paige Harrop looking for also a good number, but she seems like on that second turn she's a bit of a, you know, like kind of like a half, you know, but she's looking for a 615 now. So she have one more chance to do that if this wave doesn't get the requirement. So it will be you know, pressure is always on the third and fourth position.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Let's take another look with the bonsai replay here. Beautiful, you know, smooth transitioning. There's no downtime in between turns, and till, you know, it was a clean, beautiful start-finish performance from Taylor Green. So it's going to be a great number. And this is Paige Harrop, important wave. Nice first turn.
For sure, but the second turn you can see there, she's a bit hesitate to do something, but you know, the situation is on the second wave, there's a bit more bump going on, you know. It's a lot of white water from wave number 1, number 2, and number 3 actually, because she's going on to wave number 4. Yeah. So yeah, let's see if the number is there. So Taylor Green does extend her leads a little bit on the second place, a 667. Now the other girls need an 8. Wow. 864 for Paige, and then 867 for Kira Buckpit.
Right.
Yeah.
So that is a big score, which means you don't want to make any mistake on the wave. You have to be clean, you know, from start to finish to get into excellent range, because it has to be the best score in this heat.
Yeah. So yeah, like what we discussed yesterday, there's not going to be buzzer beater, but there will be, you know, last wave situation changing. So if this is gonna be Kira's situation changing on her last wave, because she's gonna go first. Yeah.
Right. So apparently, the second wave of the set is always better. I mean, it has a clean face. It's easy to serve. She needs to score. Unfortunately, broke the rail. Nice second turn though. I love that third turn. It gets the fourth turn in.
Yeah, it'll be hard for an 8 right there, because there was a bit of a like a out of control situation there, but Kana Nakashio just just surfing strong, and
Wow.
like that shows how hard she pushed. Yeah.
Kinda just attacking mode is on. That was a great surfing. It was on the way to the great score. But let's take another look from Kara backpit.
Yeah, she have a wobble there, and from that first bottom turn setup, she lost control. A really nice turn there. A nice tail release there. Just a last section tap right there, but that's not gonna be an 8, I think. Yeah. This is Kana's last wave. She already served really well. 7-8-3 and a 7-2-3, putting everybody behind.
Beautiful performance from Kana Nakashio. The last wave for Kana comes in at 4.73, so she's not improving her situation, but sitting in the lead comfortably, and still waiting for the last wave for Kara backpit, needing 8.67. So it is a 4.93. It's not enough for her. So it's all eyes on Paige Harrop and Taylor Green now. So Taylor looking to get rid of the 6.67 to extend her lead. Paige now needs 8.64.
Wow, full pressure on Paige, but Paige is a ex World Tour surfer. She'd been into a lot of pressure before, so the reason why she's doing this QS 6000 in this region is because she want to go back into the World Tour. So this is the steps where she, with an 8.64 is her way to get back into the World Tour.
Definitely, and then she's, like you said, she's a very experienced surfer, so she knows how to handle with the pressure here. So definitely, she's capable of getting those 8.64 or above. So let's see what she can do on this last wave.
So yeah, here we go. Paige on wave number 4. Strong first maneuver there. Oh, it looks like she's pushing into that big number that she was just looking for. Ooh.
That was great surfing. So she needs answer back now. Beautiful second turn, straight back into the parcels, get the third turn in. This is going to be a great performance also. Wow, beautiful performances from both Taylor and Paige Harrop. What do you think?
I think Paige put everything there.
Definitely,
it's really up to the judge actually, because she put everything there.
There's no hesitation on every section. She just put everything into it.
Yeah, I think I have to say she did it a little bit late. That was wave number 4. If she did it in the first wave in the beginning, she would have an easier task. But this is like a really strong surfing there from Paige right there.
There's no downtime in between turns. All 4,
all
turns connected. Yes, and no downtime, no mistakes. Oof. So, wow, it's gonna be.
It could be in that range, but
also she did a good job. Taylor Green did a great job on this wave.
Yeah, Taylor need to change that 6.67, but a couple numbers are trickle down already, and looks like we'll see if this number is the one that Paige is looking for, because she's looking for a 8.64, and a couple judges give him like a 7, and I don't think so. It's the number. It's a 6.40, so it is her highest number.
Right.
But it's not an 8.64 that she's looking for. So yeah, congratulations to Kana and Taylor.
So yeah, Kana and Taylor will be moving through to the next round, and we're gonna go to the quick break, and we'll be right back with the women's quarterfinal heat number 2.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
Back to finals day. We're into the women's quarterfinal heat number 2 of the Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. We've got Alani Morse in the red, Arisa Ishii in the blue, Mirai Akita in the white, and Sarah Wakita in the green. I'm Izzy Caldo, joined in the booth by the one and only Tippy.
Yes, what a nice day here on the finals day. We have a lot of action going on. Here we have on the replay is Alani Morse from New Zealand. So there's a couple New Zealand contenders here on the women's division, Izzy, yeah?
Yeah, I'm really impressed, and this is Arisa. She's been coming through the first opening round heat, and wow, with surfing like that, she is just so strong, and she's able to hang on to that last turn.
Yeah, super electric there from Arisa. So yeah, she surprised me actually from the practice session, you know, like from a couple days before the comp. She always trains, and you know, she's linking all the you know, the maneuvers, and I was like, wow, she could do good in this event.
Yeah, well, she got 33rd at this event last year, so this is a massive improvement. She was 25th on the QS as well last year, so I feel like she's really hitting her strides here.
Yeah, because with a quarterfinal you know, like result, if you're in the quarterfinal, that means that that's a lot of points already.
Yeah, and Mirai Akita coming up here. She is on our screen. She is just an amazing surfer. On the Challenger Series last year, she got 5th in Sakurama, losing out in the quarterfinal, but beating some huge names in that draw.
Oh yeah, for sure. If you're getting some result on the CS, that means you have to go through a lot of big names.
Yeah. Yeah. So she got 9th at this event as well, and we're going to see her take off on this one. Nice free fall drop. You see her watching her landing, and huge first turn, a little hung. She recovers well, and wow, this is the Mirai we love to see, just going so high, Tibi.
Yeah, you know, a bit of a different technique. You see Sarah Wakita, you know, her face is always on the lip that where she's going. Mirai is a little bit using a lot of her surfing senses, you know, like she's looking down.
Yeah. It's so interesting. I saw her in the practice, like warming up, and she does a lot of wave key, so she does a lot of those movements and really flowy stuff. So if she's bringing that into her surfing, which we do see the head, Sarah Wakita there getting a little hung up on the third.
Yeah.
First of Alani Morse, a 6.33 as we see this replay.
Yeah, as you can see, like a lot of time, her face is actually always looking, you know, like not into the lip. You see, like she almost like having a really good sense about where she want to go, and it's a bit different with Sarah. She's looking before she goes, so a little bit different technique, you know.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. You see Sarah a little bit wide on that second turn, which sort of put her out of rhythm for this third. She rides out beautiful. Oh, maybe not. She doesn't ride out. So first of Mirai, a 3.50, and first of Sarah, a 3.27. So Alani, getting the best of that exchange, a 6.33.
Wow, she's almost like having a little head start, you know.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's. The funny thing is, surf competition sometimes it's a sprint and sometimes it's a marathon. You know, like 4-wave. If you think as a relay, you know, you need to have a strategy. For me, it's always going to be your first wave, and you need to do that like what Alani is doing. So with her first wave, she got a 6.33. That's a good head start.
Yeah, and we saw that even in the last heat. We saw Kana Nakashio and Taylor Green start off with a huge score in the sevens, and that pushed them through. So that momentum, that confidence building, we say build your house, and I feel like that good start, like you said, Tippy, really will put Alani in the perfect position.
Yeah, Alani is she's quite a big name. You know, she represent New Zealand in the Raglan CT. She got the wild card, and she won the trials, if I'm not wrong. So yeah.
And here we go, Arisa up and riding on her back end. A little late to that first section, but I love how low she compresses in that bottom turn. Huge second turn and a third turn, letting the fins go a bit, and you can tell a little frustrated that she wasn't able to fit in that fourth turn. But Alani, nice first turn there. And such a tall statue surfer. She's really able, wow, to open up her wingspan and really gives her that torque through her upper body. Just can't ride out of that third turn.
Yeah, Alani's surfing is a bit different from all these girls, you know, because if I've seen her surfing on her front side, she does a lot of airs.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a bit different approach between, you know, like Arisa here, just trying to surf, you know, like top bottom, but Alani, she seems like she's chasing that, you know, like that section to do a little bit of a like those skatey kind of turns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I saw Alani actually in the practice session land an air reverse on her backhand. So we're in the quarterfinals. I really want her to bring that out.
Yeah, for sure, because you know, right now she's probably just you know, getting the score to, you know, to put her in a better situation. So the other three girls is chasing her, not she's the one who's chasing the numbers. So she's looking like she's gonna get like I don't know, not a big score on the last one because she fell off in the last turns right there. But at least she's gonna put a bit more harder situation for the other girls.
Yeah, for sure. And we see Sarah Wakita on our screen now. She got third at this event last year, so she's going to look to try back up that result. She got fourth on the QS as well, so missing out on the Challenger Series by 1 spot. It's got to be heartbreaking, but I feel like it's given Sarah more hunger to really make that Challenger Series, because that's where she belongs.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, looks like Arisha is temporarily is sitting in the first place. Now Alani just took her place again with a 3.10. So yeah, a low score for the last exchange from Arisa and also Alani.
Yeah, no one really running away with this one yet. Of course, Alani's got that 6.33, so she's going to really want to hold on to that score. A couple low scores for this heat. I feel like the girls may be a little bit nervous. It is the quarterfinals. Huge points on offer as well.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
So Sarah right now, she's looking for a 4.93. Actually, she can do it here because this is the first wave of the sets. Good start right there. A third maneuver, super strong, and she's going to finish it right there. And yes, looks like that's the number that she's looking for. This is Mirai Ikeda. Also, you know, looking for those numbers. And they both surf really well, actually, you know, Mirai and Sarah. You know, Sarah and Mirai actually is a bit more on the girls on the spotlight on this heat, and the funny thing is Arisa is the one who's like taking the lead at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. Mirai, she's had a couple falls. This is super uncharacteristic like for her. We know she's a huge name. Let's look at this replay. I love this wave for Sarah. It is the second wave of the set, so Sarah really utilizing this huge, pushing so hard. I love no downtime here, and we can see her back leg is nearly touching her board. She recovers well on that fourth turn.
Yeah, I think her technique is perfect for this wave. Yeah, Mirai is with a little bit different approach, but surfing really well. Just get behind that lip a little bit, and yeah, just a little bit different technique. But you know, Mirai is a great surfer.
Yeah, I really want to see Mirai open up and do the surfing we know she can do. She got a 4.13 on that last wave, so I feel like for her, she's just going to want to throw that away. We saw the first heat of the quarterfinal go into the 15-14 range, so these ladies are going to want to do that as well.
Yeah, so Alani is currently sitting in the first place, Arisa in second, Mirai third, and Sara Wakita in the fourth position. But we're still waiting for Sara's last wave, and she's looking for 493. I'm pretty sure that's going to be the number that's going to come out.
Yeah, easily. I feel like, oh wow. First indications is a 7.00, so eclipses Alani's 6.33. Best wave of the heat so far, and it was very well deserving.
Yeah. So so that's going to be the the top 5 wave. Siki Young still sitting in the first place with at 8 point something. So 8.33. Rita Suzuki with an 8.17, Siki another 8.0, and Taylor Green an 8 point, and Kara Nakashio 7.83. So that's the number that the girls have been pushing.
Yeah, so insane, Siki. Of course, coming up next, but right now this is Alani Morse looking for a score, looking to better that 3.10. Great first 2 turns here, coming so hard off the bottom. I like how she stands a little bit taller. That's a great 4th turn, letting the tail go a bit as well. Out behind her, Arisa. She's looking for a score now. I love how hard she pushes on that first turn. Ooh. Oh no! Arisa, is she just poking the nose on that second turn there? And with Debbie, we talk about that 4th wave. There is a little bit of the bump that the surfers have to navigate, and Arisa just maybe down the line surfing a little bit, that she wasn't able to really look for that bump.
Yeah, I think this wave, Alani is surfing on a cleaner wave, and that's the reason why all those blue lines there are so clean for her. There's not even a wobble on it. And yeah, really nice surfing here. This is going to be her second highest score for sure. Yeah, and the next one we can see Arisha's wave. There's a little bit of a, there's a bit of a, I have to say, like different lines going on in the water, and that's what happened on that nose,
And with that 4th wave, we tend to see a lot of water rushing back off the face because we are in a wave pool. So the water is rushing to and from the beach per se. So we tend to see that in that 4th wave. But Alani Morse, a 5.50. So she's back in the lead. Sara Wakita looking for a 4.83. She is in second. Arisa's last wave, of course, not going into her top 2. She's looking for a 5.95. And Mirai Akira looking for a 6.15. So Tibi, I feel like no one's really running away with this one yet.
No, not yet, because, even Mirai is looking for that number, she still have 2 more chances. If she get a 6.15, she gonna go into second, and then she have 1 more chance to replace that, for 1.3. So still wide open for everybody.
Yeah, compared to like Alani and Arisa have got 1 wave left. I feel like Arisa, that was her opportunity to really capitalize and get that bigger score that she is needing.
Yeah.
She's sitting there with a 4 and a 3. It's the quarterfinals. You can't get through the semis with a 4 and a 3.
Yeah, you need to push hard, and that's what Mirai is. I probably thinking she's gonna push hard here.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see. She's on the 2nd wave of the set, so we know the cleaner face. Here we go. She's looking for a huge number. Nice bottom turn, huge top turn. Oh no! She just pokes it. I'm a little bit lost for words here, Tippy.
Yeah, looks like she's already thinking ahead about before even the bottom turn there.
And I love this from Sara Wakita. This isn't down the line surfing. I love, gets a little hung, navigates that lump really well, recovers well. That's a good 3rd turn. Can she hold on? She doesn't. I'm not going to give it to her.
Yeah, 3.27. So she had the chance to get a better score than 3.27, but looks like that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, huge upset here for Mirai. She's going to need to get this number on 1 wave. Let's see what went wrong here. Huge bottom turn again, Tibi. Like you said, she's not looking over a shoulder, which I feel like she's down the line surfing a little bit. She wasn't looking at where she was landing. That's how much we put our heart and soul into these surfers. We know how much is on the line for these guys, and it's just so disheartening to see all this hard work. Sara Wakita up and riding. A little hung there. She free falls, but sort of puts her out of rhythm for this 3rd turn.
Yeah, so she need to get out of that white water, but she tried.
Yeah.
But her number is it's only... No, her number is not out yet. So it's not gonna better her first score.
Okay, this is really interesting. So Sara Wakita doesn't improve her second situation. That means Arisa is still chasing the same number, a 5.95, which also means Mirai is still looking for a 6.15, pending on how Arisa goes here. She is on the second wave of the set. What will be going through your head if you're Arisa, Tippy?
I'm just gonna surf normal, you know, because she's surfing good, you know. Looking for a 5.95 is not far from, you know, like her 4.33, for example. She doesn't need to push too hard, but as long as she's linking all those maneuver, you know, with her normal surfing, she'll get it. You know, she's not like a surfer that need to change the way she surf to get that number. She just need to surf as herself.
Yeah, I love that. And she is the younger side of all the QUS girls here. So I'm excited to see how her competitive mindset is. Here she goes, nice free fall drop into a huge top turn here for Arisa. She's got to go big, and that's what we like to see at third. Wow, she's on her way. Can she ride out of this? And she does. So, okay, huge score here. Alani Morse out behind her, looking to solidify that first position. Wow, huge fin throw here for Alani. She just looks so confident. And I feel like she was sort of going for the 2-for-1 there.
Yeah.
But, wow, Tibi.
I think Arisa listened to what we were trying to tell to her what she needs to do, because this is exactly what she needs to do. A first nice strong top turn, linking up with the second one. You know, there's no downtime, there's no flaws on that one. Keep going on the third one, and the fourth one is just to give, you know, to give a sign to the judges, hey, I made this last one. And 5.95, this is putting Sara in a sticky situation.
Yeah, and Alani Morse, I feel like that was huge. Her back foot coming off, she did so well to recover from there. That was a nice turn, sort of put her behind the sort of power source there, which caused her to be late for that fourth turn. But for Arisa to get 4 turns there, I feel like that will be the score. I am not a judge, but if I was a judge, I would give her the score.
Yeah, I think the judge is going to compare here with a lot of those numbers because she's looking for 5.95. That's going to be second highest score of Alani, of 5.5. And also what Alani's highest score is 6.33. So they're going to compare, like, is it going to fit in one of those, you know, those numbers?
Yeah, and early indications, judges going high 6s. It's a 6.33, so situation change. Okay, Sara Wakita now looking only for a 3.66 Tippy.
Even a 3.66, you're chasing a number, so you cannot make a mistake, you know, like, I don't know, because Sara Wakita, you know, her highest score is a 7. So in her mind is like, hey, if I'm pushing hard, I can get the number that I get before. But all you need to do is a 3.66.
Exactly. And look, we can't even count out Mirai Akita. She's chasing a 6.53. We've seen her go excellent. We've seen her surfing. But right now, all eyes on Sara Wakita. Here we go. Nice bottom turn to get things started. That's a great looking snap. Pushing so hard through these turns. And wow, Sara.
That's her 3.66 right there.
Easily. And Mirai Akita up and riding, looking for a 6.53. Nice series of turns here. I feel like Mirai surfing a little bit safe. She's looking for a finish and just can't get it, Tippy.
Yeah, Mirai surfing like a little bit outside of the pocket right there because she knows she been like having a little problem in the beginning of the heat. So I think Mirai is chasing a bigger task there. A 6.53. That's going to be her highest number, but it's not going to be on that one.
Yeah, and last of Mirai, a 4.43. So all eyes on Sara Wakita. This is the replay. It's safe to say she's getting the 3.66. I just love her backhand approach. Such wide wingspan, which really allows her to push through these turns and have that upper body torque. And she just looked really confident going into that one.
Yeah, she looks happy there. And then this is Mirai's last replay here. You can tell, you know, like she feel that there's a bit of a wobble in the first maneuver, and then she trying to get around all those lip there. and yeah, just out of momentum.
Yeah, wow. Well, congratulations to Sarah Wakita taking that one out. Alani Morse, the New Zealand underdog, moving on through to the semi-finals. We're going to cut to a quick ad break, but don't go anywhere. It's finals day.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
It is finals day down here at the Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. We've got quarterfinal heat number 3. It is huge points on the line. It's finals day. We got Siki Yang in the red, Ruby Berry in the blue, Rita Suzuki in the white, Kokoora Baba in the green. I'm Izzy Keldo, joined in the booth by Jessie Starling.
Hey, Iz.
Hey, how you going? Good. How are you?
I'm great. I just had a walk around the pool, got to see what the vibe was like. Everyone seems to be pretty high energy. Some of the shortboard surfers really locking in, particularly this lady, Siki Yang. I met her yesterday for the first time, which felt really random because I've seen her compete so much, but I have never seen a surfer so laser focused. She is looking incredibly sharp. Has spent the last 6 weeks pretty much over in Cruy, so she's had some reps going left over there. Ruby Berry from WA in that Margaret River region absolutely charges and also rips a wave pool. This is probably the best wave I've seen her surf this entire event, so we're saving a little juice in the tank for this quarterfinal here for Ruby Berry.
Yeah, I love that. Ruby got 17th at this event last year, so she's really looking to push and maximize points here. It's a QS 6000. It's the first event for co-sanctioned event of the season, so it's a huge result for Ruby and all these surfers in this heat.
Yeah, Siki and Ruby both also really starting with a nice pace to their waves. It kind of wasn't surfing in, just hit it this section to that section. It really was, let's come out the gates swinging. Scores are going to reflect that as well, with Siki and Ruby's to drop pretty shortly. But we have seen if you're dropping around that 6.65 mark and giving yourself a little bit of separation between your competitors on that first wave, it does tend to pay off as we go through the end of the heat.
Yeah, and I love this heat. This is a younger heat. Siki Yang, 16, Rita, 18, Ruby Berry, 18, Coco, 15. So super, super young heat. I love seeing all these women coming through the rankings. Of course, Siki Yang, youngest surfer ever to qualify for the Olympics at 14, representing China as well. So scores through for Ruby Berry are 6.17. We've seen the theme throughout the day. If you get a good start early, you're building that house, you're getting momentum, and I feel like here in the quarterfinals, that's really what you need. Here we go. Rita Suzuki up and riding on her backhand. Great first snap in the pocket. No downtime in between turns. I'm loving this approach from Rita. Can she get a fourth? Just comes unstuck there. Kokoro out behind her. I've been loving watching Kokoro up on her backhand. That's a good snap there. Gets a little hung. Nice at third. Can she fit a fourth? Wow. Super dynamic fourth turn.
Yeah, really strong wave there for Kokoro. She is definitely improving really quickly. I feel like when I first saw her a couple of years ago, she still looked quite young, but looking a lot stronger now and competing with a lot of heart as well. So just to get that start is really going to keep her in this conversation with just the standard that Siki and Ruby Berry. Let's break these down here. The Bonsai replay. Really lovely first turn here. Great technique. You can see her extending that back leg at the top of the wave as she drives through her turns. This is giving her a lot of velocity as she's moving through that next section. Unfortunately, that end turn there, she just buried her rail. And then now, when we look out the back towards Kokoro on that fourth wave here, this one really bowling up for her. First turn, really nice. Slight bog on that second one, but regained really well for that third and fourth turn to go super vertical. We know the fourth wave does have the biggest section coming back towards it. So reading that really well there for Kokoro Baba, and I definitely think she's going to keep herself in that conversation right now with Siki and Ruby, who are currently in first and second.
Yeah, I love that. Scores are coming on through. Last of Kokoro, a 5.33. Last of Rita, a 4.50. So really close with Siki, Ruby and Kokoro right now. I feel like Rita, there's so much opportunity. We get 4 waves and the surfers are rotating in between second and fourth wave. So getting the feet in the wax for Rita. We saw her go so huge yesterday in her earlier heats as well. And she got 9th at this event last year, 9th on the QS. She's looking to qualify for the Challenger Series.
It is definitely a hard task to do in the Asia region. It is such a stacked field. Even if you look at that previous heat, Sara Wakita, she has been doing this for so long, and it's been a few years since we've seen her back on that Challenger Series, and she, to me, is one of those surfers who definitely should be competing there pretty well full-time and challenging for a spot on that championship tour. So just showcasing that the talent coming out of the Asian region is growing every single year.
And Ruby Berry up and riding on her forehand. I've been loving her forehand attack. Great first turn. I love that second carve there. Really pushing so hard through this lip line and finishes that one off for a fourth. So great surfing out behind her. Siki Young, nice first turn there to get things started. I love her pace. She's so patient through here. A little bobble, gets heaps of speed, and will look for a huge finish. Oh, comes unstuck, which we haven't really seen Siki Young come unstuck.
She did all the hard work there.
Yeah.
That was really hard to see for Siki, as just as she was coming back down out of that last turn, she put her back arm back, which shifted all the weight off onto her tail there, which means unfortunately she didn't get the completion there. Ruby Berry, though, really impressed with her surfing here. I actually think it's quite hard to surf this wave as a goofy footer, and I noticed even surfing on the right, you have to keep your bottom turns relatively shallow to be able to get that pop on the tail, but Ruby is still keeping a really deep bottom turn through her surfing and getting the fins out the back, which is a testament of how hard she's actually pushing right now. Siki Yang, great start to this wave. The technique, even the way she puts her hand in the water off her bottom turns, that outside fin completely coming out. And then here's where it all went wrong. She did everything, but there's that back arm back I was talking about. As soon as that happened, that weight, unfortunately, instead of moving forward and giving that her momentum to step out in front of the foam, just pushed her right back into it. But she is the type of competitor who really does stay lively and adaptive. So we know that that next wave, more than likely, is going to be just corrected, and Siki's going to try again and go harder.
Yeah, and we saw her yesterday. She loved being pushed by her competitors. Her competitors got one up on her, but she loved being put in that sort of part of the heat where she needed the score, and I feel like that's where she thrives.
Oh,
and it's
definitely
really interesting to watch.
Back up against the wall type of surfer, and that's where her best surfing comes out. And to be fair, that type of surfer is rapidly growing. There's not a lot of people who really do come out the gates firing and just keep building every single time. Siki actually had a couple of moments at the start of this event where she had the 8, she backed it up with a 6, and then they ended up being her best 2 scores, but definitely the type of surfer who won't crumble under pressure, and I love that is a standard that she's now setting for herself.
Yeah, I love that. Here we go. Kokoro up and riding on her second wave. I love that first turn. She's really showing the judges how she's putting her board in a critical part of the wave. 2 vertical turns and a fourth. Wow. Kokora, you can tell how happy she is, the smile on her face. I love, that's the surfing I saw her doing in the opening rounds. Right behind her, Rita Suzuki, that's better from Rita. Puts herself in the perfect position in the power source to hit that fourth turn. She claims it, she likes it, I'm loving it.
Yeah, both of those girls needed a really nice wave then to keep up with what Ruby and Siki are doing. Both of them have scores in the 6 range. Ruby dropping another 6, so she's currently in the lead right now. So these needed to be pretty well served to make sure that they're staying nice and lively in this heat. Great first turn into a lovely looking second one there. You can see she's not totally hitting the bottom of the wave, staying slightly off that bottom there, which is keeping her board having so much speed and momentum instead of losing it when her board does flatline. And then you look out the back, Rita doing the exact same thing. This is just showing that both of these ladies have put a lot of reps in the pool here. I love the fact that Rita actually got the finish on this one. You could tell she was really bummed on that last wave when she didn't get it, but double fist pump. That it's not very often you see that anymore. Usually it's just the low-key one fist climb. But yeah, Rita Suzuki and Kokoro, yeah, definitely setting a statement on that last one.
And I think that's huge as well for Rita. We haven't really seen many surfers get that fourth turn on that fourth wave. So, wow, scores are through for Kokora, a 7.67. So, judges really rewarding that critical surfing, top to bottom surfing, no downtime, and scores starting to trickle on through for Rita. It's going to be in the similar ballpark as well.
And this is that moment that we were saying Siki Yang actually thrives in. So let's see if she can keep that storyline moving in a similar direction right now. She is back down into 4th place, where prior to her last wave, she was sitting up in the lead. So we've seen so many of these heats chop and change. The top 2 end up going to the bottom 2, but all 4 of these women with a great score in their lineup already. It really is going to come down to who can handle this pressure and perform in these next 2 waves. So Siki Yang is going to be on that very next one, and it's the second wave of the set, which consistently we know she loves.
Yeah, and looking for a 5.87, still 2 opportunities to get that score, but as we know, this is the quarterfinals. So here we go. She's up and riding. I love how she comes from behind the pocket there. She really goes vertical there for a second. Free falling. Wow, a 3rd. Can she fit in a 4th? Siki Yang, huge surfing there. So I will leave that to the judges, but it's pretty good. I'm going to say it's a 5.87. Out behind her, Ruby Berry looking to improve on a 6.17. Like we said, Jessie, she's got to put herself more behind the pocket to really not be pushed onto the face, as she is a goofy-footed surfer. She's come so far, and we're not seeing many goofy surfers left in the draw.
No, definitely not. Siki, you're totally right. Took this one from behind the pocket there, and that actually placed her perfectly to go vertical on that first section, which then, of course, sets the tone for the rest of the wave here. Drives even harder on that back foot on that 3rd turn. We saw the tail release out the back here with the finish. Little look back, she liked the feeling of it too. And then Ruby as well, taking off really deep, started off really strong here. Nice jam in the pocket. She drives hard through this second one as well. You can see this end section has actually been a bit of a hindrance to Ruby over this event. That second wave has proven to be in her favor consistently so far. I love the start of it. Unfortunately, without the finish, that wave won't go into her top 2, but Siki, it's one of those ones where I actually don't think it's on par with what we saw from Kokoro Baba on that last wave. I don't see it going into that range, but it probably will meet somewhere near her high score right now. So she'll be back in this heat with that wave. What she needs to be careful of is these 2 Japanese surfers and Ruby Berry on the second wave in that next rotation.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel for Ruby Berry, she was a little bit late to that last turn. We saw her board go through the lip, and yeah, like you said, Jessie, a 6.87 for Siki Yang, so puts her back into the lead. But we have to remember Rita and Kokora are 1 wave behind Ruby and Siki.
I think this is also going to really test these surfers, like we mentioned at the start of the heat, or like you mentioned, Izzy. These ladies are really young as well, so this is one of those things where they're going to have to put their maturity to the test right now, see if they can keep focused, keep driving through these moments right now. Do I have a doubt that they won't? no, they are definitely going to rise to the occasion here. So I'm excited to see Rita Suzuki get another chance at the second wave here, because I felt like she had more to give on her first attempt.
Yeah, and really interesting to note, a 4.50 is her low score, which she got on this second wave, but that's a great first turn. Tail high, out of the lip, a second and a third. I love how she's staying in the pocket, real deep bottom turn, which timed it perfectly. She got to that section early and allowed her to throw spray out behind her. Kokora, oh my goodness, just throwing so much spray for how small she is. It just goes to show how perfectly she's putting her board, timing it so well, and gets a finish there, Jessie.
I don't think I've seen anyone read that wave better so far this event, and especially on the second and the fourth. Usually one surfer has a preference that you've seen, not a preference, but it just turns out that is their better wave. But Kokoro is really understanding all the fundamentals and the characteristics that both the second and the fourth wave have. We'll break down her fourth wave here, but Rita Suzuki pushed really hard on this. She got the finish. Look how low she gets to make sure she confirms she's got that. So had that little bit of extra zoom about her in that last wave. And then here, Rita just driving so hard on every single section here, timing it perfectly. Look, she starts her bottom turn in the whitewater, every single one of those turns there. We know that's a tricky end section to make. It does build. It starts to push back towards you there. So Kokoro Baba, like I mentioned, I actually don't think I've seen any other woman read both of the waves as well as she has in this heat so far in this competition.
And that's so impressive. To do it on the fourth wave, we spoke about earlier how it's so hard to get a fourth turn on the fourth wave with the water rushing back up the lip, and here we go. It's the best wave of the whole event, an 8.83 for Kokora.
And that really does reflect the time she's put out here, just exactly how she knows not to bottom turn too deep and hit that flat spot. It is hard. That was getting the better of me yesterday afternoon. So Kokoro just really relishing in the pressure of this situation and rising above it now. So has a 16.5 heat combination. Rita Suzuki's last wave actually put her up into second. So now the two surfers that were holding down first and second for entirety of the heat are back down in a pressure situation. So Siki, 717, Ruby with a 767. We've seen Siki go excellent, but this is going to have to be Ruby's best wave of the entire event so far.
And we've seen her perform better on the second wave of the set, which is what she's on now. I'm excited to see what she has. She takes off right on the wall, which allows her to free fall, come through that top turn, throwing so much spray. You can see how hard she's pushing. Wow. Just comes unstuck, but Jessie, she had to do that. She needed a 7.67 out behind her. Okay, here we go. Siki Yang up and riding. Nice first turn to get things started. That's a better second turn for Siki. Throwing so much water, nice and compressed. Can she ride out? She does. Okay, she asked the question, Jessie.
I think so. Ruby, I love the intent on that wave, that third turn with the completing that third turn and an extra maneuver on that wave. It's probably going to go close to being that 767. She was just coming at it with so much speed, so much intensity, and I love the fact that she actually was rising to the occasion before this. You can see, this is what I'm talking about. She's bottom turning from the flat part of the wave and still generating so much speed, pushed hard on that section there, and unfortunately just got stuck as the lip was falling down, which pushed her even further back, making it really hard for her core to work to get her back up here. Now, Siki, I wasn't thinking yes on that first turn. The second turn gave me more of an indication of it might go there. Then I went back down on the third turn, like it's probably not going to get there, and then maybe on the fourth. I actually don't think it is a 717. I think it was lacking a little bit of extra pizzazz about it, especially when you look back at the 707 of Rita Suzuki. That felt better than what we saw of Siki Yang.
Yeah, it felt a little bit down the line surfing. I think Siki Yang, we know she thrives in that having to get a score, but I felt like she was trying a little too hard. We've really seen her flow through that, and that felt like she was pushing in the wrong parts of the waves, which caused her to be a little out of rhythm, and score comes through. It's a 6.23, so it doesn't go into her top two, and Kokora and Rita with the last wave of the set sitting in first and second.
Yeah, so they are moving on through to the semi-finals alongside Sarah Wakita, Alani Morse. We've also got a couple of women women in that first heat that went through. I believe Taylor Green had an incredible performance. One more quarterfinal after this, but this essentially is just another opportunity for both of these ladies to showcase their surfing, how well they know this, and maybe show a little bit of threat and nerves to the other competitors.
Yeah, I really want to see them go to the air. I've seen them in a practice session try it, and that they've made it to the semi-finals, but also they got to save their energy for the semi-finals coming up. Kokora, wow, huge first turn, timed it so well. That's a great second turn, pushing so hard. Can she get a fourth? And oh my goodness, I love that kick of the fins out on the fourth. We haven't seen that too much as we see Rita Suzuki out behind her. These women just so compressed through there. You see Rita on the foam ball, which actually she doesn't have to generate her own speed. She's really utilizing the wave to give her that push out on the face.
Kokoro just having the heat of her life. That heat. That was so exceptional to watch. I really hope she keeps channeling that. I hope that's not just a one performance and then it's done sort of thing. That whatever mindset, whatever preheat routine, let's mimic that, because that clearly worked for her there. Excellent heat total, 16.5. Rita Suzuki, she built in that heat as well. So the fact that she can be backed into a corner and still rise above it is great signs for what's to come this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm so excited. With that said, congratulations to Kokora and Rita. Moving on through to the semi-finals, we have another stacked quarterfinal heat number 4. We're going to cut to a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, it takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Great looking quarterfinal matchup on our hands here. Is the last quarterfinal here. We're looking to solidify the women's QS semi-finals here at the Siheung Korea Open. Shino Matsuda in the red, Minami Nonaka in the blue, Nanaho Suzuki in the white, and Ruby True in the green. 3 Japanese and 1 Seoul Aussie. We're straight into replays here. My name is Jessie Starling, and to take you through this, Giada Legati.
Wow, that first turn, she really jams that board in the pocket and took the most of that first part of the wave, and that is exactly where most of the points come from as well. Right behind her, Minami Nonaka on her backhand. Nice first opening turn, sets it up again. She wastes no time in between these incredible backhand snaps. Unfortunately goes down there and isn't able to ride out of it, but she did most of the damage out the back.
She had to airdrop out of that last section too. I thought for a moment she was going to pull it off. So Minami Nonaka, she'll regroup and try and get the completion on that next wave. So scores in at 6-5 for Shino, 4-5 for Minami Nonaka. Now, no one excites me more than Nanaho Suzuki, because she has an incredible air game. And I've heard in some of those free serves, she was landing air reverses like there was no tomorrow. I would love nothing more than to see that put into play right now.
Absolutely. And we're talking about last year's winner as well. She was busting out those airs in her final heat, so I am so excited to watch her surf. She is such a well-rounded surfer. There is nothing she can't do.
And then Ruby True as well. She's a skateboarding Olympian. She has an incredible air game on her as well. So it feels like we talk about wave pool events being like a skate comp too. Ruby is one of those surfers that this could actually play an advantage to. She can try and think about this like it's a run, give us different surfing each and every wave. But Nanaho is on the second wave of the set here. Let's see what she got. She goes vertical on that first and just tries to engage the rail, but unfortunately her board just not coming with her. So she's going to have to get out of the way. Ruby True is going to be up and riding right behind her here from my hometown in Narrabeen. Nice looking carve on this second section here. This is where we have this big oncoming X section. Goes in, pops an air and lands it.
No way.
Yes, that was the sickest straightie. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Ruby True, thank you. I love seeing women do airs in competition.
That was sick. I'm kind of buzzing off of that. That is so cool. I'm a big fan. Oh my God, I'm a big fan. Let's break this down. Nanaho Suzuki, unfortunately here, you can see her outside rail gets a little like dug on the way up. But this wave from Ruby True, the first air on the women's side, big hack there, wraps it around, giving the variety. I love this turn as you see her eye this section down and takes to the air. Beautiful straightie, lands it pretty cleanly. No, she lands it clean. Like, let's be real, she did it.
We're not mucking around in here. She landed that clean, really nice frontside grab as well. That was full skateboarding put into surfing. And we were just talking about how she could really mimic a skate contest right now by being in a wave pool. So we are assuming a really nice number is going to roll through for Ruby True here, because prior to the air, there was 3 great turns before that as well. So yes, this is going to set a new tone of women going for airs in this event. And if that's going to rev anyone up as well, it's going to be Nanaho Suzuki.
Wow, what a matchup. I feel like Nanaho is also a bit of a surf and skater. So the fact that they're both in the same rotation, in the same heat, is going to be insane. I'm excited to see what that, fuels in Nanaho. Does she like rise to the occasion, or is she going to crumble a bit in after seeing that? But there we have it. Ruby True, 717. She sets the tone. That's what the judges give when you take to the air.
It's so interesting because every single one of these women have strong advantage points that really do suit them. Minami, I talk about it every single time she competes. Her timing is impeccable. Because of her stature, it needs to be. She always surfs bigger than herself, so let's see if she can find that better timing on this wave here. Great looking bottom turn. See when she connects, so much water comes out the back here, starts to build as this wave grows down the line, gets into it, confirms the completion as well here for Minami Nonaka. Now Shino out the back, drives through this first carve here. We've mentioned being a goofy footer, sometimes it can push you a little bit too far out on the face here, but Shino proven that wrong. She stayed nice and tight in the pocket that entire time. She opened up with a really solid score as well, so a 6.5, so already backing that up on the second wave here. But when you think about Shino's strengths, I mean, big barrels at Chopu is one of her biggest strengths.
Absolutely. I think personally, Shino is one of my favorite surfers to watch in all these QS's events, because I think she's a powerful surfer, but very feminine nonetheless. Here we're going to watch a replay of Minami. Remember, her last performance in Philippines Baler was incredible. She's looking unstoppable this turn, lightning fast, gets that last one in. So that's going to be a great score for Minami. Shino right behind her. This is what I'm saying. She is so strong, but I love that she still has that feminine touch to her surfing, and it's very inspiring because she goes for the barrels. She's great at turns, and I'm sure she probably can take to the air as well. I wouldn't be surprised if she does.
No, I wouldn't be surprised either. She is a woman of many talents as well. I'm excited for this next rotation now too. Ruby True, she's going to find herself on the second wave, which traditionally what we've seen in this event so far, I would say bar Kanoa Hije is a lot of the better air sections are actually on that fourth wave. So is this going to force Ruby into driving into more turns, or is she still going to give us another air to work with here? However, the shoe's on the other foot for Nanaho Suzuki. She is on that more traditional air wave now. Is she going to be able to stick it in competition? Will she even go for it? So many questions to be answered, which will happen very shortly when that next set does roll through. Scores in though. Minami Nonaka with a 6-5. So she is well and truly back in the conversation of this heat, but Shino adding to the scoreline. It was a 6-6-7 for that last wave. So improving on her total right now. That is going to be her best wave of the heat so far, putting herself in a good spot for these next two waves. Takes the pressure off just that little bit more. All right, waves rolling through. Let's see what our skateboard Olympian can do here. Wave number 2 for Ruby True. Gets the takeoff. Really solid vertical first turn here for Ruby. She goes to that textbook carve after that first turn, snaps it again. She's going to stick to traditional rail surfing, but mistimes that end section there. Nanaho now. Nice vertical snap to start this one off. Is this going to be a wave where she just gets a score on the board and goes to really strong turns here? Gets into it for the last one, almost loses it for the completion, but she is out in the front of the foam. So both of these ladies opting for a little bit more traditional surfing on their last two rides.
Yeah, you're right. Something I wanted to mention, Ruby True, she took to the air on the very first wave of her, of this heat. She didn't even wait to get 2 scores in. She was like, you know what? I'm just going to go big right now. So let's break this one down. Massive hack there. Really pushes the tail all the way around. Does it again, giving that variety on her front hand. And then here, unfortunately, kind of goes down. You can see the back foot just slipped off out the back, but she has that 717. She's in a pretty safe spot. Nanaho fumbles a little bit on the takeoff again, but recovers nicely, finds her timing, gets a score on the board. So I'm pretty sure after this, we're going to see Nanaho ramp things up if I've seen enough of her heats.
Yeah, it felt like Nanaho on that wave as well. A half beat out of the pocket. She wasn't really sitting nice and tight in it like we've seen so far throughout the event from her. And I always talk about women and men setting a standard for themselves, and Nanaho has set such a high one for me personally watching her, because she's just so consistent at putting her best foot forward and not crumbling under pressure. So right now, I think the surfing we've seen from Nanaho is good, but it's not her best. We know she's got so much more left in the tank, and scores reflecting that. A 5-4 for a wave she was probably sitting in second gear for, which is actually a compliment to her.
Absolutely. But yeah, like we said, I think that takeoff fumble maybe mistimed her for the rest of the wave. You could see that she was, slightly more on the outside, and she's on her backhand, so it should be a little bit easy for her to put that board in that tight pocket like you're saying. But I'm sure she is going to really heat things up now. She has a pretty good score on the board. Still in the game, 6-4-1 to get into that advancing position and into the next round.
Shino Matsuda looking to better a 6.5. This is her opportunity to do so. Taking off nice and close to the wall here. Into it on this first section. Goes with so much momentum. Now in this mid part of the wave, let's see this energy build. Starts to belt it again for that fourth turn. 0 downtime, lots of speed, a lot of energy in her surfing. Minami Nonaka on that same trajectory. Little mistimed on this third section here. Starts to build. Can she fit in one more turn? She unfortunately mistimed it. You can see a little bit of frustration on her face as well, but still with some moments of glory out the back there. Only needs to better a 4-5, but needs a 5-3-1. Is it a 5-3-1?
I don't know. I mean, incredible surfing, but it might be just under. If you compare it to this one, wow, massive turn here. Sets it up with that one line surfing that the judges really like to see. No double pumps, lots of spray out the back, completes it nicely. She rides out, showing that she's in control. So it's going to be a pretty good score for Shino. Minami here takes off a bit of an airdrop. Does really nice here. Like we said, lightning fast. gets a little stuck on the top there, and here you can see her trying to reach one more turn and gets a little late to the section. But crazy how these surfers have done so many heats that just by the feeling of how they surf, they know exactly what type of score that's going to be dropping.
Yeah, Minami knew at the end of that wave it was a 4.8, so not that 5.31 she was chasing, but it did drop her low score. She does have a 6.5 in the lineup, and it did come on that second wave, which we're going to see her on in her next rotation. So that's going to give her a little bit of confidence moving into the back half of this heat. What she does need to be careful of, though, is Ruby True not bettering a 4.63 here. Shino Matsuda seems to be dropping yet another consistently good score. It is the best of the heat so far, a 7.27 for that last one for Shino. So now Ruby True, she's chasing a 6.78 for the lead. Minami Nonaka, like we mentioned, needs a 5.31, and Nanaho chasing a 6.41, which in any other situation, you would think that's actually a pretty hard score to get. But Nanaho, she's won here before. She's got excellent scores here before. This is all about her just finding her rhythm on this next wave here. She's back on that second wave of the set where she unfortunately fell on that first wave that she had. So let's see if she can make amends of what happened earlier here. Such beautiful technique for Nanaho. That front arm just drawing so hard on the bottom, which is allowing so much water to come off her top turns. Loses it on the finish there. You could see was trying to get a 2-for-1 right at the end here. Ruby True jams that first section. Love how much she's using that tail just to drift it around the corner here. Here we go. Gearing up, goes big. Gets for a straighty as well, but you can see had to rush it a little bit, so her timing slightly off there. So both of these ladies have some nice moments on that wave, but it's really now going to have to come down to one last ride for both of them.
Oh, that was what an interesting exchange.
Yeah.
You know, you'd be, I mean, Nanaho, this was definitely going to be her best wave of the heat here. I mean, she started off really well. Again, like I said, that one line surfing that the judges love. Big spray every time that board connects with the lip line. Here, I feel like she was just trying to do too much. I think she should have probably waited and gone in that one big turn and finished it off nicely. Ruby True gets a little stuck there. Mistimed the second one as well, and I think it all comes down to that first turn as well. Again, trying to do too much in a situation where sometimes the more simple you are or the more simple approach you give, the better.
I agree. And watching both of those surfers, you know in your mind how much potential they have too. So you want to see them completely live up to that. Obviously, it's a really hard environment to handle all this pressure and still perform above it, but we know both of these surfers can. Judges still having to think about Nanaho's last wave. Those first three turns were really critical. Her most critical of the heat so far as well. She's chasing a 6.41. The scores are starting to lock in. It is going to be her best. It's actually going to come pretty close. So a 6.27 for the last of Nanaho Suzuki. So falling just short of that 6.41. So you'd have to think if she didn't try and go for that 2-for-1 at the end and squeeze in two turns in the section of one, that score would have absolutely put her up into second place.
She has one more chance. It's not a big score that she needs, 5.54, but it is Shino and Minami now with their last wave of this heat. So I'm pretty excited to watch this little exchange to go through because Shino really wants to stay in the lead, and she's going to want to get rid of that 6.67 right now.
Yeah, Minami right now only chasing a 5.31. That's if Ruby doesn't improve on this next situation here. Lovely looking first turn. You can see she puts so much into her turn, so much energy. She uses her whole torso to drive out of these turns here. Vertical, can't get the completion for Minami Nonaka. Now Shino is going to try and extend her lead and really make sure that she is well and truly into the semifinals. Lays into a cool down carve for Shino Matsuda, so giving us variety and an impeccable heat. Made every single one of her waves. Surfed them all very differently too. So Shino Matsuda felt like she was just enjoying it out there, not having to rush or force anything on her waves.
Absolutely. I mean, just looking at her scores right now, that's kind of some textbook heat surfing. She started off with a 6.5, got that 6.67, ended with that 7.27. I don't know if this wave is going to go into her top two, but let's break this replay down from Minami. Great start. Straight off the bat, wasted no time. She got some really nice turns in, but I don't know, this last wave, this last turn here that goes down, I think it would have been really important for her to really ride out of it, to give herself a chance to get back in. 5-3-1 wasn't a big requirement. Shino Matsuda, beautiful as well. That is some terrific surfing. Giving something different at the end, something refreshing, which is something that always gives the judges, you know, that excitement factor and something new and different. After watching so many heats all day, I think if you give them something new to look at, it's always going to be well rewarded.
Oh, definitely, definitely. So Minami's last wave comes in. It's a 5-point ride. You'd have to think with the completion, there's no question that it couldn't have gone to that 5-3-1. So Minami Nonaka, unfortunately, out of the draw. There is Ruby True in second right now. She's trying to better a 4.63 because Nanaho is breathing down her neck at this point, chasing a 5.54. So this is a really crucial exchange. I also, this might be a little bit bitter, but I love the fact that it's come down to these two ladies at this point because they are going to be watching each other's waves. They also know how talented they both are. And this is it. There's no second chances after this.
Yeah, so this is the moment where all that off-season training comes to play. It's all about emotions right now. They have to keep it all under control. They both really want this spot. Ruby sitting on that 717 hasn't really gotten a big score since. Let's see what she does.
Here we go. Ruby True on her last attempt here. Has that first turn on lock, then is continuously driving into a really nice carb here. Let's see this end section. She's going to need a completion. She didn't have that on her 4.63, but now has it on this last wave. Nanaho, this needs to be a good wave to keep in the conversation for the semi-finals here. She is a previous champion, goes up for the finish. It's nice and vertical. It's that one-line surfing that Giada's been talking about. She loves it. So both ladies doing exactly what they needed to do. Surf away from start to finish and get the completion. Neither of them held back either. So that is the perfect scenario for us as a sports fan. It's now in the hands of the judges, which is a stressful place for both of these ladies to live in.
I've got butterflies. Like, this is so exciting. I can't believe that exchange. Very similar waves, okay? Very similar. The approach was the same. They opted for that traditional surfing. Let's see it. Big jam. She went straight for it, giving variety, giving something different. I like that. She was really sharp as well. She finished it, which was her problem last time. She didn't get that finishing. She improves her score, 5.80. Now it's all eyes on this wave from Nanaho Suzuki. I got worried quite a few times. You can see in her bottom turn, that board kept on shaking as if, you know, she was, you know, losing a little bit of control, but she managed to ride out of it. She got some good scores. I don't know if that last one was to convince the judges or herself. 5.53, unfortunately not enough.
My thought process on it was her best wave obviously was the previous to last one. The surfing she did on that, even with the fall, was the best surfing. And so unfortunately, Nanaho just slightly missed timing that wave. So Ruby True going into the semi-finals. Let's roll into the men's quarterfinals. I'm going to step out. Daiwaka is going to come in. More action coming your way.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day, taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
Things are heating up here in Korea. We had our first air from the women's side.
Yeah.
Ruby True 717 was her score. That was super exciting, but now we have shifted back to the men's. This is quarterfinal heat 1 in the water. Already scores coming through. Caleb Tancred unfortunately going down on this one, 0.93. Zaina Sink started off with a 3. We will be seeing Xavier Huxtable and Kanoa Hije in this quarterfinal as well. So I want to welcome back my dear friend Dai Wacko into the booth. He'll be calling this heat with me.
Wow, how exciting it was in the last heat. The air. I was watching it on live, I mean, outside. We should say beach, maybe. Yeah, and then that was crazy. I think it was my first time. No, last year, Nanaho actually did a crazy air reverse in the end, but that was beautiful straight air from Ruby.
And funny thing, Nanaho was in that heat.
Yeah.
And I thought she was going to go for the air too, you know. I would think that she saw Ruby's wave and would be like, yep, all right, it's time to bust it out. But unfortunately, Nanaho dropping out there very last minute. But it was a great heat to watch and very entertaining. We are now waiting for this local boy, Kanoa Hije. He will be starting off his quarterfinal heat 1. He's double dipping as well, doing the longboarding as well as the shortboarding. He knows this wave pool better than anyone else. So exciting moments ahead as we wait for our local hero, I would say. Yesterday, people kept asking him for photos, so I was like, man, you're like famous out here. All right, here we go. Good first sharp turn. Wraps it around there for the second one. Jams the pocket again. Eyes this section down. Will he take to the air? And he does. Unfortunately, goes down behind him. Xavier Huxtable on his backhand. Couple good turns to set the tone. This is a fourth wave. You see a bit of whitewash on the face. He controls it quite nicely. Beautiful tail slide all the way around. He rides out of it with all the control in the world. So, interesting.
Big finish from Xavier Huxtable, you know. It was a great surfing, and I knew Kanoa was trying to do some big airs in the end, but beautiful first turn, a lot of sprays out of back, beautiful rail turn carve there, and then love the third turn, and he was just eyeing for the section, takes it to the sky. Unfortunately, he didn't rotate well, but this was another great performance from Xavier Huxtable. He's a very experienced surfer. Beautiful finish here. Tail released. Wow, that was a strong finish from Xavier Huxtable. It's going to be a good number for him.
Absolutely. I mean, Xavier's backhand is vicious. I've seen Xavier take out some big names, and he is one of those surfers that in every QS, unless he's had an absolute shocker because he couldn't find a wave, he will make finals day almost every time. So I'm very excited to be watching him. Unfortunately, his friend Telly Wiley dropping out yesterday, but it's okay. That's the sport we love, and sometimes you lose more than you win.
Oh, definitely. You know, I had more loses than winning. So I know that. I know how it feels, but it's competition. It's about competition.
Yeah.
It's win or lose, but you get the feeling too, right?
Exactly, and I think the most important thing that you can take out of those losses is learning from it and kind of picking yourself back up, telling yourself that it's fine and brushing it off and not bringing it into your next event, because it's easy to drag losses like into your next events, and that kind of sets you back a little bit. So it's important to be able to brush it off, which I believe is a huge factor, not only for the competitive world, but even in normal life. All right, live action. Zaina Sink. He got a 3 in the last one. Let's see what he brings to the table. Good opening carve here. Jams the pocket, really pushes the tail, does it again, a bit more flare this time, and floats to finish. Loving the variety, loving the fresh look to it. Caleb Tancred out the back. It's a little stuck there on that first maneuver, but recovers pretty nicely, gets 2 turns in, and finishes it off pretty strong. Really nicely done. I'm excited for this exchange. Zane, you know, giving a bit more of that fresh look to this wave, a little more variety. Caleb going for a more traditional approach.
Right, it was a great exchange between Zane, Sink, and Caleb Tancred. Both of them just attacked the section with a full power. So let's take another look on this one. Love the opening carve back in the parcels. Love the layback turn here. You know, great connection with the wave. Love the tail release there too, and straight into the floats to finish. I love the classic floater to finish. That was a great action, and this was a great surfing. I thought, you know, he mistimed a little bit, but he recovers it really nicely. He gets back to the, you know, rhythm with the ocean here and get big finish. So that's more like him. So it was great surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. That was some great surfing from Caleb Tancred. 5.27. So his first score. Xavier Huxtable 6.67 for his first wave. We're waiting for the last of Zane Kanoa, a 4.67 to start off his quarterfinal campaign. It's we've got a pretty good heat in our hands already. 2 surfers with 2 of the waves. This is gonna be Xavier Huxtable on that second wave of the set. Now it's gonna be a little cleaner. I'm excited to see what he brings to this to the table.
Definitely, it's gonna be a good performance from Xavier, but looks like Zhang Singh just dropped to 5.60. So this is a great heat. Everyone pretty much stays sitting in the same place at the moment. So this wave number 2 for Xavier and Kanoa Hije will change the situation here.
Absolutely, Xavier's wave is definitely gonna be rattling some cages. He dropped to second, but only because he has that one wave next to his name. So let's see, I think Xavier opting for epoxy in this wave pool, which is what most of the surfers have been using. All right, let's break this one down. Straight off the bat, nice opening turn. Does it again on this second one. Loving it, a little more critical there. He goes upside down. You can see his head really dropping when that board connects to the lip. Kanoa behind him. Beautiful flare there. Love how that tail went all the way around. Does a bit more variety here. Eyes this section down, takes to the air and falls again. He's done that twice now. We'll see if he manages to stick it the third time. But I'm loving the variety he's giving. You know, he's trying to keep it fresh and new.
Wow, it was a great attempt from Kanoa Hije, and also for Xavier's last wave. That was a textbook surfing completely, you know, from start to finish. There's no downtime in between turns. You know, everything was on point and, you know, connecting with the wave smoothly and gets the big finish. Only thing is that he did a double pump on the last to approach the last section, but still it was a huge finish. But this first stand was amazing from Kanoa Hije. We don't really see that. But he was eyeing for the section. I think he mistimed a little bit here, so probably he needs to get back and just reset. But beautiful first stand here, tail released, tail slides there. So he knows how to surf here because he surfs here pretty much every day, I guess. So next wave, he needs to get back into this 5 or 6 point range.
Absolutely. I think he kind of needs to put his head back on his shoulder and not do too much. I feel like the first 2 waves he's been trying to maybe show a little too much, where I think he just has to keep it a little more simple and go back to what he knows. Like you said, he knows this wave better than anyone. So tone it down a little bit, maybe give an 80-85%, because there hasn't been any major scores dropped just yet. If you look, the only one with 2 decent scores is Xavier. That's 6.67 and the 6.5, whereas Zane and Caleb are still in that 5 range, 3s. So it's not out of his hands just yet.
Definitely, and it's going to be important number, wave number 3 for both Caleb and Zane, because they wanted to be in that 6 point range like Xavier Huxtable. So it's going to be interesting exchange here.
All right, here we go. Caleb Tancred now on his backhand. Smooth first turn. Sets it up. He's setting the tone. Let's see what he does. Beautiful backhand hack there. Sets it up for this finishing. That was some great surfing from Caleb. Zane a sink right behind. Does a bit of a canoa flare as well. A little mid-face wave there. He eyes this section down, takes to the air, unfortunately goes down swinging though, so that's gonna be a bit of a painful one for Zayn Sink. He only has that 5'6" next to his name. Caleb is definitely gonna be improving, so we've got a pretty interesting heat in our hands.
Wow, that was a great surfing from Caleb, first of all. Very relaxed, composed surfer. Loved the connection with the wave, great rhythm, and there's no downtime. Actually, there's one text down there, but still, that actually put him into the great position to attack the final section. So great surfing from Caleb, and I love the first attempt here, but probably he wanted to, slide the tail a little bit more, but he just attempted the air here, but unfortunately he couldn't stick to the landing. But it was a good attack, good attempt.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like in Zayn's wave, he couldn't decide what he wanted to do. Like he wasn't committing. Yeah. Like he did that first turn well, but then he did the carve and he ended it too quickly to then stall and then do the air, So I think he's another one that needs to just slow it down, and he's got the surfing. He just has to pull it together, really.
Definitely.
All right, Caleb Tancred, 6.03. Goes to second. Now Zayn Sink and Kanoa Hije with a bit of work to do. This is going to be their third wave of this heat. So here we have it, 6.63. Last two chances for Kanoa. Let's see if he goes for the air again or if he's going to stick to the more traditional surfing, because he's got it.
Right, and this is going to be a really important wave for Kanoa, because this is wave number 3. He gets 2 more chances, and he definitely wants to showcase his surfing to the local people. So I gotta say, he's going for the air.
We'll see in no time. You can see him get ready. He's got a bit of a smile on his face, so he's enjoying his time. We'll see what Kanoa brings for his home crowd. Takes off, sets it up. Beautiful first hack. Super speedy on that second one. Loving the style he's bringing, eyeing this section down. Let's see if he goes for it. Takes to the air, lands it. Does the rotation. Xavier Huxtable out the back answering. Let's see what he brings. Beautiful backhand turns here. Does the finishing again. What an exchange from Xavier and Kanoa. He finally got that landing he was looking for. It's gonna go into his top 2. He gave the variety. Lots of good maneuvers there, so he must be feeling pretty good.
Well, first of all, it was a great, different approach from both surfers, and really enjoyed watching all the performances. But the first turn was powerful. Second turn has power, energy to it. I love the third turn as well. Wow, he was eyeing for the section here, and this time finally he sticks to the landing. There was no downtime on this wave, so it's gonna be a good number for Kanoa, and he's probably happy now. And this is more like classic backhand attack. He stays like that from wave number 1 to number 2, but with the power actually. I love the third turn, and this last section actually he puts everything into it. So great surfing from Xavier, great plan, great strategy as well.
Wow, what a good exchange. 2 very different approaches. The judges taking a good, strong look at it, and it's gonna be a good score for Kanoa Hije from Korea. This is our local star now. Seeing the scores trickle through, 7-5-0 goes straight to second. Xavier Huxtable now also with a great score. He's going to be increasing his scoreline as well. So it is all eyes on Caleb Tancred and Zayn Sink now.
Wow.
Xavier, 7-4-3. We've got a heat in our hands.
Wow, it's going to be a very interesting exchange, because this is going to be the last chance for all the surfers. And Caleb now needs 6.15, Zayn now needs 6.58, which is not a big score, but still it has to be decent.
All right, back to what's happening in the pool. Zayn Sink's last wave of this heat. He wants a spot. Good opening turn. Sets it up again, giving the flare, and goes down. Oh, that is so unfortunate. I'm pretty gutted there for Zaina Singh. He must be feeling it right now. Caleb Tancred gets a little stuck on the top there. Finds his timing, really tight in the pocket turns here. Let's see. Strong finishing there for Caleb. He needs a 6.15. So that first turn wasn't so convincing, but the rest was great.
He did a great job to recover from the mistake. But let's talk about the Zane's last wave first. Beautiful opening carve start with. Unfortunately, you know, probably, I don't know, maybe he should have just carved down to the parcels, but this is the wave. He needs a score. Kind of stuck on the first wave, but still he did a great job to recover from it. Those last 3 times was amazing.
Yeah, they're really solid. Now watching the replay,
wow,
that was actually really impressive. So this is going to be a close call. 6.15. By those 3 last turns, I would say yes.
Yes.
The only thing would probably be that first maybe mistimed section, but you could say that was a setup turn.
Right. Yeah, you know, but the judging criteria, you know, they don't really want to see surfer missing the section. So it's going to be close because the last 3 times was so big. So I'm not sure he's going to get.
I think he's got it. I think that's going to be a 6.15. Oh, actually, I'm wrong, and that's why I'm a commentator, not a judge. 5.60 for Caleb Tancred does not go into his top 2. So it will be Xavier Huxtable and Kanoa Hije going into the semifinals here in Korea. This is going to be a bit of a victory lap for Xavier and a training round for Kanoa. Not that he needs it because he practically lives here.
Right.
But it's a big congratulations to both those surfers. That's a big result.
Wow, Kanoa, it's a big result for him. It's a QS 6000 into semifinals. That gives him a lot of points. So definitely it is a good result. It's going to be a good way for Xavier Huxtable.
Yeah, so this is just that victory lap we're talking about, getting one more round in, back to back. This is that lethal backhand that we were talking about. There we see him really start to push it. Kanoa out the back, wants to improve his 7.5 already next to his name. Let's see what he does on the inside. Good turn there, he really jams it, takes to the air, does the completion. He is liking it. That was a great wave for both Xavier Huxtable and Kanoa Hije. Very different approaches to this heat, but both executed perfectly. So with that, we're going to throw out to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in quarterfinals heat 2.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
International heats in our hands. In the men's quarterfinals, heat number 2, we have Jarvis Earl from Australia, Kituru Goose from Indonesia, Rinta Otto from Japan, Tim Bain from Australia. So what a heat, you know, that was a great hit in heat number 1. So we're gonna see more big action from men's side. My name is Dai Wako in the booth. Welcome back, Izzy.
Thanks, Di. Yes, so exciting that last heat. We saw the local boy, Kanoa Hije, just go huge to finish things off. And he's also in the longboarding. He bowed out this morning, but this heat now.
Wow, Jarvis. Oh, big curve to start with. Again, beautiful right walk and the big third turn eyeing for the section. What's he gonna do? Big off the top against the bonus section, and that's a huge turn from Jarvis. Oh, this is Ketura Goose, 2025 champion, showcasing why he was a champ. Unfortunately, couldn't stick to the landing, but beautiful, powerful surfing from both Jarvis and Ketura Goose.
Yeah, that was huge. That was so big from Jarvis, but I don't expect anything less. He did so well here last year, unfortunately bowing out in the air show due to an injury, but let's look at this replay. I just love how energetic he is. We always talk about how much spice he brings, and those first two calves, it's so hard as a goofy footer to not be pushed onto the face. And look at this speed he's just carrying through. Just so many blowtails, and he gets that finishing section, which we haven't seen anyone do.
Different approach, but this is Ketura Goose.
Yeah, Couture, a little fumble off that first bottom turn, but he recovers really well. Nice second carve there, and that's a better turn for our previous event winner here. And just a little hung. I don't know if he went a bit late to that or he half committed to that fourth turn. So, wow, scoring for Jarvisel, a 7.67 die.
Already, what a start his campaign in quarterfinal. 7.67 is a huge score to start with. Probably he's gonna go for attacking mode on the second wave number 2. Wow, what a start.
Yeah, and Couture, I felt like his first wave at 3.67, he was just getting the feet in the wax. Last year, a really interesting stat, his heat total throughout the whole event didn't drop below 14.50. So he went excellent nearly every single heat. So I'm sure we're going to see him do that again. But Jarvis Earl, we've seen it all event, getting momentum at the start really allows you to build that house and have confidence.
And I love how he approaches to the final section.
Yes.
We don't really see that 2 turns in the last section, and with a big off the top fin release. So beautiful stuff from Jarvis, and this is important, first wave for Rinta Auto and Team Bain, because you don't really want to waste a wave here. Auto Rinta 1本目のライディングになります。バックサイド。まずはファーストターン、セカンドターンとリズムをよく当ててきます。サードターン大きなターンになりました。そして4発目、これはもう一発大きなターンが入りました。Unfortunately, he couldn't stick to the landing, but this is Team Bain, important wave as well. Beautiful 3 turns already, gets the big finish, stick to the landing. So beautiful stuff from Team Bain and Rinta Auto actually. Well, what an exchange here. Everybody just attacking mode is on.
Yeah, and I feel like what's going to set apart this heat is the finishing turn. As we saw this replay from Rinta Otto, nice first turn there. I love how patient he was. He doesn't drop fully all the way to the bottom of the wave, so it allows him to really fit in all these turns. But this one here just sort of catches a rail and comes unstuck, so that was really important. But Tim Bain, I've been so impressed by Tim's surfing. He's just really come leaps and bounds in the last 12 months, and this was a huge wave for Tim. I feel like I love this turn. Super dynamic. We haven't really seen a dynamic finish on the end turn like Tim, so that's going to be huge.
That's great surfing from Tim Bain. Already Rinta drops 5.17 without the big finishing turn. He gets a 5.17, so he's in the good rhythm. He's on the way to the good score, so definitely he just plan again and probably attacks, and he'll get a 6-point range. But 6.50 for Tim's first wave, that is a good start.
Yeah, huge. One judge throwing a 7, so it's got to feel pretty good. I feel like Rinta and Tim are the underdogs in this heat. They've got huge. They're up against huge names like the likes of Jarvis Earl and previous winner Kutut Agus. You got to go big. You have nothing to lose. We're in the quarterfinals. You can't leave anything in the tank, and you can't safety surf die.
Oh, that's 100% right. You know, you can't surf safe here, so you have to have the best surf on every waves here because, like you said, it's a quarterfinals, and these guys, you know, any of these guys can win this event. So definitely, you have to give 100% energy and power on each waves. But this is gonna be an important wave for Kutut Goose. He's gonna get the second wave of the set on his backhand. First turn, beautiful. Second turn, a lot of sprays at the back. Even bigger on third turn. Gets the fourth turn and gets the fifth turn, and this time sticks to the landing. So beautiful start from Kutut Goose. And wave number 2 for Jarvis already dropping 7.67. So 2 big curves, and that's he's wow, beautiful finishing turn again.
That's so crazy.
Wow.
And I feel like what's really important to note for Jarvis, we'll see it on the Bonsoi replay after Kutut's, but he comes from around the section, which I think being a goofy footer, like we said before, you're pushed more in front of the face of the wave. Let's go back to that right now. Kutut Agus's Bonsoi replay. Nice first turn here. He's going through the motions. This is so much better for Kutut. I just love how much spray he throws. He's really pushing so hard, and he does get that finish there. Maybe. What do you think,
that's not sure, but
I know. But this is what I'm talking about. Jarvis Earl, great first carve, and he has to take a different approach. He has to carve these first 2 sections, and that's where I was talking about. He comes around the section, which makes his timing impeccable, and he's able to really snap through that lip, and he gets through that other section, which a lot of the natural footers can't get through that other section. But wow, Jarvis Earl, he's going to have another huge score.
well, definitely it'll be a good backup for Jarvis Earl, and definitely it's going to be the best way for Kutut Goose. Unless that last turn, if it was a completion, then I would say it's going to be a good number. But still, looks like it was a completion. You know, a few scores locked in for Kutut Goose. It's a 5.83. So it's a good start for Kutut Goose. He gets 2 more chances, 2 more opportunities to showcase his surfing. So definitely, you know, he's the one to watch, and he's capable of getting those 8s and 9s. So yeah, it's gonna be an important wave for Rinta and team. Still waiting for Jarvis. Just drops the best score, 7.83.
Huge
Score.
Which is, I'm so excited to see how free Jarvis will be now. I hope to see him go to the air as well as we see Tim and Rinta.
All right, this is wave number 2 for team. Up and riding. Good first turn. Nice transitioning, smooth surfing, bigger turn on the third, gets the fourth turn in. So great combination, no downtime in between turns. オートリンタ2本目のライディング、フィンを抜いてテールを回してきます。そして3発目もこれも大きなターンになりました。スムーズなトランジションで最後のセクション行きますが、これもまた前に出てこれません。Really, unfortunate for Rinta. He was on the way to the good score, but couldn't really stick to the landing.
Yeah, 2 falls now for Rinta, but his first wave of 5.17 with that fall. So I'm thinking it's going to be around that same score right now. Tim, I love this first turn. He's a solid build guy. He just throws so much spray, and he really utilizes his whole upper body. We see his wingspan and his back arm really pushing and whipping through those turns. So that's going to be a great score for Tim. Rinta out behind him on the 4th wave. Great first turn. Nice fin drift, which actually puts him in the perfect position for that 2nd and 3rd turn. He gets a bit caught on the foam ball here, which maybe he hit that section a little late, which didn't force him to be out in front of the whitewash and forced him to get a little bit stuck.
Wow, what a exchange from Rinta and team. So 6.10 for Team Bain. So that is a good score, good backup. Already dropped 6.5 on the first wave. So now Tim is in the second place. Jarvis is sitting in the first. So Rinta's last wave comes in at 4.53. So it could, these two waves of Rinta could have gone to probably a 6-point range if he could have made that last turn. So, but there's still 2 more waves to catch.
Exactly, yeah. And I feel Rinta's going to be a little bit on the back foot now. He usually gets those completions, so it's a little bit uncharacteristic like we're seeing from Rinta. Maybe a bit of nerves. He's up against amazing surfers now. We're in the quarterfinals, but we need to make these turns. Rinta needs to make those finishing turns to get into the semis.
Definitely. Advancing through the quarterfinals, you need to have everything perfect.
Yeah.
You can't have the one mistake on the wave, especially at wave 4. One mistake get you out of the rhythm with the ocean. This is in third wave for Jarvis L. Beautiful opening curve, and this time he vertical off the top for the second turn, and I'm for the section again here. Ooh, he really wanted to go hard on that section, unfortunately out of the rhythm, but this is Ketura Goose. Beautiful third turn and gets the finish there. So beautiful surfing, strong surfing from Ketura Goose. That could be his best score so far.
Yeah, that was huge. You know, what I love about Jarvis Earl's surfing, it's unpredictable. I'm literally sitting on the edge of my seat wondering what he was going to do. Let's have a look at the Bonsai Heat replay. Great first carve. We know he goes to the carves here. I love that second snap there, showing variety. His first 2 waves, he carved for a finish, and this is what I mean. I didn't know if he was going to do a snap or an air.
Yeah.
So I just love how energetic and unpredictable his surfing is. It really adds that wow factor. Ketut Agus out behind, nice first snap here. A little bog on that bottom turn, but this is where the money comes from. This third and fourth turn was huge. Just puts his board in the most critical part of the wave, and that's a clean ride out for Ketut.
Wow, beautiful surfing. So already scores dropped in for Jarvis Earl. 6.03, so it's not going to be his top 2 scores. Throwing away 6.03 is, we don't
like
really see. But beautiful stuff from Jarvis Earl. They get one more chance. Still waiting for the last wave for Keturu Agus. I think it's gonna be his best. He definitely he wants to get the 6-point range score at this stage. Now he needs 6.77. I'm not too sure if it's gonna be a requirement, but definitely in the range.
Yeah, I fully agree with you, Dai. I feel it was a bit lower than the 6.77. They'll be comparing it to Jarvis's pair of 7s as well. I think if Ketut capitalised really well on that first section, it could have been a bit higher, but early indications is a 6.33, so really close to the requirement. Now only chasing a 6.28 with 1 wave remaining.
It was close for Ketut Goose. Now Rinta needs to answer back, needs 7.43. He has to attack. オートリンタ 7.43 が必要です。一発2発、ここまで順調です。大きなターンを入れてきました。そしてここは素早く立て続けにターンを入れて、このフィニッシュは決めてきました。Wow, that's Rinta. This is Tim Bain. Need to get rid of the 6.10 to extend his lead. Beautiful third turn. Unfortunately, Kama-san stuck on the third turn, so I don't think it's gonna improve his situation. So, wow, it's interesting exchange. Rinta did a great job. Pretty much he did everything on that wave. He gets to finish this time.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that replay. It was the second wave of the set, so a bit cleaner face, and that really played into Rinta's strengths. As we see here at this Bonsai replay, takes off right behind the peak, which puts him in the perfect position for that top turn. No downtime, throwing buckets, letting his tail go through as well. And really interesting to note, he's not bottom turning at the very bottom of the wave.
Right.
So he's able to carry that speed the whole way through without having to pump. So I love that wave from Rinta. Tim out behind, a little bit mistimed that first section, which I felt put him a bit out of rhythm for this wave. Got a little hung there as well, so I agree with you, Dai. It was a 3.83, so it doesn't go into his top 2.
Right, important way for Rinta. Otto still waiting for Rinta's last wave, but it's gonna be close to the requirement. 743 is a big number, but you know Rinta checked every boxes. Looks like it's gonna be a close. It's gonna be a good number for Rinta. 6.93, so it's not enough, but he lowers the requirement now. Now Rinta needs 5.67. Doable score here.
Yeah, this is huge. So Ketut Agus in a vulnerable position. I would say Tim Bain as well is in a vulnerable position. Ketut only needing a 6.28, but Rinta in fourth needing a 5.67. I feel no one is safe. Jarvis Earl is pretty safe right now.
Right, 100% right, you know.
Yeah, and Ketut, we know he's got that 6.33. He just needs a 6.28.
You know, Ketut haven't unfold his full potential in the scene. So definitely this is the last chance for him to just showcasing his surfing. And he knows how to surf here. To the goose, important wave, needed to score. First turn, second turn big. Gets the third turn, even bigger. Gets the
oh no!
Unfortunately, catching the rail there, Jarvis Earl. Nice tail release there. Unfortunately, couldn't stick to the landing, but it was really unfortunate for Kitara Goose. He needed to make the last section to get 6.28.
Yeah, I feel, well, look at this replay. I think it's going to come just short. Great first turn. Timed it perfectly. I love this second turn as well. This third turn is where all the money came from. Huge fin blow. He needed to go big, so he had to really push. This last section just comes unstuck, and this is a huge upset. We could potentially say goodbye to Ketut Agus, and we are, Dai. A 5.07, not enough. So previous winner here at the Siheung Korea Open QS 6000, we say goodbye.
Wow, I didn't expect that to happen. So it was really unfortunate, but this is the last chance for Rinta Otto. He needs only 5.67, but Tim Bang also has an opportunity to get rid of the 6.10 to extend his lead. So this is going to be a very, very interesting exchange here.
Yeah, and Tim's on the second wave of the set. He's got to defend his second position. Rinta only needs a 5.67. Rinta pretty much got a 7-point ride on his last wave. So I feel Rinta will be carrying that momentum. He's got to navigate that bump and the water rushing back on the face on the fourth wave. So it'll be interesting to see. It's another close finish.
It's going to be a close finish, you know, but still doors open for second place. You know, team has to activate the attack mode here. You know, he can't surf safe here. He needs to get rid of the 6.10 to secure his spot into semi-final. You know, it's a QS 6000. It's big point. It means a lot to all the surfers here, so you don't really want to miss out. Yeah,
exactly. We see Rinta on the screen taking some big, deep breaths, mindfulness, as we see his competitive edge coming out.
All right. Looks like the last wave approaching. Tim Bang gets second wave of the set. First turn, huge. Second turn, nice slashing turn there. Gets the third turn. Is he going to finish the wave? But unfortunately, kind of out of the rhythm. But important wave for Rinta. オートリンタ 5.67 が必要です。1発目、2発目、タイミングが合っています。3発目も入りました。ここのフィニッシュは絶対に決めていきたいところで、前に出てきました。Wow.
Okay, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah.
What do you think, Dai?
Gotta say yes.
Yes, I think so. It's just so unfortunate. Tim seemed a little out of rhythm. He tried to go for the 2-for-1 at the end, and I feel that maybe cost him he tried to go quantity over quality, and I think that may have cost him. I agree with you, Di. I'm going to give Rinta the nod. Only needing a 5.67. That third and fourth turn was so strong.
Right.
So we see this replay for Tim. Nice first turn here. He has a little bobble on that bottom turn, but he's so strong, so he's able to push through that. That's a better third turn, and this is what I'm talking about. Nice, quick, sort of down the line surfing, and he sort of gives up a little bit there. Out behind him, Rinta, looking for a 5.67. This is huge. I love this turn here. Really sets him up perfectly for that turn, and this fourth. He did so well to navigate that bump in the middle of the wave, and
Wow.
oh wow, Di.
It's a 6.03, so he just got the requirement. Now he's in the second place. So what a end, what a heat to finish. So it's an official. Jarvis Earl and Rinta Otto will be moving through to the semifinals. We'll be right back after the commercial.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
And welcome back. It's finals day. Quarterfinal heat number 3 of the men QS 6000 out there. We are in South Korea. It's a beautiful day. We got Kei Kobayashi in the yellow, Ty Richardson in the blue, Hiroto Ari in the white, and Paja in the green. A crazy finish to that last heat. I'm so excited. I'm Izzy Keldo, joined in the booth with Divi.
Yes, hello Izzy. Great opening ride here from Kei Kobayashi. I don't know, this kid just, he's not a kid anymore. This guy just pushing so hard, and he have a chance to, be number 1 now because Katut's gone.
Huge upset. I loved this wave 2 from Ty. Ty Richardson has been a bit of a dark horse. He's just been sort of plodding along, getting really big scores. He's been in this, it's the opening round, and he's really showcasing his backhand. He comes obviously from a right-handed point break of snapper rocks, and I'm really impressed with his backhand surfing.
Yeah, Ty Richardson, get this far. Of course, he impressed, the judges, the way he surfed. He beat like a lot of guys for sure. He might surf three heats already, 2 to 3 heats already.
Yeah, so impressive. And Paja yesterday surfed an amazing heat as well, so I'm really excited. I know his girlfriend Tana will be watching on at home, so big hello to you. And Hiroto Ari, he's been surfing amazing as well. But Kei Kobayashi got second at this event last year. Like he said, Katut Agus is out. Kei Kobayashi is looking to win here with his first wave, a 6.33, so amazing start.
Yeah, Kei Kobayashi haven't lost any heats this year.
Wow.
That's why he's wearing the yellow jersey, because the last event that he did in Hamamatsu, he was the champion.
So good. So he's sort of got the momentum right now.
Yeah. And then we see here Hiroto Arai, also a veteran. He's been doing this campaign of QS for a while now. And I think for us to see him this far at the quarterfinal is like almost like a textbook for him, because with his style of surfing, he could go even further than a quarterfinal.
Yeah, I love Hiroto surfing. He's got such a nice drawn out bottom turn, but yet so whippy off the top, as we see Paja up and riding on his forehand. Nice second carve there. Comes around this section, whacks it there. A little bit sticky, but he'll look to finish, and that's a dynamic finishing turn.
Yeah, I know one thing about Fajar is he likes to impress people.
Yeah.
So with that surfing right now, that's the right way, because you don't want to make any mistake, because I know Fajar can trying to do a bigger thing like a big air or something, because he saw Kanoa doing it, and he's like, oh, I want to do something like him. So But on this stage right now, on this early stage of the first wave, he just need to finish his wave.
Yeah, I love this. This is the replay from Hiroto. Great first turn. This is where I talk about he takes so long off the bottom, but actually times it perfectly for him to come through that coping of the lip. And he's so whippy, so he uses his whole upper body to talk through this. Paja.
Yeah, it's a bit different from the backside of Hiroto. Fajar is like facing the wave right here, so he can time all that maneuver. And then you can see that that's almost like a rock and roll kind of like top turn. So it's a different approach between you know, for your forehand and your backside. So I'm gonna be like surprised to see, like, you know, these 3 natural footer against you know, 1 goofy footer.
So cool.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of falls on the 4th finishing turn. Do you think Paja has, I guess, the upper hand in that 4th turn, or do you think it's much easier as a natural footer to get that 4th turn?
I think to put the boards on the top of the wave, it's easier as on your forehand, but you know, to whip it and put a lot of pressure on your backside is more advantage for sure.
Yeah, and as we see Hiroto's first wave, a 7.33, so judges loving how hard he's pushing there. Paja, a 5.50, so nice and close heat, really, to get things started.
I think the difference between Fajar's wave, that's he got a 5.5 with Hiroto. Hiroto on his bottom turn, there's more critical because there's no downtime. Fajar, it seems like there's a body setup on every maneuver. That's the difference I see.
Yeah, I love that. That's very good insight. Ty Richo out behind. I love that first turn, Ty. He's got that on lock. Nice second carvy snap there, and that's a better snap for Ty. He's so patient. Again, a couple pumps to get that 4th turn. So judges really rewarding no downtime as we see Kei Kobayashi. This is why he is in the yellow jersey. Oh my goodness, just so strong and so reliable, Kei.
Wow, that was a strong surfing there from Kei. It seems like he's not happy with that 6.33.
Yeah.
That shows on the way he surfed.
Yeah.
You know, like he pushing even harder from the first wave. You can see later on the replay on his last maneuver, he was putting like a little anger there.
I love it. And this is the replay from Ty. I like this wave. It's definitely going to eclipse his 4.00. He just looks so much more in rhythm. And this is the double pump that I was talking about. Judges really rewarding no downtime, and that flow is a huge part of the criteria.
Yeah, this is Kei Kobayashi. The way Kei Kobayashi is surfing, it's right in the pocket. Never like let go, you know, those critical section of the wave. And you can see here, he put a lot of like oomph there, you know, like I don't know, Kei's like, he's not happy sitting in second right now.
Yes.
This guy is just not happy being second in anything.
That's so crazy. He's such a hungry surfer, and it's really cool to see. Obviously second at this event last year, like you said, recently won the last one. So I'm excited. He looks more fired up than ever, and I feel like that's the difference. He looks really confident.
Oh yeah, for sure. So yeah, Ty Richardson's better. His last score of 5.7. So yeah, I think Ty is, you know, in Oz they call them building your house. So so a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7, maybe an 8 at the end. So yeah, he's doing the right way.
I'm really interested to see where Kei Kobayashi's score is going to go. I feel it's going to go excellent, and it looks like it's going to nearly a 7.83. 3 judges throwing an 8-point right at it, and gosh, that's a great way to start your heat.
Wow, Kei Kobayashi have 3 highest scores so far, just behind Kainoa Hije. So Kei Kobayashi sticking to what his best surfing been done, and that's what he's been doing.
So good, Paja. That's a great first turn there for him. I love that second wrap, really putting himself back in the power source there. Can he get, a little 2 for 1 for Paja.
Yeah.
Great dramatic free fall drop. He loves it. Out behind him, Hiroto up and riding on his backhand. I love Hiroto's style. I love how compressed he gets, yet he's so whippy tippy.
Yeah. Wow, that was a good exchange. You know, Hiroto surfing good, but that last section on the second wave, you know, he's always have that kind of a thing. But Fajar on, on his first opportunity on a cleaner wave, he took it pretty good. He's putting a bit more like I don't know, like extra push on every bottom turn that he do on the top turn, and I think that's gonna better his first wave, guarantee.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which which part, but better that one.
I just love that first turn. He just, like we talk about, no downtime, yet he comes around this section, which is so hard to do as a goofy footer because you just naturally pushed further in front of the face, yet he navigates it so well. I love that wave, and Hiroto out behind him.
Yeah, Hiroto start pretty well here. That's a really nice 2 turns right there already. And if he can make, yeah, he got a 493. This is the only this is the only damage that he did to himself, actually.
Yeah, pretty late to that last section, which we've seen a 4.93. A couple of judges throwing a 5, a mid-5 at that. So the judges really rewarding finishing turn. We see Kei Kobayashi got a 7.83 for 4 turns, but Paja a 6.00.
Yeah, I think Fajar wave could go higher if he don't do those 2 for 1 or 1 for 2.
Yeah.
It's actually 1 for 2, because if he do one big one, it's way better than doing 2, because you cut all those momentum. You cut like the opportunity to do one big one into 2 kind of medium maneuver. Yeah. So maybe Fajar can learn with that 6 that he get. The next one, go big and just maximize the whole potential.
Yeah, and the judges really rewarding that, like you said, to be that quality over quantity.
Yeah.
But it's hard because you, as a surfer, you want to get as many turns in as possible. As we see Kei Kobayashi looking to replace a 6.33 with turns like that. He's on his way. Wow, just letting the fins go. This is the Kei Kobayashi we know. Nice and loose. Oh my goodness. Doesn't even look like he's trying. He's just got that much flow.
Yeah, so after Kei, we have Ty Richardson here. So Ty is currently chasing, and you know what? Well, that's what happened when you have, the score to chase. You think you need to be creative.
Yes.
And looks like Ty was trying to be creative, but on his situation, of course he need to go big, but sometimes it costs you all those mistakes.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it also felt like he knew we needed a huge score as we see Kei Kobayashi. Wow, this is going to go excellent. I think this is his best wave. I just love how hard he pushes there, and so much torque in his upper body, and he looks so far over his shoulder, which really allows him to get really vertical, yet throw so much spray. So we see Ty Richo out behind him.
Yeah, so Ty, done everything right here, but he did that double pump. He was thinking to do something big there, but I think we should always learn that section is so tricky.
Yeah.
Maybe if you have enough time to train at the pool like Kanoa did, he was training here 6 weeks before this event.
Yeah.
So he know every section of the wave.
Yeah, and especially being that 4th wave of the set, I feel like you can get away with that on the 2nd wave potentially. You have a bit more time, it's a bit slower paced, but that 4th wave is a lot trickier to navigate. And Ty Richo's last wave, a 4.03, so it does go into his top 2, but Kei Kobayashi, a 7.67.
Yeah, I think Kei is just sprinting right now. He's putting everybody like almost an excellent score requirement. And I think right now Hiroto is in a better situation because he's going next on a cleaner wave. All he needs to do is to replace that 493, and if he does that, Fajar and Ty is gonna need to go excellent.
Yeah, exactly. And being the last 2 rotations, Ty only has 1 more opportunity, whereas these guys, Hiroto, have 2 more waves. That's a great first turn for Hiroto. Oh, huge second turn. And oh no, just coming unstuck on his 3rd. Felt like he was down the line surfing a little bit.
Yeah.
Wasn't focusing on what was right in front of him, but Paja.
Yeah, I think Hiroto opened the doors for Fajar here. So hopefully Fajar can get this one the way
Oh,
Oh,
oh, no.
oh. He almost got that one.
He had it.
He had it.
Yeah.
Just like I said before, you know, he saw Kanoa doing a lot of those things that he can do, and he's trying to be creative there. But Hiroto opened the door for him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I felt like that was a bit of a missed opportunity for Padja. He was looking to replace that 5.50. His previous wave was a 6.00. So his start to that wave, we'll look at this Bonsai replay for Hiroto, see where he went wrong here. I love these first two turns here. This second turn maybe went a bit too high, a little bit hard to navigate.
Yeah.
Nose pointing more towards that white water coming towards him.
Yeah. So yeah, Pajar here, I think he saw Hiroto fell off and he said, this is my opportunity, I want to do big airs here. Everything was right. He missed his grab there.
Okay.
He missed his grab there, so when you miss the grab, the body is like, you know, not on the right, you know, position to recover, I think, because when you hold the grab, you kind of have that connection with the board and the board can kind of rotate with you, and he missed the grab.
Yeah, that was a huge opportunity missed, but with Hiroto sitting in second, they are on the same rotation. So Padja is on the second wave now. So I feel the second wave is a lot better than the fourth wave.
Yeah.
And Hiroto, he's going to be looking to defend his position, but we can't even count out Ty Richardson yet. Only looking for a 6.507.
Do we gonna have the Rinta Uto situation where he did a score and he did it on the last wave?
Yes, which we've seen all throughout finals day, and that's what's so exciting about these surfers. They're just so electric, and we're literally on the edge of our seats in this commentary booth.
Yeah, you know, especially to see, you know, surfers that pushing each other so hard. It's good to, you know, it's a good sport.
Yeah.
You know, I love surfing, and to see this kind of thing happening here at the pool, you know, everybody pushing each other is amazing.
Ty Richo on the second wave of the set. That's a great two series of turns there for him. Looking for a 6.57. He has to go big. Right idea. He had to go big, but just not timing it very well. Kei Kobayashi, current heat leader, out behind him. Just more of a victory lap for Kei.
Yeah. He just want to show maybe he can do some airs too. Maybe just white wall climbing.
So great result here for Kei. He's looking to take this QS out. Second here last year.
Yeah, he's aiming to be one better.
And keep that yellow jersey.
Yeah, looks like him. Look at him. He just like, these colors belong to me. You know, like you can try to get it out for me, but not today.
He's just so composed. I see him around this comp site and I just love how composed he is, and he just looks so chilled. This is Ty Richo's wave. I love how vertical that first turn was. Pushed really hard on the second and third, and sort of in two minds of what he wanted to do. I felt like he went way too early to that section.
Yeah, you know, like at the pool, you know, every mistake is so easy to you know, to be like identified by the judges. So, you know, if you do small mistake, the score will not be there.
Yeah, so a 4.53 for Last of Ty does go into his top two, but all eyes on Hiroto and Padja. Padja looking for a 6.27.
Oh, wow. This is going to be the do or die for Pajar, because if he's going to go big, he can do more than 6-7 because he's a caliber of a you know, surfer that can, you know, throw an excellent numbers. So I think everybody is watching in Sarangan, you know, where Pajar is from. His dad is watching for sure. All the boys in Bali. So yeah, let's see what Pajar can do, and hopefully the best can come out from this heat for sure.
Do you think he's going to go to the air?
You know what? In his mind, he's thinking about it, but he could also telling himself like, all I need to do, just surf the wave and get the score.
Yeah, because he got a 6-point ride without going to the air. So
Yeah.
just 0.27 more. I'm nervous. Here we go.
Yeah.
Padja on the second wave of the set. Tippy.
Yeah, so Pajar is the first maneuver will setting up the whole length of the wave. So let's see. Nice first turn, the top one. The second one usually bigger. Yeah, he pushed it, you know, a little bit harder, and he's eyeing on the big one right here. Let's see. Oh, he's do I'm not sure though.
No.
I'm not sure, yeah, because that was a bit of a good surfing, but just not into the excellent one.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Hiroto out behind him.
Yeah.
Wow, just going huge. I felt for Padja. We saw those turns before on the
Yep.
first couple of waves, so not showing too much variety, but
Yeah.
he did surf that wave fabulously.
Yeah, the problem is even Pajar get the number close enough to where he need. Hiroto just putting himself in the better position because that number will replace his 493.
Exactly, and
Yeah.
he only needs to replace a 493. That is 1000% going to be higher than that.
Yeah, because Hiroto's last wave was solid. You know, a 493 that he got before was a good surfing, but he fell off. This one, he didn't fell off at all. So we'll see.
Yeah, wow. Another tight finish to round out quarterfinal heat number 3. Up next, we got quarterfinal heat number 4, and we move on through to the semis, and then we're going to bring back the LQS, and don't forget the air show as well. So we got a lot going on down here for finals day. Still waiting for scores for both surfers, so judges will be replaying, comparing to, I guess, Hiroto's and Pudge's 6 as well. So another tight finish.
Yeah, I think the judges want to make sure that they don't, you know, even though it's not much to do with, you know, the situation changes, but they just want to make sure that the consistency of the judging is there. you know.
Yes.
So here we go.
Yeah, wow, a 6.33 for Hiroto. So that leaves Padja looking for a 7.66. Early indications, Tippy, doesn't look like he's going to get it.
No, so yeah, Fajar, even though without that last wave of Hiroto, he needed 6.27. His last wave was what, a 6.13, not enough.
Yeah, so Kei Kobayashi and Hiroto Ari moving on through to the semi-finals. We got plenty more action coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick ad break.
With the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
Welcome into quarterfinal heat number 4, the last one to set up the men's quarterfinals here at the Siheung Korean Open QS 6000. We cannot forget that there is 6,000 points on the line here today. Whoever gets to take them home is one step closer to moving to that Challenger Series. Right now, it is Kobe Clements who is out there in the red. This was his first attempt here on wave number 2, a setting that he has grown to love continuously over this event so far. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Tippy Jabrick, and Tippy, not a beat missed on that wave there from Kobe Clements.
Yeah, there were, on the replay you can see like how hard and how far he's pushing. So you know, he's bending every part of his body just to push that top turn backside. You know, like I need a chiropractor just watching that thing.
He definitely compresses very low, Kobe, but I feel like that gives him a really nice drive point off the bottom of the wave there. Scores in his first 7.67. Way to set the tone for Kobe Clements here. Joe Azuchi, he's in this heat as well, like we saw in that replay, had a slip. Unfortunately, it is a 0.93 to kick this heat off for Joe Azuchi. Dakota Walters out there in white. Now, he's a complete different kettle of fish. He's got airs in his repertoire, really good traditional surfing, and has competed in aerial wave pool events too. So I feel this is the round that it's time to use that to his advantage.
Yeah, Dakota Walter is like a rubber man, you know. He's so flexible on his airs, on his maneuver. let's see what he's gonna do on this wave. So
His first of this quarterfinal matchup so far. He's been sticking to a lot of traditional surfing so far in this event. It's been paying off for him, consistently banking 6.5s, maybe even more. Goes really big on that fourth turn. There's that rubber man you're talking about. Gets so low, doesn't get the completion on the finishing turn, but 4 big turns out the back before. Now Saxon Reba showing us how a goofy footer should surf this wave. Belts that finishing section as well. Felt like the energy was just a gear above than what we've seen from Saxon Reba this entire event so far. This is exactly what we want to see from all of our competitors, other than Joe with that slip at the start. They are not going to hold anything back in this quarterfinal here. Tippy, take me through the replays.
yeah, this is a really good wave start for Dakota, but you know, like I have to say nothing is wrong. Just probably this part of, you know, that finishing. He tried to put like that rock and roll, you know, like you know, whitewater thingy, but we'll see if the judge is gonna happy with that one. So this is Saxon's first wave. Traditional, you know, a goofy foot surfing, super strong, tail slide right there, and the finishing, boom.
Yeah, really nice there for Saxon. I felt like just the way his body was rotating too, I wasn't sure if that was going to potentially put him off balance for that finishing section, because we've seen time and time again, Tippy, that has gotten the better of, I'm going to go out and say probably 90% of our competitors now. I wouldn't say that there is one person who hasn't fallen on one of those end sections in this event.
Yeah, for sure. So, you know, Joe Azuchi is a guy that can win a heat with only 3 waves.
Yes.
He did that yesterday. He missed his first wave. I mean, he fell off, but he still win his heat with his last wave. So anything still can happen, you know. The wave number 1, still early in the days.
Yeah, you can back Joe Azuchi into a corner, and he does know how to answer back and fight his way out of it as well. So Joe has that Challenger Series experience, similar to Dakota Walters. Kobe and Saxon still looking to get there for their first time in their careers. Like I mentioned, a win here is a major step in the right direction for any of these surfers.
Oh, for sure. You know, to see all these young surfers grown up, you know, into, you know, doing their first QS, a veteran in the QS, want to go to CS. You know, I've seen a lot. You know, like I used to see Kobe traveling to Indo with his mom.
Yes.
Yeah, back in the days.
Yeah, Sophie, she's such a beautiful woman. Right now, though, Joe Azuchi needs to start to get the ball rolling here. This is what we're talking about. You back him in a corner. He's going to know how to fight his way out of it. Back foot slipping off the board again, but re-navigates and continues to belt that wave time and time again here for Joe Azuchi. So really fast reaction times. Kobe Clements now. He goes super vertical on that first section. Let's see what this inside track has to offer. He started off so big, drifts that tail around the corner, brings it back underneath him with a completion there. You can see right now that Kobe is fighting for a spot in this semi-final. He is not going to leave anything to chance, and why not take control of your own destiny?
Oh yeah, for sure. Kobe is out of those 4 guys in the water, I have to say Kobe is the one that pushing, and he looks like the guy that showing he's hungry, you know, with all his maneuver. And then Joe Azuchi also recovered from that first mistake. This is a good start from Joe, because you know, doesn't mean, you know, you have a bad start gonna have a bad ending, you know.
And then Kobe just continuing on this trajectory after that 767 on the first wave.
Wow, look at that. Look at that, you know, like all the body, like pushing everything. Oh my God. You know, like he's still young. He can push hard, you know, like I'm going to be really interesting to see the number that coming out from that one, because he pushed as hard as the first one.
Yeah, definitely. Kobe is one of those guys who spends just as much time refining his strength, how stretchy and flexible he can be out of the water, which I feel like really reflects the type of surfer he is once he is competing. Like you mentioned, you felt like you needed a chiropractor adjustment just with how low he was getting on those turns there from Kobe. But I can guarantee and promise you, he's one of those surfers who has really adapted that Pilates and yoga culture to improve his surfing, which we don't see that too often, especially on the men's side.
Yeah, I think these days, you know, like, you know, mental fitness is big part of you know, as an athlete, but also physical, you know, like I think a lot of surfers, they're putting time and energy into that part also. It's a bit different from back in the days. They all just thinking, surf as much as you can is the regime that you need to do. But these days it's a bit different, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what that score locks in at for Kobe Clements. It's a 5.73 on that last one, so maybe judges with a little question mark on that finishing turn. Did it have enough time out in front of the foam? Saxon Reba, 4.67 for his first wave, so lower than what I feel he was expecting here. Now starts to open up, drive that tail, push a little bit harder. Got the completion there, but maybe lacking a little bit of fireworks here from Saxon. Dakota pushes too hard. You can see him kicking that back foot there, but sent him straight back towards the wall.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure his dad, Jeremy Waltz, is also kicking his foot in the wall. Yeah, big shout there for Jeremy. I used to compete against him back in the days in Japan. So
no way.
Now their kids is on the QS.
Who got the win?
Probably him.
Well, Dad, he still rips too. I know he's having a little hip issue for a while there, but he's so fun to see out in the surf. Obviously, Harley, he's on the Challenger Series now, but he's been no stranger to a wave pool event pretty recently with those stab highs. This is Saxon's last wave here, Tippy. Got a 4.67 for that first one. Do you see this leveling up from what we saw in his first wave?
I have to say it is, because, like all his maneuver, like he doesn't showing any slowing down on the speed, Judges love that speed, And I think this one, his back leg was slipping a little bit, Dakota, but he's still up there actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's still definitely holding on to a good score here. 5.5 for his first wave. Saxon's last wave still to drop, which is definitely going to be that 1.77. It will put him up into second place, applying a little bit more pressure on Dakota and Joe. However, their small score is still relatively low, 0.93 for both Dakota and Joe Azuchi here. Kobe Clements, though, he started off so strong. It was on that second wave of the set, the first wave that we see the athletes take their ride on, and now he's back surfing that wave again. So you'd have to think that there's potential for Kobe to really lock in another score on this opportunity right now.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, Joe is sitting in the 4th place, but he's only looking for 5.71. So look like Kobe is going to go next wave, and yeah, 7.67 is a good keeper, but the 5.73 he need to get rid of him, because Saxon, Dakota, and Joe is not far behind.
Here we go, Kobe Clements, like we mentioned, looking to drop a 5.73 here. He's got the 7.67 on this exact wave. He already knows how to surf it. We've seen that in the first wave of this heat so far. Drawing a carve on this second turn, trying to give a little bit more variety here. There's that trademark, but pushes a little bit too hard here for Kobe. So he's going to be back to the drawing board for his final wave. Now Joe Azuchi, like you mentioned, Tippy, needs a 5.71, a lot of water coming off that back foot on that second turn, but loses it completely when he comes through that midsection there. So Joe Azuchi, this is not the type of surfing that he really usually demonstrates. His brand of surfing is consistency. Yeah. And we're not seeing that right now.
No, I don't know what happened. Maybe because of that, he missed the first wave on the takeoff. It just ruined the tone for the whole heat, yeah. And here we go, Kobe Clements. The way he pushing, he want to replace that 5.9, but that one, he just missed his footing.
Yeah, you could see just pushing so hard that it actually pushed him over the rail here. And then for Joe, it feels like he's just slightly offbeat here, Tippy.
Everybody is surfing on a carbon here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of turbulence on this wave, and if you're surfing carbons, if there's a slight, like a push from the white water, they will push even like stronger than your normal PU, because PU, they can absorb a little bit of a, like a impact. Carbon, they're just going to push you away.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why when you surf carbon, you have to surf clean. If there's a bit of a turbulence, it will affect all the lines that you're trying to go.
It seems that is probably the reason why we see someone like Bronson Mady always reach for a carbon board, because he is that type of surfer who 9 times out of 10 doesn't miss a beat.
Yeah, because the way he surf, he's looking for that ramp.
Always.
He's just chasing that ram and just go big. Yeah, so this is Dakota Walters. So Harley is his older brother,
Younger brother.
and he's on the CS.
Yes.
So Dakota is the one who have a injury for a couple.
Yeah, so Dakota's had 2 seasons on the Challenger Series now, maybe 3. I could be wrong with that. However, he has done syndesmosis in both of his ankles, missed out on half the season last year. When he came back, though, got 3rd place at Newcastle. But unfortunately, with that, it didn't allow him to get into that top 20 to re-qualify for the Challenger Series.
I see.
He didn't really compete in any QSs, so he's left back to the drawing board here. But he definitely is a Challenger Series surfer, and it's with performances that we've seen all throughout the event that he is really just ramming that home, that he belongs there. Goes in for this finishing turn. Nice vertical whip here for Dakota Walters. The score requirement is a 5-1-1. Now Saxon has the opportunity to defend 2nd place here, giving us a really similar wave to what we've seen already for him, but an extra 10% on that finishing turn. So not a lot of variety from Saxon so far in this heat. However, you could see he was trying to push harder on that last wave.
Yeah, he's just trying to be that Mr. Consistency, you know, like, you know, I don't need to, you know, do too much of a flary stuff, but, you know, the numbers that showing there, it's just a consistent number. The other guys have, you know, the potential, but kind of missed it. So let's see if Dakota can, you know, fix his number. 550, you know, his highest score, and he needs some score to get him back into the potential moving to the next round.
This was a really nice wave here, though, particularly that end turn, how quick up and vertical it went. It's definitely Dakota's. It's going to go into his top 2, absolutely, with already having a 0.93 as the backup. For Saxon here, like I mentioned, the exact same wave, but this end turn in particular is what made it different.
Yeah, I think that last maneuver right there is just an exclamation, you know, like mark on his ride. Because a lot of the ride that we can see before, there was only Kobe Clemens that, you know, done some big damage on the inside. But Saxon Reber, 467, could be out.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And even on his last wave, that 593, I vividly remember using the words, it felt like it was lacking pizzazz. It felt as if it was missing something.
Yeah.
And that actually, even with the feeling of that it was missing something, got him basically a 6-point ride. So where does this score go now that that last wave had a little bit extra juice to it? It could go almost as high as what we saw from Kobe's 767. So judges going to take their time, really think about that one. Dakota Walters, however, locked in his best, a 577. So Saxon needing a score here, but by the looks of early indication, he's going to get it. 6-2-3 on that last one there, Tippy.
Yeah, it's a up and down situation for Saxon and Dakota, but Saxon just missed her consistency.
Yeah, all down to one last wave now. This is it. There's no more chances after this. Joe Azuchi, we cannot forget about him either. Needs a 7.26 here. Has all the potential in the world to do so. Second turn, a little bit sticky, better looking 3rd turn, and goes for it on that inside, but unfortunately Joe couldn't rise to the occasion here this afternoon, or this morning, this afternoon. Kobe Clements now looking to drop his low score of a 5.73. Same sort of attitude that we're seeing from Saxon Reber, pushing harder every single time he's up and riding on his feet. So this is really interesting because you'd have to say, even though he has that 7.67, that 5.73 probably needed to leave at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. Kobe is a person that just surf, you know, like to the criteria, to the wave, and that's why he got that 7.67. You know, like Joe Azuchi kind of missed this first part. You see that one? His back leg was like catching a little bit of a rail there, and just missed time the whole ride here. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for Joe, but yeah, he's chasing a score. But when you know that's your last score, last chance, you're not gonna be happy.
Yeah, slightly out of the pocket for Joe, and then to have Kobe on the wave behind, really in the pocket, I feel it almost forces home just that statement that the judges have continued to make. If you're out of the pocket, you're not going to get rewarded.
Yeah, so those two surfers are, you know, have to come in because they surf wave number 4, and yeah, I think Joe Azuchi needing that 7.26. That wave is not there, so that ride will not be rewarded to him.
His scores really don't reflect the type of surfer he is. That last number in for Joe, it was a 3.93. He really is one of those guys who should be performing higher than that.
Yeah.
So Joe is going to have to go back to the drawing board right now. Kobe Clements, he betters his situation, 6.93, so making it really hard for anyone to even come close to the lead right now. Saxon Rebar would need an 8.37 to take the lead off Kobe Clements, while Dakota is looking for a 6.39. So Tippy, how crucial is it right now for Saxon to drop this 5.93 and make it harder for Dakota?
I think that the chances is bigger on Saxon's. But, you know, first wave, cleaner. He just need to serve as how he served. Don't make any mistake, and all the pressure is going to go to Dakota. But Dakota himself, he can do something crazy, that's for sure.
Here we go, Saxon. Last opportunity here. He's already in a progressing position. He's just looking to defend it right now. That same sort of setup we're seeing from Saxon so far. Snap, carve, snap, snap. So he's gone into this one. It didn't feel like it was better than his last two rides. So maybe improving, maybe not. Now this wave, really crucial for Dakota. 2 turns under the lip. The third one slightly under as well. Has to go something crazy and can't hold on for that finishing turn there, which we know without getting that finishing turn, it's not going to go anywhere near that 6-point range.
Nah, judges are really, they're being really, highly, putting a lot of emphasis on that finishing, because that's the length of the wave, the length of the potential. If you don't finish it till the end, you're not going to get the maximum potential.
So it is going to be the 2 Northern Beaches boys moving on through. 2 guys I actually spent a lot of time in my childhood growing up with. So Kobe Clements, Saxon Rebar into the semi-finals here. They will be joining Kei Kobayashi and Hiroto Arai. So crazy looking semi-final number 2. We're going to keep rolling through the action right now. The women's QS semi-final is about to get underway. This number 1 heat looks out of this world. We're going to take a quick break and come back and roll straight into it.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
We have a spot in the finals on the line right now. Welcome in to the semi-finals for the women's QS here in Siheung Korea Open. Semi-final heat number 1 is stacked. Kana Nakashio, Taylor Green, Sarah Wakita and Alani Morse, 2 Japanese taking on 2 New Zealand surfers. Kana absolutely lighting that first wave up here. Now Taylor Green, she's been using power to her advantage this entire event so far. Starts to get into that third turn. You can see she's going to get the completion, slightly hung up in that foam ball that does tend to come across the wave on that 4th section there, but both of those first 2 waves completed. They're going to get a score on the board. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Giada Legati, but take a look at those names. This could be a final.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Those are some great women surfers in the heat. Kana Nakashio starting off so strong. I was just mesmerized by this wave. She went back to back here. Such great flow in between all the turns. She got to that last section early, landed it with control. Taylor Green out the back, really well done as well. She, like you said, using her strength to her advantage, which is, I would say, not rare in this wave pool since it's a bit of a softer wave, but I love that, using that to get those bigger points. We saw her have some great heats earlier on in the contest. Kana Nakashio dropping a 7 to kind of set the tone for the semifinal.
Yeah, major score for Kana. There is already 2.5 points separating her from Taylor Green. That's a big jump for Taylor to have to surf her next wave up 2.5 points just to even meet where Kana's at. So Taylor with a 4.5, I would say that was just her gear one. She definitely has so much more to push for and drive for in her next couple of waves. Taking a look at our next two surfers on rotation, Sarah Wakita is, I would say, a household name in competitive surfing now. She has been doing this for a really long time on almost every single stage. She hasn't quite had her CT appearance yet, but she's one of those surfers who honestly was kind of scouted to be the next championship tour surfer. She still is fighting for that dream and has an incredible repertoire for herself to get there.
Absolutely. Sarah Wakita is definitely a name that I've known for a really long time. Even before I started competing internationally, we were both on Volcom, and I remember, you know, having her on Instagram and thinking, what an incredible surfer. And, you know, she's really stepped up the game. She comes from a great a family of surfers.
Yeah, her brother, an absolute charger, charges big Hawaii, so does Sarah herself here. This wave is just going from moment to moment right now. Sarah Wakita creating some magic on that wave there. She has been consistently finishing her first rides, and Alani Morse, I mean, what a year she's had. The wild card over at Raglan, now starting to compete internationally on the QS, which we haven't seen from her over the last few years. Goes down, unfortunately, on that first one. That takeoff is hard. It really is. So you could see Alani was actually trying to place herself closer to the wall. That makes it a little bit more tricky to get that takeoff really consistently.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate there for Alani. But actually, Sarah Wakita, coming off an injury, she broke a bone in her foot. She said it was pretty painful and says it still hurts, but clearly with this type of surfing, it does not look like it's affecting her at all. Such smooth, clean lines drawn on the face, 4 exceptional turns. I love that wave. I think it was probably the best of the exchange.
Yeah, definitely. The board going up to that 12 o'clock, rotating back down to that 6. The judges, they love that. They've really made that loud and clear this entire event so far. And then Alani could see maybe didn't paddle super hard into that wave, which forced her on her front foot. Now, we only take those top 2 scores, so Alani just has to use that, sweep it under the rug, pretend it never happened, and capitalize on these next 3 waves. And that's a really good test for her because she's relatively new to this QS scene, so this is going to be an interesting example of, can Alani answer back to an early mistake right now?
Absolutely, and here's where all those heats come to play. Like, that's why maybe the more veterans have this more under control. They're just more used to being under that pressure and kind of controlling their emotions. There are so many different ways that these surfers can practice outside of competition as well. I know lately a lot of athletes opting for breath work and meditation and many different types of ways to kind of train your body to perform under pressure.
I know it's crucial. Honestly, you see those men and women who are consistently winning on the top tiers. The use of the word 1%, it's so real. They are ticking every single last box for those 1%ers, and I love the fact that breathwork and mindfulness is such a major part of an athlete's strategy now. Taylor Green, she's going to be up and riding on her second ride here. Nice first 2 turns. You can see she puts that front arm on the board to really drive it back down. Make sure she's getting those completions. So technique looking incredible on her backhand here. Now Kana, who had an incredible first wave, it was a 7-point ride, has an opportunity to keep building through the mid part of this heat here. Finishing turn crucial. Can she hold on? Gets super low. Not sure if that's a ride out. She did all the hard work, but her board not quite getting over that white line. So that's going to be all up to the judges to deem, is it complete, is it not? But both of those women getting some nice turns done out the back, but Taylor having that finishing turn is definitely going to put her in a better situation right now.
Absolutely. I think Kana has really ramped it up this offseason. She is looking like this brand new or newfound confidence in her surfing that I'm really liking. But let's catch up with Taylor Green here. Super solid backhand surfing. Gets a little hung up there, but that was so sharp. Finishes it off really strongly. Just came off a trip in the Mentawai with her friends and her dad. So looked like they had a great time. But this is Kana Nakashio that I'm saying, I feel like she really put the work in this off season. She's looking sharp and really comfortable in her own skin. Unfortunately, oh no, she did make it out. Sorry, forgot. But yeah, great stuff from Kana.
Kana is such a lethal competitor. Because not only is she incredible at surfing, she's also extremely calculated when it comes to competitive heat strategy. It's almost like she's got a spreadsheet in her mind, and if she can tick those boxes in those earlier rounds, it almost loosens her up even more. We can't forget she was second in the World Juniors, not last year, the year before, when Luana Silva took home the World Junior title. And to be completely honest, I thought she was going to win that year. She was looking so good, having these beautiful. It was so nice to watch these rail calves and these under the lip hooks on La Union, which is obviously a right hand point break that we get to go to multiple times a year for different types of contests. But Kana, that was really her moment to shine and step out. The world got to know this incredible surfing. I want to see her really drive on that Challenger Series and start to rise for the stars, get on that championship tour. Alani Morse needs to recover from her last mistake here. Definitely does. Gets the takeoff. She has an incredible backhand, goes left all the time, hung up on that second turn, but the second wave can just give you a little bit of leniency for getting hung up there. So 3 turns on wave number 2 here. Sara Wakita doesn't muck around, straight up into the lip. Beautiful draw down carve here for Sara. Finishing turn, we know it's crucial. Gets really, really low. Has to hang on for a little bit more. There's the ride out for Sara. So at this point, not a foot put wrong for Sara Wakita.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
I love Sara surfing. And when she won China last year, that was so exciting. It was a really emotional moment. She was like, you know, I feel like I've just been in a bit of a rut, and this is the moment I've been working for. And I'm so happy to see her back in the water. I know I'm on an injury as well, so I get how exciting it must be to feel good and back into herself. But I really liked Alani Morse's wave. This is probably my first time watching her surf, really. A bit of a new name for me. I'm loving the backside. You're right, got a little stuck there. Saves it really nicely, but this little fin bust was really exciting. Behind her, though, Sara Wakita looking really electric on her feet right now. That CI is looking great. Probably a CI Pro or the CI2 Pro, which is great for when you want to go sharp and in the pocket, just like that.
Yeah, Sara, something to note as well, she is taking off slightly wider than everyone else, but has found that sweet spot that has put her up into the lip really vertical, which we've identified is quite hard to do if you do take off wider here. So Sara with a really beautiful read on the wave pool here. So this has kind of set the tone, though. What we're looking at is Kana Nakashio with a 7 and a 4.43. Taylor Green is currently in second with a 5.83 and a 4.5, but Sara's second wave still to drop in. It's definitely that 3.83. So this is going to apply a little bit more pressure on our 2 Kiwi surfers here, Taylor Green and Alani Morse. Alani's last wave was the 3.83. So she's essentially now got to rely on her next 2 opportunities if she wants to have a spot in the final right now, which is an incredible task to achieve for someone who is so new to these co-sanctioned events.
Absolutely, and there's still so much to learn. I remember the first couple contests I did that were international. I was rattled, especially at seeing surfing like Kana Nakashio in your own heat can really rattle some bones.
Oh, absolutely. Kana is such a, like I mentioned, lethal, calculated competitor, and she is ticking the box right now, growing every single wave. She's looking loose and comfortable, ready to dominate on the next one. And Taylor just seems to hit a bump on that 4th wave and goes down here. So for Taylor as well, she was looking for a score. It's a 5.61 to get her back up into that top 2 situation. For Kana, though, see you later 4.43. That is going back up near towards her high score.
Oh, that was an incredible wave. So pleasing to the eye. When you just see a surfer connect with that lip line, so smooth and powerful, you can really see there's not a single drop wrong, out of place. takes off straight off the bat for this turn. This is more even of a setup turn. Here's where things really start to ramp up. She uses the bowl of the wave to her advantage. Massive backhand hacks, really in the pocket, super tight surfing there for Kana. She is going to be feeling really good. Unfortunate here for Taylor. I think a bit too much on that outside rail, maybe trying to rush things a little too much. And she was already eyeing the next section before she even really finished that first turn. So she still has one more chance, and it's not done just yet. But Kana Nakashio, 7-8-3, skyrockets to lead again.
Yeah, 2 really big scores here for Kana. To be in that 14-point plus combo, that's going to make your competitors feel a little bit threatened just about what you're bringing to the table. We can't forget that we saw Kokoro Baba get herself into the 16-point combo in her quarterfinal heat. So she also really setting a high standard for the rest of the field to live up to. Now, Sara Wakita, Alani Morse, it's their last wave here. Sara is currently in second. We've identified that Taylor and, sorry, not their last wave, they've got 2 more to go. Taylor still looking for a score. It has been ramped up to a 7-2-7 after Sara's last wave comes in as a 6-6. So for her, essentially, this is a moment for her to take everything back into her own hands.
Absolutely, and Sarah is not going to be making that easy. She's probably hearing kind of scores, and 2 competitors out of Japan, they've probably had many heats together. So she is going to start to really push it now.
And if anything we know about the Japanese, they support each other, but they all want to outsurf each other. So Sara goes big on this first section here. You can see it's a little bit more down carb, but then it gets nice and tight in the bowl for 2 big end turns here. She gets really low, has to hold on. We're going to cut to Alani. Let's see what she can do from out the back. Gets a nice second turn in. We know she's got more verticalness in her though. On that foam ball, it makes it really tricky to attack that end section there. So just some of her waves have left her just a smidge. It feels like a half beat behind the pocket.
Yeah, she hasn't really strung it together this heat. I feel like she's slightly out of rhythm. Sara Wakita, I love that wave, but I'm not sure it's going to factor into her top 2. The other ones had a bit more oomph, in my opinion. But let's break this one down. I think it's so important to notice that Sara has that one line. She never double bottom turns. She constantly follows that one line. She draws out. It's like painting. You know, so I think that is such a great thing that Sara has. It's extremely hard to do, especially in a wave pool where there isn't so much power from the wave itself. So generating speed like that is not easy. And here, Alani, you're right, slightly out of rhythm here. You try to get that last one in. Sometimes when you see you're too late, it's better to kind of just go forward. Otherwise, it makes the finishing of the wave a little messier.
It was her best so far, so a 4-point ride on that last one here for Alani Morse. However, it's a really big requirement now, a 9.1 with 1 wave to go. I like her chances with it being on the second wave of the set. That is definitely the one where I feel most excellence can be found. Sara Wakita doesn't improve, so the target has been set. Now Taylor knows what she's aiming for, knows what she's shooting for, and has to get a bullseye, essentially. 7-2-7 is the requirement for Taylor Green, which we know is that one line and consistently big turns and not getting to that end section late to put you up in that ballpark. Think exactly what Kana's been doing.
Absolutely, and I know we've said a few times, oh, the wave pool takes a lot of pressure away because you don't look for waves and this and that, but I think it applies more pressure because you're just there and it's just you and the wave now. Like, there is no excuses. This is it, and you've got to perform, otherwise you're going to be dropped out.
I actually like the fact as well that it's not a moving target then. It really is still. So here we go. Taylor Green, her last chance here to get a spot in the final. Second turn's big. Third turn had a great wind-up. Heaps of spray coming out the back here. Fourth turn has the completion on it. She doesn't look convinced herself. Kana Nakashio now has a really convincing lead on this one. So good at finding the pocket on these waves and just attacking it. Belts the end turn. Tricky section to ride out of there with so much water converging down in that one spot where she was landing. Like I mentioned, it had to be a 7-2-7 for Taylor Green. it's never convincing as a viewer when the athlete doesn't look convinced.
Absolutely. And it's something that when you're in training, I think a good coach will tell you, never let the judges see what you think. Even if you know it wasn't the score, you know, shoulders up, head high, like you can always convince them with the attitude. So you're right. When an athlete kind of looks a little bummed, you also kind of get that energy off of them and you're like, maybe you're right. Maybe it's kind of downplays the wave. But she surfed this incredibly. I just don't know if it's going to be the 727. Comes in at a 5.60. You can see great surfing. You know, she's timing it really nicely. Gets a little stuck there on the way down, but manages to hold with it. Kind of like a Shio's wave as well. Incredible. Doesn't factor into her top two, but she's in a pretty comfortable lead. She's looking sharp and fast. Really rotating that torso every time she goes to the top of the wave. So she's killing it.
Yeah, Kana, that last wave felt like the most lateral we'd probably seen of her surfing. And if you look back to her scoreline, 7, then a 4.43, then a 7.83, then a 4.93. So if there's anything to take out of that, it's that second wave is where Kana's getting bulk of the points. And if she's not executing on them, at this point, based on the results in this heat, she's not getting above a 5 on that fourth wave. So that's something for Kana to refine before she heads into the final here. It really is down to one last woman. It's Alani Morse, and it has to be the highest score of the entire women's division so far, a 9.1. Like I mentioned before though, Giada, if there's a wave to do it on, it is that second wave.
Absolutely, and she will be on it. So I'm excited. Let's see, does she take to the air?
She does. She does 6 straighties, actually.
Let's see it.
Let's go, girl. Alani Morse needs a 9.1. Best looking turn for her so far. Nice and tight in the pocket. You can see she's going to stall. She's going to ramp up for something big here. Goes for it into a backside air rev, but unfortunately just landing on the lip of the wave there. So that means this lady on your screen is confirmed for the women's final in the QS. This is just a fun practice wave before we get to see her lap up 35 minutes, 6 waves for the women and men's final here. So Sara Wakita, Kana Nakashio, really deserving to be in that final.
Absolutely. They are unstoppable at the moment. So I'm really excited to see who they will be matching up against.
Incredible performances throughout this event for Taylor Green and Alani Morse. Just again to ram it home, Alani's so new to this format. So the fact that she's finding these type of results so early in a controlled environment as well is super impressive from the young gun from Raglan. We are going to find out who our second 2 finalists are. It's between Kokoro Baba, Rita Suzuki, Shino Matsuna and Ruby True right after this.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
Incredible scores being dropped throughout the day, but this is an exciting moment. Semi-final heat 2 of the women's QS 6000 in the water is Kokoro Baba, Rita Suzuki, Shino Matsuda, and Ruby True. I am so excited for this matchup. In the booth with me is Dai Wacko.
Wow, this is gonna be a good matchup, yeah. And then that is a burner set now. So ladies are getting ready, but you know, earlier round, Kokoro Baba scored pretty high score, 2 pairs of 8. So it's going to be a good matchup here. 3 Japanese surfers up against young guns from Australia.
Absolutely, and like we discussed earlier, this event, Kokoro Baba, this is her first international QS, 8.83. That is the top 5 event on the women's side. Sorry, top 5 waves of the women's side on your screen. Siki Yang, an 8.33. Rita Suzuki in this heat as well, 8.17. So some great moments ahead. That was a burner set as we prepare for this semifinal heat 2. We'll be seeing who joins Kana Nakashio and Sara Wakita into that final of the QS
already.
6000. This has flown by. We have seen such great moments throughout this entire event. For me, personally, Kokoro Baba has been a standout.
Definitely, she's been practicing at the wave pool back in Japan, so now she's finally showcasing her surfing in quarterfinals, and on screen you can see she's still 16 years old, super young, upcoming surfer, and this is first international QS comp, and she scored 8.8, which is the highest score so far of the women's side.
Absolutely, there on screen it said 2022 was her first WSL, but she only did one junior that year. So this is the first time she really takes it outside of Japan and onto the big stage. She has been showing some incredible competitive maturity this event. So much talent and great under pressure. She hasn't let the big names kind of rattle her or affect her performance. She knows what she came here for, what she came here to do, and she is already one step closer into the final.
Wow, it's a big step for Kokoro Baba, and she's gonna get the first wave of the women's semifinal heat number 2.ババ心1本目のライディングになります。こちらウィメンズのセミファイナル、さあテイクオフしていきます。一発目綺麗に入りました。スプレーを上げてもう一発綺麗なターンが入りました。そして3発目も綺麗なターンが入り、フィニッシュのターンも入りました。素晴らしい演技を見せてくれたのがババ心、後ろから鈴木梨太、一発綺麗に入って2発目もしっかりとパワーゾーン戻ります。ここで少しレールが引っかかってしまいますが前に出てきました。3発の演技、さあこれで1つ目のセットが終わりました。 Beautiful surfing from both Kokoro and Rita.
Absolutely, that was a great exchange. I do think Kokoro probably taking the better of it. We will be catching up on the replays. Wow, so Kokoro really taking off closer to the wall, coming out from behind the curl, actually. She's staying so close to that pocket of this wave, and I love how tight she makes her turns. She's able to get a lot of good turns in and not a lot of space, so she's really stepping and ramping it up. Rita Suzuki, name we've seen quite a lot in this QS region. Great start. That was much better. Really starts to ramp it up. You see a bit stuck on the bottom turn. It's as if maybe her back leg was a little too low. She fumbled a little bit on the way up. Wasn't able to really rotate and get up where she wanted to. Mistime the rest of the wave, but that was only the first one, so plenty of time.
Plenty of more waves for them, so it's okay. And looks like, Kokoro's got a 7-point ride, which is a good way to start. But even, Rita made a little bit of mistake, mistimed. She gets 5.17.
Absolutely, showing the quality of turns she was giving. She had that little fumble, but didn't really affect her so much at all. So, it shows just how talented these women are. Shino Matsuda, Ruby True, both Olympians.
Wow, yes.
Ruby True for skateboarding, Shino Matsuda for surfing. I always say Shino is one of my favorites to watch. She is such a great person and surfer as well. I see her around town, always smiling, happy to say hello. But when she puts that jersey on, she is pretty deadly. I would not want to be drawing her name in the heat. Here we have her. Takes off. Good looking wave.
松田氏の1本目のライディング。
No.
Wow. We don't really see that from Shino,
Yeah.
especially at this wave pool event, she's being on fire, but she gets 3 more waves.
All right, right behind her, Ruby True. Good first slap there. Wraps it around, really pushes the tail. Nice stuff. She's eyeing the section down, takes the air, and goes down. Unfortunately, just a little too much over that front rail. But I hope she lands one of those because she did in the previous heat. So
You know, in quarters, we witnessed that she made the straight air. That was really cool to watch, and no wonder because she's coming from the skateboarding industry as well. So I really love to see that one, but really unfortunate for Shino. Beautiful first turn, straight into the second, but somehow back foot actually came off.
yeah, it was pretty unfortunate.
And a beautiful turn for Ruby True here, just setting up for the last air here, and she almost stopped the landing there. Unfortunately, couldn't really stick to it. Beautiful attempt from Ruby True. So both get a small score, 2.17 for Shino and 3.50 for Ruby True. But there's 3 more waves, 3 more chances for all the surfers.
But it is Kokoro Baba, the rookie.
Rookie.
I'm calling it the rookie. Getting the better of that exchange by quite a long shot. The closest score is 2 points away, so that must be feeling pretty good. We'll see what she does on the 4th wave of the set. Rita Suzuki is not gonna let it go so easily, though. All 4 names have been people to watch this entire event, and this could easily be a final.
Oh, definitely it could be a final. So that, which means they all have to attack 100% to the section. They don't want to make any mistakes on the wave.
No, and most of them are very calculated surfer. Like we said, Shina Matsuda falling off was a bit of a rare moment. We don't see her usually make those mistakes. She's someone who consistently makes finals day. So early days though, that was just the first one. Let's catch up with live action.
鈴木リタ2本目のライディング、ここは点数を重ねたいが、ここで一発目少しミスをしてしまいました。前に出てこれない。この演技を終えます。その後ろからは一発目で7点をスコアした馬場心。さあ一発目きれいに入れてきました。2発目はグッとボトムターンで溜めてスムーズなトランジションで3発目チェックターンになりましたが、これで4発目は決めてこれない、前に出てこれませんでした。Well, unfortunate for both Rita and Kokoro. They attacking a section super hard. So it's like a 0 or 100. It's a make or no make.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Kokoro was gonna back up that 7 really nicely. Rita, unfortunately, going down pretty early on that wave. It's like stuck behind, pushed it a little too hard, maybe. But still 2 waves left for both these ladies. Kokoro, great start here. Smooth, open face lines. Unfortunately here, pushes it. Goes airdrops down. That's not easy to land, but unfortunately there isn't able to really stick with it.
4.6 for Kokoro's last wave, and she didn't make the last section, but still got 4.60, and it's a nice backup score for Kokoro.
Absolutely, yeah. That's just shows that the talent she has, because that 4.6 is without a finishing. So it shows that the quality of turns she's giving out is something that the judges are eating up right now. Shows why she's in a semifinal in this QS 6000. So already a huge moment for Kokoro. She, make it or not, is going to be taking so much away from this heat.
Definitely. Important wave for Shino and Ruby True. This is a wave number 2. Well, really love to see Ruby True doing air and stomp the landing this time. Another 7.
Yeah, hopefully. I would love to see Ruby True really stomp one of those airs down. She just went for it, and I'm seeing that she just goes for it on the first wave. She's like, you know what? I'm not going to follow everyone else's heat strategy. I'm not building a house. I'm building a mansion straight away. You know, like I'm jumping the whole build your scores. Here we go. Ruby True, good first bash. Wraps it around again. She opts for the turn, decides to stick to the most traditional way of surfing, and I am loving it.
松田氏の2本目、一発目パワフルなスラッシュターンを見せてきて、ここでも2発目もしっかり入れてきました。そして3発目とスムーズにつながっていきます。そしてフィニッシュのターンきれいに決めてきました。1本目のミステイクをしっかりと学んで、最後2本目最後のターン決めてきました。Beautiful surfing from Shino Matsuda and Ruby True. They both get the finish. They both just attack the section and stay with the classic style. Great surfing. I really love how she went for it for the first turn. A lot of power. I love that wraps around carve there. A lot of energy to it. And it gets the finish here. So beautiful surfing. Super mature surfing from Ruby True. And Shino did a great job on this one. First turn strong and straight into the second. Similar approach but more power on the third turn there, and she gets the big finish there. So beautiful surfing. 5.83 for Ruby True's last wave, so that is a good start for Ruby to build up the house. Still waiting for the last wave for Shino, but it's gonna be a good number.
I mean, I've been so wrong this whole event, but I think that's going to be the best wave of the heat, maybe, or second best. Maybe not as good as Kokoro's, but it's going to be up there. I would be giving it a 6 or a 6.5 because that was really elegantly done. Great completion. It was critical from start to end. So much water thrown out the back. There's just a great connection to her and this wave. Every time that board really hits the lip, she throws so much spray. And she's not a very tall girl, so it just shows how good her quality of turns are. So the judges taking a really strong look at this one. They're probably going to be comparing it to Kokoro 7.
Wow, you're right, Jada.
For the first time this whole event,
7-5.
finally 7-5. I got it.
It is the highest score so far in this heat.
Oh yes, I got it still.
Judges are loving it.
At the end of the event, I finally got a score. All right, here we go. Live action. Kokoro Baba not happy hearing that 7-5. Big blast to start things off. Does it again. She goes for broke on this one. Finishes it off strong. She's loving it.
She's loving it. Important way for Rita Suzuki. Suzuki Rita この波しっかりと決めていきたい。少しレールが引っかかったがリカバリーしました。そして最後のセクションも決めてこれるか。これは前に出てこれません。素晴らしいライディングを披露したのは馬場心。鈴木リタもいいスコアをいいターンをしていましたが最後のターンが決めきれませんでした。
Maybe a bit of a hit her head somewhere there.
Not sure what happened there. Hopefully she's okay.
Hopefully she's fine. A couple of the replays. What do you think of this one, Dai?
Super tight, you know, super strong turns. Love the first turn, the second turn back into the power source. Bigger on the third turns and a big finishing turn. So it'll be a good number. It'll be a great answer back. And Rita, she was on the way to the good score. I love the first turn and second turn as well. Throwing a lot of spray. Here, you know, little bit of bog the rail there, and that actually she was out of the rhythm with the wave. So really unfortunate for Rita. She was on the way to good score, but look at the scoreboard. 8.0.
Wow.
Again, excellent score.
Incredible. I told you she wasn't happy hearing Shino's 7-5. She's like, excuse me. This is my wave pool.
Rookies, just
the
non-stop.
The rookie is showing up. She's like, you know what, guys? I actually don't know who you are. So
Wow, this is pretty much the first international QS event for, you know, Kokoro, but she's just showcasing her techniques. Wow,
Yeah.
Great surfing, great stuff.
I've actually had this conversation with some of my friends who compete as well, and they said that most of them, their best year on the QS was the first year because they didn't know who was good or not. So they're
Right.
like just surfing heats, you know, and then eventually you
It
start
happens,
learning
eh? Yeah.
names and you're like, oh no, you get
Right.
worried. So it just shows how important that mental game is. But live action.
松田氏の3本目のライディング、綺麗なカービングターン、そして3発目、これも綺麗に決めてきて、最後のターンも決めました。これは 2.17 超えてくるでしょう。So Ruby True needs to answer back here. Nice slashing turn with a lot of spray. She's eyeing for the section. Takes to the sky, lands it. Well, that was something
That
different.
was very cool. That was cool. It wasn't as big maybe as the
Right.
first one. But hey, I can't even do an air, so I'm not one to judge. But that was a really nice wave ridden by Ruby True, answering back to to Kokoro and Rita. So Rita got pushed to second. This is before we see Shino's last one. A couple of replays here. What are you thinking of this one?
Beautiful surfing, similar approach to the previous wave, but beautiful opening curve, beautiful rail work there. Love the power on the third and clean finish. So that's gonna be a good number, 6.70. That is a great backup. What do you think of this one?
All right, so Ruby True, I'm liking it. It was she has done that the first two combos quite a few times. This was sick. Actually taking a look at it, that was pretty cool. I do love it. It was quite similar to that 7 she got in the previous heat, but I'm not too sure. It did feel the first couple turns didn't feel as big maybe, but that finishing was extremely strong.
Well, still waiting for the last wave for Ruby True. Needs of 8.37 right now to go into second place because Shino just got 6.70 as a backup, so it's a big score for the requirements.
Yeah, so she got a 7 on her last heat, doing a very similar situation.
It's a 6.57, so it's not enough, but she lowers the requirement. Now she needs 7.63.
Yep, and she has one last chance to do it, but so does Shino, Kokoro, and Rita. So this is getting pretty heated. There's a lot on the line for this ladies. Kokoro Baba, I would say, is looking pretty good.
ギリタ4本目のライディング、一発目綺麗に決まりました。スプレーを飛ばしてきて、深いボトムターンから2発目も力強い一発、3発と綺麗につながって、フィニッシュのターンもこれは決めてこれるか。これは前に出てこれませんでした。そして後ろ、馬場心、素晴らしい一発目、そして2発目はチェックターンをして、3発目綺麗に入れました。そして4発目、ここも綺麗なフィニッシュしましたが、前に出てきたところで、少し板が逆さまに向いてしまいました。Well, unfortunate for both ladies here, didn't get a completion. You know, Rita needed to get 9.03, so pretty much has to be perfect in execution. But unfortunately, she didn't get a completion there.
Yeah, so something that Jessie actually mentioned in the previous heat that I'm seeing very similarly to Kokoro Baba was Kokoro's best waves were both on the every time she had that second wave. So something that she's probably going to have to look and think about as she goes into her final, because I think it's pretty safe to say she's got it. I mean, look at that score line. Rita Suzuki absolutely tore this one apart until this last moment. Unfortunately, wasn't able to really tie the knot. But here, Kokoro is looking so unstoppable. If she got that finishing turn on this one, I'm pretty sure she would have gone into the 8th, because that last turn was so sharp and in such a critical moment that it was bound to be a big score.
Definitely, you know, both of them didn't get a completion, but they get 5.73 and 5.73. So, you know, we can say if they had a, you know, completion, they could have gone to good score or excellent range. It's a beautiful, you know, surfing from Kokoro, Rita. So it's gonna be a last wave for Ruby, True, and Shino Matsuda. Ruby needs 7.63, so probably Shino wants to get rid of the 6.70 on the next one, but Ruby gets the second wave of the set.
All right, so nervous times ahead. Ruby True is really gonna have to push it again. She needs a 7.63, so she needs to do something similar to the first heat or bigger actually. So here we go. She takes off. Good opening turn. Does the cut back. Let's see what she does on the bowling inside. She eyes this section down, takes to the air, lands it. Couple more turns here on the inside. 7.63.
Wow.
Shino.
松田詩野、この4本目のライディングでその差を広げたい。さあしっかりとフィニッシュ決めてきました。これも素晴らしいライディングになった。Wow. Great answer back from Shino Matsuda. And Ruby True's last wave, that was amazing as well. So I'm not too sure, who's get through, who's gonna be in the second position. I would say Kokoro stay in the lead comfortably.
Oh, it's gonna be it's a interesting finishing here. Ruby True does get a similar wave. She got a 6.57 the last time. So will it go in a similar?
I think the turn-wise was better than the 6.57.
Yeah.
But the air was, I think the previous wave was a bit better for the air. So we were not sure what judge is gonna think, but really love the True's, turns. That was really powerful surfing. So it's gonna be really close.
Absolutely. It's a battle. It's literally a battle to go into the final. Shino wanting to defend her second spot. Ruby wanting to get in it. Let's see what you think of this one.
Love the first turn and second turn, actually throwing a lot of sprays, and third turn even bigger, and she was eyeing for the section. It gets the air, stomped the landing, so she checked all the boxes. There was no downtime, but she did a great job as well. Beautiful first turn. I love the second carve this, and gets a bigger turn there, and I love the finish here for Shino. Wow, it's 7.10 for Ruby True, so it's not enough.
Not enough, just under. That is pretty unfortunate, but we will be saying goodbye to Ruby True and Rita Suzuki. We are gonna throw out to a quick break before we go into the men's semi-final heat 1.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
It is semi-finals time for the men's QS happening right now over here in Korea. Kanoa Hee-jae, we know him, we love him. He spent more time in this pool than anyone else in this entire competition. Xavier Huxtable, Jarvisel flying the flag for Australia in blue and white, and Rinta Ootu is out there in the green. 4 extremely talented surfers trying to battle it out for a spot in the final here. 6,000 points on the line. We have up first the man on your screen, Kanoa Hee-jae. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Izzy Caudo. Really, really crucial part of the contest now.
This is crazy. This feels like a final right now. We've got Xavier Huxtable 9th at this event last year, and he's on the Challenger Series. He made the cut within the cut. So he's here doing this competition to just make sure he can re-qualify on the QS just in case. He'll be heading over to Belito for the first comp there. And yeah, Jarvis Earl, he doesn't need any introduction. Kanoa as well. He was in the longboarding this morning, unfortunately got knocked, but those hang tens, man, what can't he do?
He is so multi-talented. Honestly, for Xavier Huxtable at this point, I feel like he just loves competing, to be fair. But it's a great warm-up to come here, shake the nerves off. We saw a lot of even those championship tour competitors compete in a Burley QS earlier in the year because there was such a long off-season. So as far as game plan and gearing up for what's next, which is that Challenger Series event, this is really smart here for Xav. Kanoa Hee-jae, he is the last Korean flying the flag in this event, both in longboard and shortboard. So he's surfing for much more than himself right now. Jams that tail on this first section. There we go. Nice hook carve to start off here. This is that same route that we've seen him taking every single heat so far. He'll go to an air, drift that tail out nice and wide. He's going to go clean with the completion here. Now Xavier Huxtable, our Victorian surfer, out the back, jamming a couple pockets here. Starts to drift that tail around the corner, maybe lacking those fireworks that we saw from Kanoa, but you take a completion on that first wave, it does tend to set the standard for our surfers here. But Kanoa, I feel like I'm watching yesterday's replay. This is exactly how he started his heat yesterday.
I love it, and I think it's really cool to note, look at how he comes out of his turns. He stands tall. It's almost like a reset button, but he's in the perfect part of the wave that it gives him momentum to push. And here's this section here. Wow, he just rotates that so perfectly. And Xavier Huxtable out behind him. We see this double pump here on this next turn, and I feel like you said, Jesse, lacking the X factor a little bit. Such a great wave, got 4 turns, huge backside snaps, but comparing it to Kanoa's, I think Kanoa gets the nod.
Yeah, definitely. Kanoa had variety, had that massive expression at the end there. The thing, I said it yesterday, I'm going to say it again today, every single wave I've seen him surf has been the same at the start of this event. That is exactly how he started his heat yesterday. Is he getting rewarded for it? Absolutely. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. But it is one of those things where I wonder if it is going to start to hinder as we go into the final. This person I'm really looking forward to seeing in this semi-final here is actually Jarvis Earl. He has an incredible air game. He injured himself here last year, so there's a heartstring storyline going on right now where this is where Jarv had pretty much his first major injury in his career so far. He's come back, he's in the semi-finals, and he's having to still surf through probably a mental roadblock in front of him here. So Jarvis has a little more to be competing for right now.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Jarvis has that competitive edge. He just seems so hungry this event, almost to prove everyone wrong. He was supposed to be in the semi-finals, but he couldn't make it. So Taj Stokes taking his spot last year, injuring himself in the air show. But oh my goodness, Kanoa Hee-jae at 8.83.
Jarvis Earl is going to take off on his first wave of the semi-final here. Big swoop to kick us off. Starts to drift that tail around, gets funky, gets free with it, jams in the pocket again here for Jarvis Earl. Big look at end section here. He's just going to tag it and goes down. It felt like he was chasing something more at this point. Now Rinta starts to go to town on this wave right now, tagging a couple of sections, belts it for a finish, but incomplete as well. So scores for those first 2 surfers, 8.83 for Kanoa Hee-jae. So you know what, if the judges are going to keep paying it, let's keep seeing it. Xavier Huxtable with a 6.67. Now that we see those surfers start to get a chance to the other wave, we're going to see how they perform on what settings here. But Jarvis was going so right before the fall.
Yeah, I love these second turns. This is his bread and butter, just really sticking the towel out here for a third snap. And pretty similar approach to Kanoa. Goes around this section. Looks like he was caught in between 2 mines a little bit late, so opted to do that snap in that section, but just nosediving a bit. And Rinta out behind him. I loved the start of this wave. It was going so well. A little bit late, which forced his board to angle back into the white water, and it just swallowed him up. So a good score for Jarvis, a 5.17, and score yet to drop for Rinta.
Yeah, Jarv, it's definitely not that what we're used to seeing from him at the start, but he's going to readjust, get himself in a better situation coming into this second, third, and fourth rotation on these waves here. Xavier Huxtable really strong surf up. Right now, out of all of the competitors in this heat, he would have the edge on power. He really needs to start to lean into that, use it to his advantage here for Xavier Huxtable. I just want to mention a name that I am surprised is not in this semi-final, and that is Caleb Tancred.
Yeah, yeah. I was sitting with him and Jarvis before, having lunch before this semi-final for Jarvis, and Caleb mentioned that it just all went wrong. He seemed a little bit rushed. He didn't get that momentum at the start, and we've sort of seen that come into play. If you don't get that good wave to start, some of the surfers are sort of lacking that confidence. They start to get inside their head a little bit. So maybe that coming into play for Caleb, but he's on the Challenger Series. He's doing pretty good.
Yeah, he's going to have what feels like a great year. He already had a really lovely performance in that Newcastle Challenger Series at the start of this year, which counted to last year's results rolling into that championship tour. Xavier Huxtable, let's see him on the second wave of the set here. We know he loves it. Goes really nice and tight, vertical in these first two pockets here for Xav. Let's see this inside section. We want to see something big from our Challenger Series surfer. That tail is drifting, but it didn't have that momentum, that energy to really seal the deal here for Xavier Huxtable. Now Kanoa Hije, snap to carve. He'll snap and boost on this next section here. Nice tight air is what he usually gives us, but he mistimes it. So the first time we've seen Kanoa, unfortunately, just mistime a section here. Usually on that fourth wave, he really pulls that tail in, where on the second one you can see it be looser and fade and fly out a little bit wider here. So Kanoa, he's going to get another two waves here, but that was the first we've seen him not make the most of that air section.
Yeah, really interesting. I loved this approach from Xavier. He has such a strong backhand and really able to whip this one around. That's a great looking third turn, little check turn, and he was just eyeing off this down the line section and just went a little too high, which sort of forced him to be on top of the wave and get hung up. This is Kanoa. A little bit mistimed, which I think put him out of rhythm. You can see his style. He stands tall, but just coming stuck in that foam ball there for Kanoa, which, like you said, Jesse, put him out of time.
Yeah, potentially maybe taking off wider than where we've seen him consistently do for this entire event, and it really did just set him off the ball there. So Kanoa Hije, he's already got an 8.83, one of the highest scores we've seen of this entire event so far. It's a 3.6 as his backup here, Xav. He locks in another good score. It's a 5. So that's going to start to just put a little bit more emphasis on Jarvis and Rinta needing to surf up on these next two waves. 6.51 for Jarvis Earl is the requirement. Rinta 0.02. He's looking for a 7.17 here. But if you take a look at the highest scores that we've seen so far in this event, the two highest belonging directly to our surfer in red. 8.83 and an 8.5 to Kanoa Hije. Kei Kobayashi coming really close to that with an 8.2 and an 8.17. But it makes sense. These two surfers spend so much time in wave pool, so they should really keep on performing the way they're doing, because this has become a real strong point for both of them.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what the biggest upset to me is? Ketut Agus is out of the event. So we're going to have a new event winner here at the Siheung QS.
Definitely. Kei Kobayashi is a previous winner here, so he can potentially take home a second title. Rinta 0.02, one of the last Japanese surfers in the draw here. Lovely looking first turn, using speed to his advantage right now, belting this wave all the way through. Let's not stop now. Rinta 0.02, the dark horse in this heat, fighting for a spot. Here we go. Jarvis Earl, swoop to kick us off here. Tails drifting around that corner. Let's see this inside section. I want to see Jarv go to the air and boost. Slightly mistimes that one again. So it seems that both Kanoa and Jarvis surfed those first three sections so well, but potentially sacrificing the air section to stick to that traditional game, which I'm not against at all. Jarvis surfed that wave really well. It's just that usually you see that wave 4 as the majority air wave.
And it's really interesting because we're seeing majority of our goofy foot surfers miss that last section as well. We talk about Ruby True in the last heat. She opted to do an air on that section, as we see. Wow, Rinta, I love this wave. He's just showing how much power he has, taking this one all the way through, and he has that X factor. So we see Jarv out behind. I love this first carve. Being a goofy footer, he's really got to come behind the foam ball there. We see him right in the pocket, and that gives him the speed and momentum. Misses that first section, like you said, Jesse, and opts for that one, but it's a little flat just coming through that safety zone.
Yeah, so Jarv didn't... that end section is so important because that click and that moment that gives is really it's the finishing tie of the bow. It's the cherry on top of the cake, and Jarvis is starting his wave so strong, and you're almost bummed for him that he's not getting that really nice click at the end because of all this incredible work that he's doing at the start of his waves there. So it's almost a moment of, no, I really want to see that, because you know how talented these surfers are. But as we well and truly know, love an underdog story, and Rinta 002 got the best of, I would say, all of the second waves just then.
He's been a real dark horse for me. I've enjoyed watching him all the way through from the opening round, and I feel like he's really showcasing his surfing. And wow, a 7.23, Jessie.
Yeah, big number for Rinta. Put him up into second place. So now the two Aussies with a little bit of work to do here. Jarvis L, his second score still yet to trickle on through here, but we are over the halfway mark. Everyone has 2 scores under their belt here. Let's see what the local boy does on the same wave that he last got an 8.83 on. Kanoa Hije, snap in the pocket, jams that tail out and around the corner here. Carve, he's going to snap on this section. Let's see what this air is going to do, or is he going to give us some variety here? Chucks that tail out again and whips it around the corner. He really does have it on lock on that section to float that tail really nice and wide. Dave Boggs on the second section has to make up for it, chucks the fins around but loses it in the rotation there. So Kanoa Hije, to a T, surfed that wave like he surfed his 8.83.
And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I love his style. I love how tall he stands, and it's almost like that double pump at the bottom of the wave, but he goes from standing so tall to being so compressed, and it takes a really talented surfer to be able to compress himself so quickly, and it's really interesting to see.
Yeah, Kanoa, it's you can definitely tell he's got this run down. And there's nothing wrong with it. I absolutely love it, but I want to see something different.
And this is getting him the scores. We've seen it, but it's almost a little bit predictable. We want this X factor. He has it. Look at this, like making air reverses like that. No grab just shows how much control he really does have and how in tune he is with his equipment. But I want to see something different. Like, he's getting excellent scores, and he's probably going to drop another excellent wave.
Yeah, it makes sense for him to keep doing that route because he's getting rewarded for it. But then you can see now he surfed that wave turn-wise exactly the same as his 8.83, but his next score coming in a point and a half lower. So it's a 7.47 for that last wave for Kanoa, and this was my major worry with that. It was that if he kept surfing the wave the exact same, at some point the judges are going to be like, I've seen that. And it's not very often you can call a wave and be like, he's going to do a snap there, because that's what we've seen so much throughout this event. In every single heat so far, he's surfed that second wave the exact same.
And I think that's what I love so much about Jarvis Earl. I'm on the edge of my seat. His surfing is so unpredictable because you actually don't know what he's going to do. He's done something different on every single wave and in every single heat. So it's almost, if Kanoa can really now, with this last wave coming on through, he's got an 8.83 and a 7.47. I really would love to see him let loose and try something different.
Yeah, I'm totally on that same page. But it makes sense for him to keep surfing that wave the same because he's getting really good scores. So all the power to Kanoa Hije right now with a big 16.3 heat total. Jarvis L with a bit of work to do here. Has a 6.1, but at this point needs something pretty solid because his competitor Rinta has a 7.23, end section crucial. Chucks the fins around. He gets the completion here. He's going to get a little bonus turn at the end as well for Jarvis L, and that is that on the edge of the seat type surfing you're talking about, but whips this turn in the pocket here for Rinta 002. Dropped a turn on that wave. Usually we see 4. He dropped one back and did 3, but even bigger. So I actually really appreciate that from Rinta 002.
I love that. And it being the 4th wave of the set, we haven't seen too many crew really get in that 4th turn, but for big turns like that Rinta just completed, you don't really need to do a 4th turn. We think quality over quantity, but Jarvis Earl right now, I love this first carve. This is his bread and butter. He needs a score. He's looking to replace a 5.17, and you can just tell what's in his mind right now. He's thinking air a little, he gets nice and tail high, but maybe a little bit lateral to what we're used to seeing for Jarv.
If you give Jarvis a moment, an opportunity, he's not going to leave it out into anyone else's hands. He is going to take that on as his own there. Rinta O2, though, this wave is easily one of my favourite that I've watched in this heat.
I just love how patient he was. He's oozing with confidence, and you can tell he's really loose right now. He compresses so low, and he's able to really talk through his body, which gets his board vertical, but also he's able to push his tail out the back of the wave, which
And
we don't see.
Rinta, it also seems he's finishing his waves and taking a big breath out. He's got a big sigh of release, which is also showing that just the amount of how hard he is pushing on those sections too. He is full throttle, accelerated down, going for it. He's full steam ahead. And then once he finishes that wave, gets the completion, all right, now I can take the foot off the gas. He is going to make this situation pretty hard for our Australians. Last wave in for Rinta, a 7.67, second highest wave of this heat. So now Jarvisel, with his last wave being his best, it was a 7.03. He's now looking for a 7.87, super doable. Xavier Huxtable on the second wave of the set. It is the better one. It's where we saw an 8 already go down in this heat. He's looking for an 8.23. This is going to give him the best chance to do so right now. Xav, it's all up to this last opportunity here. Bottom turn, great looking technique. He's going to keep on swinging through. I want to see some fireworks through this mid part of the wave here. Get you over the line to think this is an 8.23. Drifts, that tail is sticking to that traditional game. Best wave for Xav so far. Kanoa Hije starts to swing that tail around the corner. There's the carve into another snap. He's going to chuck the fins free on this section. Goes for an alley-oop, but just comes unstuck here. So Kanoa's scores are locked in. He's going to have an 8.83 and a 7.47. Xavier Huxtable, it wasn't convincing for me to get him into the 8 range.
I would have loved to see that wave at the start of the heat. I know Xav has so much talent, but with airs that Kanoa and turns like Rinta that they're doing, I feel like Xav needed to give a little bit more. It was his last wave. He needed to go huge.
Definitely. Xav, he's going to hear that score fill in pretty shortly, and it feels like it's going to come in short, unfortunately, there. But it is going to give him a really great warm-up going into that Challenger Series. Let's take a look at this Bonsai replay here, Izzy.
Yeah, this, like you said, Jessie, this is my favourite wave. Just straight off the back, nice and vertical, a little bit hung up there. That's a better turn there for Xav, and he eyes off this section. I was thinking maybe an air, but he opts for a turn, and that's that unpredictable surfing we were talking about. I was a bit on the edge of my seat as we see Kanoa Hije. I love that first turn. Second turn for a wrap, his bread and butter that we've been seeing, and I thought he was going to go for the air reverse, but opts for the alley-oop, and I love that, Jessie.
Yeah, it's given us a little bit of variety. We have seen that air reverse, so Kanoa may be listening in a little bit, knowing that it's time to bring something really strong into that final. He's looking pretty safe to get there. We still have 2 more waves to roll through at this point. Rinta 002 locking in to this situation right now. He has done this before every single wave. Fingers in the ears. He's going to lock in and go to some breath work. We see Jack Robbo do that time and time again on the championship tour. Jarvisel looking for a 7.87. Rinta an 8.64 for the lead here. So this is essentially a battle for second place right now.
Yeah, this is huge, and we know Jarv, he's been dropping these numbers all event, so I'm excited to see what he can do with his back against the wall.
Rinta trying to fly the flag for the dark horse, the underdog right now. Let's see what he can do on this last wave. He is on that second wave, which has tended to offer the biggest scores here. Lovely looking first turn, tidy and tight in that second and third. He's just going to keep swinging through, keeps building as he moves down the line here. There's the completion. There's that sigh of relief there from Rinta. Final wave, final chance here for Jarvisel. He's going to sling those arms around, give us a drift of the tail. It's going to be in air. He's going to chuck the fins.
Oh,
is this a completion? He's high on the white water. He's not out in front.
No.
And a rare no-make for Jarvisel, especially in this wave pool.
That That was insane, Jesse. I really love Jarvis's approach. He had to go huge. It had to be a 7.87, so it had to be the second highest wave of this heat as we see Rinta. He's just building. We say building his house, and he's just going from strength to strength. I love that third turn there, and he's pushing so hard. We talk about that upper body torque, and look at his head. His head is so far down, nearly touching his knee. So that's just how hard he is pushing. But Jarvis opting to do two huge carves to get things started. Up to this point, I was like, oh, it could be the score. This third turn, I was like, okay, wow, here we go. And then he had it. He had the rotation, and then just being pushed back by sort of getting clamped between the whitewash, sort of put him off balance and got him to be a little bit hung.
Yeah, landed really far over on his toe edge rail, which forced him just a little bit too far over that. So scores starting to drop. It is not enough for Jarvisel. We are going to lose our two Aussies out of the draw right now. Rinta O'Otu, his last wave still to lock in. Kanoa Hije, he's keeping his performance and his stellar run alive, but spectacular performance from Rinta O'Otu into the final here, flying the flag for Korea and Japan. One more heat to decide who our men's QS finalists are. We'll be right back after this.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
Who's gonna join Kanoa and Rinta in the men's final? This is men's semi-final heat number 2. We have Kei Kobayashi, Hiroto Arai, Kobe Clement, Saxon Reba. What a heat from heat number 1. Wow. My name is Dai. We're in the booth with Tipi-san. Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome also. Yeah, Dai. It's almost the end of the Siheung Korea Open 2026. Yeah, so we've been here almost, this is day 3, so a lot of action, a lot of heats to go, a lot of wave been ridden, and yeah, so far Kei Kobayashi is the guy that, you know, wearing the Bonsai yellow jersey, so he's the guy that everybody's looking at, so this is going to be his first wave, Kei Kobayashi, and last heat was amazing.
It was back-to-back, you know, everyone just put on the show. That's great heat, number 1 of the semifinals, men's side. So it's going to be another great semifinal. This is heat number 2. So when we finish this heat, then we all know that who's going to be in the final.
Yeah, so
men's and women's. Look at the, you know, top 5 waves here.
Only 2 guys, Kanoa and Kei.
So that means Kei is capable of getting those excellent scores. Pretty much every hit he gets excellent range. So it's going to be one to watch.
Yeah, it's a bit different way of surfing from Kei and also Kanoa. You know, Kanoa is a little bit on you know, on his creative side. You know, he does those aerial 360 at the end. Kei Kobayashi is more traditional, just more like, you know, like power turns. It'll be interesting to see who gonna takes the Siheung Korea Open 2026.
You know, I always love watching the different approaches. So definitely love both of the approach, the air approach or classic turn style. But this is Kei Kobayashi here up and riding. 小林Kei 一発目大きなターンスプレーも飛ばしていきます。2発目こちらもクリーンに入りました。綺麗につないでいきます。そして最後のターンも綺麗に決めてきました。そして後ろでは新井宏斗 一発目、ここも大きなスプレー、そして2発目、立て続けに綺麗に入れてきます。ここもためを作ってさらに大きな円を描いています。さあ、2人ともいいライディングをしてきました。What a performance from Hiroto and Kei. They both get to completion. There's no downtime in between turns, so they check all the boxes. I don't know how to compare the waves. That's great surfing.
Yeah, you know, like Kei Kobayashi start to work from, you know, from the get-go here. You know, Kei Kobayashi surfing is like really like, I have to say like fundamental, you know, like really low, just swinging really hard. And I think he's going to get a good score on that one. And next wave, we're going to see Hiroto. Still the same, you know, not doing any mistake here. Hiroto top to bottom surfing, super strong. I have to say Hiroto's wave, Hiroto's ride, there's a bigger spray there. Yeah.
That's what I thought. Yeah, you know, he had a big sprays, a lot of sprays out of back. So it's gonna be an interesting exchange. You know, who's gonna get the better of the exchange? So, wow, still waiting for both of the waves, and now probably Kobe and Saxon were watching those performances from the back. So they have to answer back. All few scores locked in already for Hirota, right? It's gonna be a good number, 7-1-7.
Wow.
And 2 more scores to lock in for Kate. It's a 6-1-7. There's a difference between, you know, Hiroto's and Kate. So probably the size of the sprays makes it different.
Yeah, I think when you compare the two guys, you can tell, you know, like Kei Kobayashi been surfing super tight, super strong, but the wave after Kei is Hiroto, where he's surfing similar, but just throwing more buckets. Yeah.
Wow, that is a healthy start for both Hiroto and Kei. On the one, you know, first wave, 7-point ride and 6-point ride. So Kobe Clement needs to answer back here on the first wave.
Yeah, so Kobe Clemens, big shout to Jason Flanagan, you know, been shaping his equipment here. We can see Kobe Clemens like still doing this exactly the same strong turns on every heat, just super consistent, no mistake at all. And here we go. This is Saxon Reber, super nice first maneuver there. A little bit different because it's a goofy footer. But yeah, let's see if he can finish the end part.
Wow. Everybody put on the show now. You know, Kobe and Saxon also got a completion. Like you said, you know, Saxon River is only goofy footer in this heat, but he did an amazing job. Did a great turn on the first and second and third, and even bigger turn on the last section. Kobe Clement stayed with the classic style attack. That was a great surfing. Let's take another look on this sponsor replay. Beautiful first time. Little bit of a check down on second, but beautiful third turn as well. Big spreads out of back, and love the fourth turn. He gets one more turn in, so beautiful surfing from Kobe Clement. And this is Saxon River's first wave. A lot of power on the first turn, and gets the vertical off the top on the second. No downtime in between turns. I really love the final turn there. So big finish from both Kobe and Saxon.
Yeah, it's pretty even from their first wave. Everybody, you know, like finishing their wave, everybody pushing hard. It's just about the small details that the judges are going to see who get the better one. But so far, Hiroto Arai with 7-1-7, you know, taking the lead. But, you know, one thing I see in these two semifinals, this is a double sanction between Australia and also Asia. It's a bit like equal. The Asia have 4 representation in the semifinal, and the Aussie have 4 representation in the semifinal also. So far, you know, we have Kanoa Hije and also Rinta Uto in the final. So we will see if there's going to be 2 Australian in the final, or 2 Japanese in the final, or 1 each. So we'll see. Huh?
Yeah, it is a really great, you know, semi-final. But look at the scoreboard. Kobe Clemens just drops excellent 8-point ride for Kobe's first wave, so he gets the better of the last exchange. Now Hiroto needs to answer back on his backing attack. Beautiful first turn, and straight into the second. Throwing a lot of sprays. Love the third turn. Nice body go off the top. We can hear his screaming. He's probably happy. At the back we have Kei Kobayashi. Nice whippy turn. Wow, beautiful third turn there, and it gets the big final turn here, and he likes it as well. So another great performance from Hiroto and Kei.
Yeah.
Wow.
Both, not even both, four of the surfers are pushing hard. And Hiroto with his scream right there, he shows that, he's putting everything to get into the final. And and also Kei Kobayashi, she's sending that love sign to the judge that he loves that wave.
Definitely, because I enjoy watching them. What do you think of that one?
Yeah, I think Hiroto is just one of the most powerful surfers on this heat on his backside. So I think Hiroto gonna get a good number here. But you can see there like a lot of energy there, saying like, yeah, give it to me, that number. And here we go, Kei Kobayashi. I think he learned from his first ride that he need to push more, because his first one was only a modest 6.17. A six on the semifinals will not get you into the final.
Definitely, in heat 1, the second place Rinta, 15.37 in total. So just like you said, you have to be in the, somewhere in the 7-point range to go into the final. So definitely 6 won't give you that. Still waiting for the last wave for Kei, but 6.57 for Hiroto's last wave. So he drops a pretty good number here, 7.17 and 6.57. But the last wave for Kei, I got a feeling that it's gonna be a good number.
Oh wow. An 8.5.
8.5. So he drops an excellent score. Again, 8.50. That put him straight into the first place now. Hiroto Rai is in second. So Kobe Clements now needs only 5.74. In Saxon Reba, last wave comes in at 5.33. So he needs 8.41. But that's, that's how you get into final. He needs to answer back. Saxon Reba. Nice big sprays on first down. Love that wraps around carve there. Strong turn on the third. Gets the big finish. So he checked all the boxes. This is Kobe needing the 5.74. Beautiful two-turn here. And gets the third turn in. Is he going to get a final section? Yes, stick to the landing. Right out of it clean. So beautiful surfing, both Kobe and Saxon.
Yeah, nobody make mistakes so far. Everybody finished.
Nobody.
Yeah, everybody finished their finishing maneuver at the end. So I have to say it's really up to the small details that the judge is gonna see. Like how hard you do, how critical your maneuver in the pocket, and how clean is your finishing. So all those part is a big part of the getting a high score.
Well, beautiful first down, throwing buckets of spray, and then I love the variety of the carved tail release, and it gets the third turn in. I love the vertical off the top with the big sprays.
Yeah. So this is Kobe looking for numbers, not much, This is on the second what do you call it? Second sets of the wave, and yeah, looks like he just want to finish his work there. Yeah, nothing too fancy. Just getting that 5.74 or bigger, putting him in second.
It is gonna be his requirement, 6.03. So now Kobe is in second place. Still waiting for the last wave from Saxon Reba. But Hiroto now needs to answer back. Requirement is 6.87. It's a doable. He's already dropping 6.17. So next wave is going to be really important. But looks like Saxon's going to have a good number too. 6.87. Still in the fourth place, but needing 7.17.
Yeah.
Wow.
So everybody look like to need to get in the range of a 7 and above to make sure they they put themselves in the situation that can go to the finals. But yeah, I have to say Kei Kobayashi is really impressed me, and also Kobe Clemens to get that 8 point and 8.5. Yeah.
Right, so Kay now trying to get rid of the 617 to secure his spot. So on screen you see the top 5 of the competition. This is Kei Kobayashi, nice first turn, straight into the second in a critical part of the wave, and third turn even bigger, and another big turn, and sending love to the maybe all the supporters here. Hiroto Arai, important wave here, beautiful 2 turns, nice off the top, gets the finish again. Can he stick to the land? Yes, he can.
Oh wow.
And he loves it as well. So far, no mistakes from all the surfers.
Yeah, it's almost like watching World Cup doing penalty shootout, and nobody missed a shoot
Right.
yet. So it's a good exchange between every surfers here, and looks like the judges are having a
Hard time to judge. Everybody just put on a show and just showcasing their best. Just 2 surfers watching big screens. There's gonna be a replay, just like we watch. So it's a good setup, for the competitors.
Yeah, for sure. That's the reason why Kei Kobayashi is always
Wow.
gonna wear the yellow jersey. So far on this event, he want to try to keep the yellow jersey for also the next event, and with that kind of maneuver, love sign. What else can you ask?
Right. But also, Hiroto answers back. Great surfing.
Yeah, Hiroto is also super consistent. Like been doing a lot of QS this past
Wow.
numbers of years, and yeah, he's just trying to get out of that white water to make sure that the judges know that he finished that maneuver.
So Hiroto needs 6.87. What do you think? Do you think he gets it, or it's gonna be close though?
Yeah, if he only need a 687, it will be close to his first wave actually.
Gets it.
Yeah.
It's a 7.13. So
Oh,
now
wow.
he's back in second place with a 717 and 713. So Kobe Clements back in third place, needing 6.30, which is super doable for him.
Yeah, and Kobe also half the first he's going on the first wave, so he have the cleaner section. Yeah, but this is gonna be wave number 3 for him, and this is his biggest chance to get that number.
He listened to the beach commentary saying what he needs. He needs a score 6.30. Great 3 turns so far. 4th turn, probably gets the 5th turn here. So, wow, no mistake at all. And
Nobody make a mistake yet. So it's still like a 3-0. No goalie's been saving the goal there. Oh wow! Even that was the first mistake from Saxon Reber. So the Siheung Reef won against
Right.
Saxon right there.
well, great attempt from Saxon Reba. But last wave for K comes in at 8.27. Another excellent score. So K sitting in first place pretty comfortably. But how is this ride from Kobe Clement?
Yeah, Kobe knows he only needed 6.30, and with 8 as his top scorer, he just needs to replace that small number. And in the semifinal level like this, a 6 is not a guarantee to be safe. Yeah, this is Saxon just eyeing on that one. He need to get creative, trying to do that full row there, but unable to get the rotation. Yeah. So yeah, interesting to see Kobe Clemens' 6.30 requirement. Is he gonna get it? Saxon Reber's last wave is a 4.33, so he have one more chance to go.
Oh, looks like Kobe's gonna get the score 7.33. So now he's back in the second place with 8 points and 7.33. So Hiroto needs answer back on his last wave. Needs an excellent 8.16, but he's gonna get the second wave of the set, which apparently has a cleaner face and then easy to surf. But K drops 8 on the fourth wave as well. So well, this is gonna be the last chance for Hiroto Arai to get the 8.16.
Yeah, I mean, like in any other heats, you know, with a 14's plus points is you in an advancing situation. But on these semifinals, you know, Kay with 16.77 and Kobe with a 15.33. So still one more points to go, yeah, with Hiroto if he want to go to the final.
Last chance for Hiroto Rai. Needs an excellent, beautiful first turn. Great second turn again. Big third turn. Gets the force. That was a good performance.
But he
No
knows,
mistake.
but he knows that he need to do more than that. So this is Kei Kobayashi. You know, this wave have nothing to do with his situation. He's already solidly staying in the number one. No more love sign for sure because he doesn't like that wave.
Right. Still waiting for the last wave for Hiroto Arai. The requirement is 8.16.
Yeah, we'll see on the replay if you know if Hiroto can get it because he was surfing like super sharp on the earlier wave, but this one, you know, like nice turns there. But you know, I have to say the first turns, his spray wasn't as big as the previous wave, and that last one, it wasn't as clean as he hoped. Yeah, but I think Hiroto understand.
Right.
He need to perform the best to get that 8.16.
So 4.87 for K's last wave.
That's
Still
that's the reason why there's no love sign.
when he puts a love sign, then he gets an excellent every time.
No, because he said, I love that wave, yeah, that score. so waiting for Hiroto.
Still no sign for Hiroto's last wave, needing score 8.16. It's a crucial moment, Hiroto and Kobe. Doesn't look like it's gonna be 8.16. It's a 4.90, so it's not enough. Great performances from Hiroto Rai. So it's all eyes on Saxon Reba now. He needs a big score.
Yeah.
8.46, and he gets a second wave of the set.
8.46. That's gonna be the highest number of the event, because if I'm not wrong, Kanoa get his highest score is around like
8.6.
Oh, 8.8.
8.8.
So that's gonna be the second highest wave after Kanoa's wave. Yeah. So if Saxon can do something like similar like what Kanoa did, you know, 3 big turns and 1 big full row, he might get it.
Definitely,
Yeah.
you know, definitely he needs a big finish here.
Yeah.
So there you go. This is the last wave for Saxon Reba on his forehand. Beautiful off the top, fin release. Love that wrapping cutback.
He's on the way to that 8 points right there. Can he do something big? Ooh.
It was a creative approach, but
for sure.
let's talk about it here. Live action from Kobe Clement.
Yeah.
Beautiful surfing.
I have to say.
Whoa.
Oh wow! You know, Kobe is a surfer with also a bag of tricks. You know, so he want to show something there.
I'm not too sure what it's called, but that was really creative air from Kobe Clements.
Yeah, that thing is I would call it the chiropractor full row. Yeah.
Right. So Saxon Reba did a great job. Did a good 3 turns.
And he made that turns also.
It's a rotation.
Yeah. Maybe just lack of the speed out of the you know, the full rotation that he did and the height. But we'll see. Nice 3 turns right there. He's on the way there for sure. Yeah, I think you know, the rotation have a little bit you know, like
so it's a 5.87. It's
Oh, wow.
not enough. So it's offshore. You see on screen Kobe Clements gets into second place. So it's a K, and Kobe will be moving on through to the final.
So yeah, 2 Japanese, 1 Korean, and also 1 Australian in the final of the men's division.
So we're gonna go to the quick break, and we'll be right back with a lot more action after the 30-minute break.
For me, it always starts slow, with the same little things I come back to every day. Taking a minute before the day really gets going. think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. Some days that means pushing, other days it means pulling back. I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean. Why would I do anything else?
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
Ooh. Go Kira.
3, 2.
We are officially underway for this air show. We've had a couple waves ridden, only one landed so far.
By Monnojo Yahagi.
Yeah, and I heard a couple hoots and hollers out there, so I'm pretty sure it must have been a pretty good one. Unfortunately, just in that moment, as always, I had my back towards the pool, so I missed it. But it is going to be really exciting to watch all of these surfers take to the air.
It's a pretty sick setting. You know, it's a same setting as Stab High event, so it's pretty sick and really. And I actually went to the bridge there to watch the first goal, but was everyone was just send it. And this is Yuma Nagasawa. He's really technical airist here, aiming for it. Ooh, gets the full rotation and nearly sticks to the landing, but wow, that was exciting air from Yuma Nagasawa.
Unfortunate, didn't land it. It is such an excited moment of the contest. I absolutely love when we do these extra little parts. Look at this replay. Blake, break it down for us.
Wow. Generating so much speed, eyeing for the section, gets the rotation, but couldn't really grab the surfboard there. That was a Yuma Nagasawa's attempt. Wow, it's beautiful attempt from Yuma Nagasawa. That's cool. That's really high air reverse. You know, a lot of people watching from each side. So it's Kobe Clements up next.
Absolutely. Wow. So Kobe is known for, you know, he has a great air game. I'm excited to see what he brings out to the table. He is on his backhand. Highlines it, is stalling. Let's see what he does. Beautiful. Whoa. Double grab. Unfortunately goes down. So just for your information, there is $500 on the line for this contest. The winner will walk away with an extra $500. So I'm pretty sure everyone is pretty excited to get this under their belt.
That was really unique, you know, air attempt from Kobe Clement. It was more like curl-up, backside curl-up, 360. I'm not too sure what it's called, but love the grab there, curl-up, 360.
Oh, that would have been so cool if he landed that.
But almost, you know, to stick to the landing. Probably he wanted to have that rotation completed when he lands it. So, but great attempt from Kobe Clement.
There we have the crowd down here around the pool checking out the air game.
Ippo Suzuki up and riding. He's known for a good airist as well. Oh, no grab.
He's liking that one.
Absolutely
beautiful landing. That was very fun to watch. He's feeling it. Only the second one landed today. Ippo, that was such a good air. There we have Noah, our man on the team. Let's watch this replay.
Wow, he should be super happy. You know, he's super good at air, you know, doing airs. So definitely he's happy with it. But, you know, he's really timing really perfect here. Just waiting for the section to come towards him. Nice tail high, no grab air reverse. Lands it perfectly. What did you think?
Oh, wow. That is so cool. Tail high, super clean landing. That is exactly what we're here for. That was sick. He's feeling it. Look at that. He's like, yeah. Would you say that was better than the previous air?
I think it's a really like clean land from Ippo Suzuki. So probably I would say it's better because of the clean land.
Keijiro Nishi. Surprised he's not out there.
I know. He's a strong competitor, but he's got some technique for the air as well. So yeah, kind of surprising.
You heard us. He's like, you hurt my ankle. All right, we're waiting for the next wave to come through. That was so exciting. Only the second air landed today, and to me, looking like he's in a pretty solid lead.
Right. And I think next person is Monojo.
Monojo, okay,
Who made that? Yeah.
Oh, he was the first
He
land.
was the one.
Okay.
He was the first one who made the air reverse. So I'm really, really, looking forward to towards what he's gonna do.
So here he goes. This is
Dylan.
Dylan Wilcoxon, our surfer from the Mentawai. High lines it, known for airs. Goes for it. Unfortunately, gets a bit of a sticky landing and isn't able to ride out of it. Dylan, usually very comfortable in the air.
I think if it's like an ocean wave, then I think he could have made that one because the white water comes towards you, so it's kind of hard to land. But that was a beautiful, the time it super well, and it rotated really fast and quick. Look at this.
Oh, that was so cool. Oh.
Backhand. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what it's called. It's just wow.
I'll leave you with the names. I wouldn't say I'm a very air gal myself.
It's fun to watch, just not normal competition. It's just a lot of excitement and.
Absolutely, it's really thrilling and it's exciting to see, especially when you actually see them land it. It just so much fun. Let's see what he does here. Unfortunately, goes down as well. So Kobe Clemens actually surfing his final later.
Right.
So we'll be seeing him in the water again, probably just doing some warm-up rounds. We see the last attempt. Beautiful epoxy there.
Just stalled and just making sure he times it right on his backhand. Beautiful. Attacked, but unfortunately couldn't really get a good rotation here. So he was kind of trying to, grab the rail with the right hand, but unable to grab the rail.
Yeah, it's still a long time to go. We've got around maybe 20 minutes left of this heat.
I think it's 30-minute heat. Everyone gets 2 go.
All right, here we go. Starts to pick up speed, takes and boosts to the air. Unfortunately, a little too hard. Isn't able to really keep control over his board. This is such a fun event. I love when they add this into the day because it just gives a bit of a break to everyone. It's something refreshing, something fun. It brings that free surfing element into the contest. And everyone wants a bit of extra cash.
Yeah, definitely. $500 is a pretty good prize money for it. Not bad.
You can buy a lot of things with $500.
A lot of dumplings.
A lot of dumplings. Oh, I've been killing it with the dumplings lately.
You've been eating every day.
Every day. I'm sure these guys too, to have enough power to jump this high, you need to eat enough dumplings. All right, so we'll be seeing up next.
Oh, this is Aiden Hassan. Ooh,
no.
That was really unfortunate. He was, generating so much speed, but, the wave actually sent up so quick. So, wow.
Bit of a claim. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Oh, it's all right. This is probably his first attempt, so he might have another one to go. See what happened. Unfortunately, kind of got his outside rail just stuck in the water as he was highlining.
This wave just stands up so quick, so you have to be ready for the. And here I think he's gonna get the nose in the water. I think he went a little too high. And as he comes down, nose kind of digged. Well, that was unfortunate for Aiden.
All right, so up next, I can't see from this far, on his backhand as well. High lines it, does a bit of a check turn here, starts to gain speed, takes and boosts, unfortunately goes down as well. I think most of these surfers actually opted to not wear a leash for this air stroke because I guess it can get a little more, it's easier maybe to get a bit more speed, or you don't really want your board flying back onto you.
Oh, he's a bit frustrated, but great attempt. Generating so much speed, but you know, you have to time it right when it comes to airs. You have to time it right and just making sure where you. So he was kind of going for the upside down air reverse here, tail high air reverse, but I think he just extended his body. That's why I think the board flies away.
Everyone is down there. Everyone's down here watching. It is such a cool event. This is Arch Whiteman now. Let's see what he brings to the table. Goes for the air. Doesn't land it. I thought he had that one for a second. I was so sure.
That was so cool. That was so close to the landing. Definitely want to watch from the front angle.
Arch Whiteman.
Let's watch this replay. This is a great angle for air. Just eyeing for the section right now. Couple pumps. Time it right. Beautiful body movement there. But unfortunately, you know, couldn't really stick to the landing.
The cameraman really liking this guy. Oh, all right. So this looks like Sol Grendling now. Gonna be maybe his second attempt.
Right.
Not too sure. We are catching up with him now on his backhand, building momentum, going for it. Let's see what Sol brings to the table. Unfortunately, it goes down. I don't know much about airs, but I can tell you the wind is not helping out there.
Not really. It's kind of onshore this time.
Absolutely.
You know,
so it like comes
offshore,
from behind, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that is not good for airs.
It's kind of hard to make the air. Well, let's take another look on this one. Alright. Keep the momentum going. Couple pumps before he hits the section here. Aim for it. And gets the rotation, but just like you said, probably the wind, you know, makes it really difficult for everybody here.
So by just what I heard out the back, it's looking like Ippo Suzuki is actually in the lead still with that air that we saw him land earlier. So no one has really, you know, gotten quite so close yet. This is Kira Buckpit now on her backhand. Let's see what she brings.
Whoa.
Goes for it. Unfortunately, goes out as well. So I'm not sure. That must have been her second attempt as well. See if there's any other surfers out the back. Break this replay down for us.
On her backhand. You know, it's so much, it's improvement in the women's surfing, especially on the air side nowadays. And she's one of them, aiming for the section and gets up in air. Nice rotation, but I think body just, you know, her body was like extending so much, so that board actually didn't really stick to under her feet.
Yeah, so it is still Ippo Suzuki with the first place, and it's looking like he might be walking away with an extra $500. So exciting stuff ahead. Out the back. Let's see. Ruby True. Oh, unfortunately, goes for the straight. He doesn't land.
She made two straight in the heat, so definitely she is capable of getting those straight airs. She has a skateboarding background as well, so
Olympic skateboarder on your screen. She takes off here. She's a goofy footer. You can see her really eyeing the section down. She's done it a couple times in a heat as well. See her highline it. Really liking what she's doing here. Goes for it, tries to grab her board, and unfortunately just doesn't stick the landing.
Beautiful timing though. Wow.
Absolutely, that was a really great attempt from Ruby True.
And I think that's the last person in this air show.
So it does look like it is Ippo Suzuki who wins this air show. An extra $500 for him in his pocket.
So cool.
He drinks on him tonight. We will be heading straight into the women's longboard final. So don't walk away just yet as action still continues. We have all the finals.
Well played to the surfers out there sending it. Glad no one got hurt this year. Always a win in itself. We got 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes before the burner set comes in. Hiroka, there is about 10 minutes before the first burner set. You'll be on at 3:11. So you might be a little bit early, up to you where you want to go sit. If you want to sit on the beach or if you want to sit in the water, it's up to you. The first burner set will be at 3:10. It is currently 3:03, so in about 7 minutes we'll see the first burner set, and then the final will be on, so up to you where you like.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Things are all underway now. This is the first final of the Korean Open. The women's longboarding is underway. On your screen right now is Natsumi Taoka. She is beautifully taking control of her situation. Spends the 5 on the board. A lot of elevation in the beginning of that hang 5. Beautiful rail work here, really using her full extent of the rail. So I am Jada Legati. I want to welcome back Izzy into the booth.
Thanks, Giada. Yeah, how exciting. First women's final. This is Dea up and riding right now. I love the hang five.
Yeah, so I think there is a bit of a change in color. This is actually not Dea. This looks like Hiroka, actually. So,
Yeah.
a funny... all good. This is Kanon Otsuka, I'm pretty sure. So in the blue, finding the nose, hang 10. Beautiful style for our Japanese surfer in the blue. Does the 10. The back foot touches the nose as well, using the full extent of her rail as well. This is such a great final. Some great moments. So I am so excited. This is a great matchup. These girls were absolutely killing it this entire event. A couple scores to come through for the ladies.
Yeah, these ladies have done so much surfing already today, and super impressive stuff. I feel like Kanon Atsuka, someone told me she was 12, so a really young field in this longboarding draw as well. This is their first event of the season, so super exciting stuff. Waiting for scores, so stand by for that. Giada, what's been your favourite moment of the day? I know we got finals coming up, so super exciting stuff.
Yeah, there has been some beautiful moments. I have to say, Kira Buckpit, when she did her air.
So good.
Oh my goodness.
I was so impressed.
So excited. That was some beautiful surfing we've had. Also, I think Dea Natasha was also a great moment.
Yeah, looks like we're just going to cut to a little ad break. We're going to sort out some things. We'll be back with you guys. Don't want to go anywhere. We're into the finals.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, it takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
I know.
The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
All right, things are officially underway here. The longboarding women's final is now on, actually. These are a couple of the burner sets on your screen. So it is such a beautiful afternoon. Bit overcast, but things are rolling. Hiroka Yoshikawa in the red, Kanon Otsuka in blue, Natsumi Taoka in the white, and Dea Novitasari in the green. I'm Giada Legati. I want to welcome back Izzy into the booth. We're back.
We're back. We're back. We're ready. This is the first final of the Siheung Korea Open LQS. So really important points on the line for these ladies, and all 4 of these women have been huge standouts in the draw.
Absolutely, they've all had some beautiful moments. I think for me, the parts that stand out the most were probably Dea. I think she has been absolutely on fire this entire time. So unlike the other heats, I'm pretty sure the ladies get 6 waves in the final. So it's going to be a lot longer and a lot more opportunity for the girls to be able to get their scores.
And Dea won this event last year, so she's looking to go back to back. Natsumi Joyoka got 2nd here. Hiroka got 3rd. So those ladies as well looking to really take out the event. Kanon, Asuka, she came from the opening round and I've been so impressed with her surfing. So I'm really excited to see what she's got.
All right, and things are starting with the hang 5. She finds it. Beautiful, elegant style. So much control. You can see that poise. Her shoulders are dropped. Her upper body isn't moving around so much. Using the rail of her board, a lot of elevation there every time she's at the tip top of her board. So really nicely done from Hiroka Yoshikawa.
Yeah, I loved that ride. She's so graceful, and it's just she's really so elegant on a board.
All right, and right behind her, our surfer in blue, Kanon Otsuka, also using the full rail of her longboard, slowly finds the top, gets a little farther away from the power section of the wave. You know, you want to stay close to that pocket because that's where most of your points are going to be. But really nicely done for our surfer in blue. These are just the first opening rides. Plenty of time for these ladies to get some big scores on the board.
Yeah, one thing I love about Kanon surfing is how patient she is. She looks like she's able to read the waves so well. Let's look at this bonsai replay of Hiroka. Straight to the nose for a long hang 5. Using that rail, I love that drop knee right there. She takes her time, cross steps up to the top for another hang 5 there, and really utilizing that heel side. I love how she's oh wow, a hang 5 to a tap 10 and a huge score for her, Giada.
Absolutely. Look at the footwork. Oh, so elegant. You can really see there's a lot of elevation. I think the higher up your board is from the bottom of the wave, the more points you get. Here we have surfer in white, Natsumi Taoka, finds a nose, tries to tap her back foot there. Unfortunately, wasn't quite able to spend so much time. There we have it, that hang 10 that everyone looks for in these events. Nice rail work there, drops out of this one. Behind her, we will be seeing Dea on her first event. Finds the nose straight away. Love how she really puts her hips forwards every time she's at the nose of her board. Finds that 5. Wants to put the 10. She does spend quite a long time on it. Almost fumbles there. Beautifully done here. Nice cut back to get back to the energy source. And that will be her first ride as well.
Yeah, huge. I love to see the replay of Natsumi. On that first 5, it looked like a little bit of water coming off her nose. So the judges really rewarding when the nose is elevated, like you said, Giada. And wow, first of Hiroka, a 7.17 as we see this bonsai replay straight up the nose into the most critical part of the wave. She quick cross steps back to get back on that outside rail, and this is where majority of the points will come from. We see that the nose sort of dig and the water comes up, so as we see Dea out behind her, I just love the smile Dea constantly has, and the judges will really reward that hips moving forward. It shows how much control she has over her board, and she seems like a really light-footed surfer, Dea, so great ride there for her, and she'll kick out of that one. So first of Kanon, a 5.00 and Natsumi a 6.00 as well, as we see Kanon up and running. A nice quick 5 there for her. She comes back into this pocket here. That's a better long 5 for Kanon. Wraps it back, and this is where we talk about how patient she is. I love how she navigates this wave. She's so elegant. Nice drop knee there. and she'll kick out right on the safety zone.
Yeah, so some great rides there from these ladies. Hiroko Yoshikawa finds the nose, beautifully done, you know, really widespread arms there, drop knee style. This is a great ride for her. She is on fire, 717, really starting strong here. I love how she really drops that knee every time that rail connects with the wave. It's such a great style, Hiroka. You can see that she's really passionate about this. But a couple things to mention, actually, as we watch her paddle back out. Well, we watch these replays first.
Yeah, I love this wave for Canon. She tries to get up to the nose because that's where majority of the points are coming from for these ladies. So a little fumble there, but this is where we talk about her elegance and her patience. She does so well to read this wave. I love that long hang 5 for her. She quickly cross steps back, drop knee here for that rail turn, and out behind her, Hiroka. Really utilizing that first half of the board, and I love how tight that 5 is. She maneuvers her back foot back a little bit for stability, and there's the tap 10. So really showing her experience here.
Yeah, so this is Dea now going to be catching her second wave of this heat in the final. 560 was her first one. Nicely done. She's patiently waiting for this wave to really curl up for her. Finds the 5, unfortunately goes over the handlebars there. Isn't able to really complete that. Natsumi finds a nose. Beautiful, swooping cutback. Again, at the nose of board, a bit of water sprayed out there, but it's all fine. She recovers nicely. So this is going to be a pretty good ride. I would say not as in control as we usually see Natsumi Toaka, but still nicely done nonetheless. But what I was going to mention earlier was Dea Natasha actually, not only has she recently qualified for the longboarding CT, but also is the first ever Indonesian woman to do so. And on top of that, on Wednesday, 8th of July in Bali, she is premiering a surf movie called Save the Waves that is going to be in Drifter. Yeah, so Dea has had a lot of really great things coming towards her. It is an exciting moment. This project, I'm pretty sure, is with Drifter and Nusa Kanya, so it's going to be a good moment for Dea. So if you're in Bali, Wednesday, 8th of July, go check out her movie. This, though, we're back to the final. Hatsumi Tawaka, beautiful surfing here from our Japanese surfer, fighting for her spot to win. But in a clear lead is Hiroka Yoshikawa, 717 and a 7. In a clear and healthy lead, Natsumi Tawaka, last wave came in at a 5.23, backed it up with that 6. Kanon Otsuka, 5 and a 4.5. Dea Novitasari, a 5.6 and a 2.83. Live action though. Hiroka Yoshikawa, beautiful drop knee, gets to the nose of the board, tries to tap the back foot together, does a bit of a switch stance, loving that little look back. That was beautifully done. So much elegance and grace from our surfer, Hiroka. Right behind her, Kanon Otsuka. What do you think of this one?
Yeah, I love this wave for Kanon. She's doing so well. Nice drop knee there. I love her rail surfing, and this is where we see her patience, and she cross steps up there. A nice hang 5 to a tap 10. She really utilizing that rail for that snap there. But a thing that I love about Hiroka's surfing, she has so much character in her style, and we saw that switch stance with the flare and the arm. She's really showcasing who she is as a surfer and as well as a person. So I think that's really showing in her scores.
Oh, look at that. That drop knee really swings her board around. She finds a nose, all so 5 cool. toes over that nose, steps it back. You can really see that she tries to really put an emphasis on her steps, because you don't want to be considered shuffling to the nose. That's going to take a lot of points away. Here we have Kanon Otsuka, beautiful hang 10 moment, just a tap, but finds it and spends quite a bit of time there. So really loving the battle between these ladies. Shows the hunger. Hiroka, an 8-point ride. All right, we're back to live action. Natsumi Taoka. Beautifully done. Finds a nose. Spends a lot of time there. Let's see her do it again. Love that hang 10. Such a beautiful style. You could really see her leaning into it. She had her waist forward, arms extended. So this is such a great wave for Natsumi Taoka.
Yeah, Natsumi just looks so in control. So in control. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. That is such a huge part of the judging criteria for longboarding. Dea, though, straight off the bat, gets that 5. Does it again. Quick tap. Doesn't want to overdo it. She already fell twice. You can see a bit more concentration. Really does a bit of a soul arch there. Swings her board back around. That was much better for Dea, last year's winner here.
Yeah, Dea, I love how her arms are by her side when she does do that hang 5 and tap to 10. It just is giving the judges like, hey, I'm in control. We look at Natsumi's arms here and she's really using them to stabilize herself. I love that shot. That's insane. Just so graceful and elegant, and she's showing the judges that she can do it all. A huge rail cup to finish things off.
Yeah, that is some beautiful stuff. I love the elegance that these ladies bring to the sport. There we have some of the ladies. I can see Becky out there and a couple of the longboarding girls all cheering them on. This is the final, so you're not looking for a second spot. You want to win. Live action. Surfer Kanon Otsuka on her 4th wave. Oh, kind of falls down there. I wasn't too sure what happened. Swings her board back to the power source of the wave. Finds that hang 5, a bit of a fake one, I would say, but still beautifully done nonetheless. Lots of chances, 6 waves for each lady out there.
Yeah, really giving them the opportunity to really utilize all their waves, but wow, Hiroka really showing how excellent she can go. I love how she utilizes her whole board. You can see her tail drifting out the back of the wave for a huge hang 10. And Hiroka taking this one all the way through to the inside.
Oh, I'm loving her act right now. She is just having fun out there. With an 8 and a 717, she can start letting loose. She's just out there smiling, and it's such a great environment to see. Let's break this replay down. What do you think?
I love how far she goes up to the nose. It's really excellent technical traditional surfing. She holds that hang 5. There we see her drop the arm. She holds them out for a bit of flair, and that's the character I was talking about for Hiroka. It really shines through for her. She's so in control of that longboard with that drop knee, her style. I love it, Giada.
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. So with those last 2 scores still to come through, she is in a pretty healthy lead. It will be Dea Natasha now on her 4th wave. These ladies, like we've said, it's the final. They get 6 waves each. They are looking for a 8.84. Let's see what she does here. Straight to the nose. She doesn't waste any time. Loving how she really arches into it. Calmly finds a nose again. Will she go for the 10? She does. Spends quite a lot of time there. Unfortunately, gets a little stuck behind. She knows maybe that wasn't what she precisely needs. She has a huge requirement, 8.84. Kanon Otsuka, also a big requirement. This, though, is Natsumi Taoka fighting for that 2nd spot. Let's see what she gets done. Finds the hang 5. Nicely uses both the rails of her boards. Does the 10. Wow. Oh, so beautiful. Nice cut back there. Really using the whole length of her surfboard. So this is such a great ride.
Yeah, Natsumi's last one prior to this score, a 7.93. So she's really trying to challenge Hiroka. Dea, a little bit uncharacteristic for her. Maybe she's doing a bit too much down the line surfing. We'll look at this replay and see she's so patient. She knows exactly where to put her board, but you can see a lot of water coming off the nose. So showing the judges that she's a little hung up. You can see the top half of majority of the board out the back, so which is causing her to be a little high on that wave, and you can tell on her face she's a bit frustrated. It's not the surfing that she wants to do, but with 2 more opportunities, I'm sure she's about to shine through.
Absolutely, and sometimes I feel like if you're a past winner, you might put some extra, pressure on yourself, or you might feel you need to perform a little more, but I think you just have to put all that in the past and kind of focus on the present moment. She's already in the finals. She doesn't need a crazy, she can do what she needs to do. All right, so Hiroka Yoshikawa, 15.17 total, finds that gorgeous hang 5 and spends so much time just hanging off that nose. She is looking unstoppable. Nice drop knee to get things rolling here. She's going to take this one all the way down to the inside. This is her 5th wave of this event, and she just keeps improving. She's sitting on an 8 and a 727. Right behind her, Kanon Otsuka. 930 is her requirement. Beautiful swooping cut back there. Gets back to the power source and unfortunately elevates the board a little too much. Drops down. Plenty of one more chance left for her. So we're still waiting for scores. But right now, it is looking like Hiroka Yoshikawa is running away with this one.
Can we just talk about something so crazy right now? Hiroka, first wave a 717, second wave a 7.0, third wave an 8.0, her fourth wave a 7.27. But situation changed. Nasumi's last wave, a 7.60, puts her back in the lead. So Hiroka, last wave yet to come on through. She's looking for that 7.50, but I loved Hiroka's last wave.
Oh, look how gorgeous this is. Such elegant surfing from all these ladies. This is a true battle we've got in our hands. It's just a fight for first. Natsumi and Hiroka are just going back to back. We're still waiting for the last of Hiroka. I think it's going to be a really big number, though. And
this is just setting the tone for the finals. This is crazy as we see Natsumi up and riding as well. Oh, wow, just showing so much talent and traditional surfing here. She's so fast to the nose for that 10. I love her rail surfing as well. Really cuts it back. She utilizes her top half of her body to really whip that longboard back into the power source.
Yeah, so she takes this one all the way down. We're still waiting for that last of red to come through. Some cheering on the background I'm hearing, so something big must be going down. We are reaching the last part of this heat. Dea straight away to the 10 and the 5. She needs a big number and she knows it. Gets back to that nose of the board. So gorgeous. Oh, how beautiful was that? Has that beautiful typical and sought out longboarding stance that we love and adore. That was a beautiful ride from Dea. So we heard the cheering outside, and that was probably what it was about.
Huge. And Hiroka just goes from strength to strength. Another excellent score for her, an 8.20, which leaves, like, there's gonna, Dea, scores are coming through. It's looking like it's the best wave of the heat. It is an 8.60. Dea now back in the conversation, looking for a 7.60 to take the lead. Natsumi in second, looking for an 8.27, and all these ladies have one wave left.
Wow, what a final. I mean, this is exactly what you want to see. All the girls really fighting for that #1 spot. Blue, here we go. This is Kanon Otsuka. She is in a bit of a sticky situation. 16.20 heat total is what she's looking for. So surfs this beautifully. She really takes this one all the way to the end. Unfortunately, now she's actually needing 2 waves to be able to get back into this final competition, but she surfed a great final nonetheless. Current heat leader, Hiroka, wants to maintain that first spot. Almost fumbles there, but does find her feeding again, gets to the nose, spends so much time there. The knee touches the other, and there she goes, looking for that poised position that we look for in longboarding. So this is going to be a nail-biting finish.
I am so impressed. And wow, we have a situation change again. Nasumi's last wave, an 8.33. So this is last wave for Hiroko. She's looking for an 8.07 to regain the lead off Nasumi. Daya, one wave left. She's in the best situation right now. She's looking for a 7.66.
Wow, what a moment here. So here's the replay of the last one of Hiroko. So many changes in position. It's been a back and forth between Natsumi and Hiroka. Hiroka caught all 6 waves. Now it's all down to Dea and Natsumi. They will be catching their last waves of the event. Dea needing a 7.66. She's gotten an 8.60. So this is it. Hang 10. She finds a nose. Will she do it again? She's using full rails of her surfboard. Does a 5. Spends a lot of time. Does a 10.
Yes.
Spends time there. She needs to complete this. Gets back to the face of the wave. Nice cutback to finish things off. Is that a 7.66? She's not done just yet. Takes this one all the way down to the inside. Will we have a change in situation? Natsumi out the back, wanting to stay in first. This is insane. We missed what Natsumi did out the back, but she has a big smile on her face. So this is kind of crazy right now.
Okay, my heart is beating so fast right now. I loved Daya's wave. I can't wait to see what Nasumi did out behind her, but knowing what Daya did, I feel like she gets the score. It was on par with an 8.60. Personally, I don't know. I'm not a judge.
I have a feeling Daya's going to have a bit of a clutch moment here. And she was, kind of battling out this whole heat. And then if she gets this, it's going to be pretty crazy.
Okay, so last of Nasumi doesn't improve. It was a 6.80. All eyes on Daya. She's looking for a 7.66. No early indication yet from any judges, so they'll be going through the replays, comparing her waves with Hiroko's and Nasumi's. Gianna, I'm so nervous.
I know, I'm really nervous. I can kind of feel this excitement like thrumming through me right now. This is kind of crazy. Daya, I think she's got it.
I back you. I think she's got it too.
That was a beautiful hang 10. It might have not has been as long as maybe her first one, but she spent a lot of time on the far end of her surfboard. So is this a clutch moment? Does Dea Natasha do back-to-back wins here in Korea? It will be pretty exceptional and such a clutch moment.
Yeah, wow. As we see, she's looking for a 7.66. Still no indication yet. I loved in the 10 how she locked her knees. She was standing straight up, which I think will give her the edge and maybe the possible nod to be the champion here.
Yeah, her hands were low. She had a lot of elevation on the nose of her board. She was far from the bottom, so she was in that curl that we talk about, in that critical section. Still no indication. We haven't seen what the judges are even thinking it could possibly be. There we have Team Indonesia meeting her on the shoreline, I guess, of the wave pool. No sand, but shore nonetheless.
Yeah, I've been saying beach all event. But we see Paja on the screen supporting his fellow Indonesian. Daya, still no indication. So judges will be comparing her wave to Nasumi's 7.93 as Daya only needs a 7.66. So judges really want to make sure they are doing everything correct on their end. It's the first event of the season, and for Daya, she's on the CT, so this is a real warm-up for her as well.
Yeah, whoa, okay. This is starting to get so intense. Everyone's just there waiting. Oh, poor girls. Their hearts must be, about to beat out of their chest. 7, 2, 3, just not enough.
Wow.
So it is our surfer, Natsumi Taoka, who takes the win.
Oh,
Congratulations. That is such a great moment. We were so sure, but we got excited.
Yes.
That's what happened. Natsumi Taoka. Congratulations. That is your Korean women's longboarding champion on your screen. What a beautiful moment here. Wow. Okay, so we're going to throw over to a quick break because we're going to start the men's longboarding final. See you guys soon.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, it takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
This is a men's longboarding final. So all four Filipino surfers up against in this Siheung Korea Open LQS in this final. Crisanto Villanueva, Rogero J.R. Escovo, Jomari Ibueza, Edgar Carbo. So they are good friends, but they are here for the win. My name is Dai. Welcome in the booth with Tipi-san. Welcome back.
Yeah, what we have to say, this is almost the end of the Siheung Korea Open. Been a really great 3 days. We saw the first final went down, so that was the women's longboard.
What a final though.
I know
the women's side. You know, the last minute they got a wave, and it took a little while to actually judges decide to what score she's gonna get, but it was Natsumi's day, you know. She got the 16.26, and she is a champion for the Siheung Korea Open LQS.
Yes, what an amazing performance there from Natsumi. So I think Natsumi and Hiroka and also Dea, they've been competing against each other for a while now. They are going to the world tour. I'm not sure if it's Natsumi or Hiroka that's on the world tour right now. Yeah.
Both of them. Both of them.
Okay, that's amazing. Yeah. So,
you know, Hiroka went on a Final 5 last year.
Yeah.
So she's automatically qualified for this year's LT, and Natsumi got qualified at the LQS qualifier in Philippines in January.
Nice. And then also what do you call that? Dea just also got a qualification for Asia from her win in Hamamatsu in Japan.
Right. So looks like our LT surfer, Rogero JR, getting a good start, an excellent 8.17 to start with in this final. What a way to start his final campaign here. Crisanto Villanueva dropped 3.33, but there's going to be another excellent score for Edgar Culpable. Looks like it's going to go close to what Rogero JR got. So it's going to be a great score for Edgar.
Yeah, I think JR is opening with a really strong 8.17, and then also Edgar looks like gonna get a good score here.
Still waiting for the last wave for, well, 3 surfers now, green, white and blue. So it's 8.50, another excellent score for Edgar Culpable. That put him into the first place now. So JR drops 8.17 earlier, 3.33 for Crisanto's first wave, and still waiting for the fast wave for Jamari. And it's a 6.07, so it's a good, decent start for Jamari as well.
Yeah, this finals heats right now. They every surfers have a 6 wave. A little bit different from last competition where on the opening round until semifinals, everybody have 4 waves. On the finals, everybody have 6 wave die. Yeah.
So it's 2 more, adding 2 more opportunities in the finals. So that's even makes it better, exciting final here. So already 2 waves have been ridden. Crisanto drops 6.83 for his second wave, and that put him into the first, but still waiting for the last wave for JR to drop in. And it looks like live action. We have Safa in blue up and riding and white at the back. Sorry, that was a green up and riding. So beautiful surfing from both white and greens. White holding on to the nose ride quite a long time.
Okay, now we have live action. This is Edgar on his wave number 2. This is probably his replay right now, yeah?
I think this is live action here. Probably the replay.
Yeah, the replay, because we're waiting for one more score from Edgar right now. And yeah, Edgar opening up with an 8.5.
It's a good start.
Actually bigger than
Yeah.
JR.
And we are still waiting for the second wave for JR. So everybody's, have been ridden a couple waves now. But like you said before, everyone gets 6 chances in the finals. Still no sign from the judges. Well, looks like JR will get a good, excellent score, 8.33. So that put him straight into the lead with the 8.33 and 8.17.
Wow, JR just showing why he's one of the best here in Asia right now, yeah.
Still waiting for the last wave for Edgar Culpable to locked in. Looks like on screen we have JR up and riding straight into the hang 5 to hang 10. Steps back beautifully. Nice rail work. Quickly setting up for the hang 5 and another trimming turn there and gets the hang 5 to hang 10. So beautiful techniques. It's already done a lot of damage at the back and beautiful cut back to rebound. Great surfing again from JR. That was beautiful surfing. This is wave number 3, and at the back we have Crisanto up and riding straight into the hang 5. Drop knee turn to get into the critical part of the wave. Hang 5 to hang 10. Unfortunately, he lost the balance there.
Yeah, there's a lot of hang there, and then he cannot hang on. Hang 5, hang 10, and you need to hang on, and looks like Crisanto just couldn't hang on that one. So this is a really great display from JR. Talking about control, talking about style, talking about his body posture. As a longboarder, what an amazing drop knee right there.
I love the drop knee, cut back turn, and rebound whitewater. Just textbook longboard surfing here from JR. So small scores for Crisanto's last wave, but Wow, look at the scoreboard. 8.47 for Edgar Carbo. So now he is in the lead with 8.5 and 8.47. Wow, and it is his turn. It is his wave number 3 again. So he's trying to get rid of the 8.47 now.
Wow, you know, Edgar is showing to all these
Wow.
3 guys that he's able to take over from these guys, yeah?
Hang 5 to hang 10 to start with. Nice hang 10. Nice drop turn to match the speed with the wave. Hang 10. Hold on to it quite long time. Beautiful surfing there. Nice rail walk to finish off. Well, still going for the hang 5 there. It is another beautiful ride from Edgar Carbo. And this is an answer back from Joe Marie. Straight into hang 5. Quickly steps back. Love the slashing down there and setting up for another hang 5, but unfortunately disengaged the rail and he just lost the balance.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there with Joe Marie. Looks like, you know, his couple of his wave is actually a little bit of a, you know, like not the score that he's looking for, but this is a footworks from Edgar. Wow, super clean 10 right there.
You know, he just kept board engaging. That's why he, you know, he can go to the nose so long time. And here comes again, nice rail walk to hang 10. Oh, the foot outside of the nose area. So beautiful footwork there from Edgar. It's gonna be another excellent score maybe.
Yeah, JR just dropped a 777 on that last one. Didn't change any situation. He's still looking for an 864. So, you know, there's still a lot of works need to be done by JR, Joe Marie, and also Crisanto.
Wow, look at that scoreboard now. Edgar will drop a great number here, but on screen we have live action from Crisanto. Wave number 4, setting up for nose, hang 5 to tight 5, and trim down the line. Another hang 5 to hang 10. Probably tight hang 5, a beautiful rail work turn, get back into parcels, probably another hang 5 there to finish off. So beautiful surfing, but look at the score, 8.9 from Edgar again. He is improving. So now JL answers back here. Nice hang 5, love the drawn out carve to back to the parcels, trim it down the line, just waiting for the section to send up. Nice hang 5 to hang 10 with a soul arch. Great posture, great control, beautiful drop knee turn from JR.
Yeah, I can tell here, Dai, JR is going a bit aggressive here. Yeah, because he's looking for a 9.07. The way the turn that he did, like on the outside of the wave, he's putting a lot of effort there and making sure that the judges can see that, you know, a lot of, you know, maneuvering all this big board is not easy. And yeah, we'll see if that's going to be the number. 9.07, the requirement. Big number right there.
Big number, big lead from Edgar Carbo. Actually, that puts 2 other surfers in combo situation now. Crisanto and Joe Marie are in a combo situation. So they have to get into the excellent range to, you know, break out of the combination situation.
Yeah, with that situation, if you get a combo, you know, you pretty much have to like get rid of all your previous score, including like the previous wave from Joe Marie. This could be like the one that he need to keep, you know, because any points that he need to keep, it need to be excellent right now. Oh wow!
Oh, love the stylish stands tall rail walk there from our surfer in the lead. Edgar Carbo just showcasing his surfing technique there. He's just having fun right now. You know, he's just showcasing every technique he's got now.
Yeah, it's almost like Edgar is surfing by himself right now in his final. You know, he even put JR in a little bit on the rope. You know, like JR is usually the one that everybody's chasing, but now everybody's chasing Edgar. So 907 still waiting for last of JR. A 7.97, not enough. He still have 2 more waves to go before we see who's going to be the champion on this event.
Right, Joe Marie is still in the combination situation right now, but this is a guy, beautiful hang 5 to hang 10, quickly steps back, holds on to it, spend a lot of time on the nose area, beautifully done.
So yeah, Edgar's 3 waves. There's nothing below 8. So he's probably
Finally, it's a 6-5
Oh,
for
God.
Edgar's last wave.
Edgar, you put me down there a little bit. A 6? Come on. So still Edgar in the first position.
Right.
Amazing surfing from him.
Wow, this needs to be 9.07. JR, hang 5 to hang 10, beautiful. Big, drawn out carb, quickly set up for the next nose. Hang 5, steps back, and looking for the section to go for the nose. Hang 10, hang 5, and looks back actually. A nice drawn out carb there, and another hang 5 to finish. Or maybe he's still surfing all the way to the inside. He's just utilizing all the opportunities here on the wave, surfing all the way to the inside. That is a JR needing 9.07.
Wow, it's almost to the rocks there.
Mm.
So this is Cristanto currently sitting in the third position, looking for breaking his combination situation. Yeah, but you know, as a natural footer surfing on the on his backside,
Wow,
he will need to surf his best actually here. Yeah.
that was really beautiful technique to see. You know, hillside hang 5, switch stance, footwork.
Yeah, but you know, if you see like between Crisantos and Edgar, you know, I can tell like Crisanto he's super comfortable on the right-handers because he's from La Union. Surfing his backside is not a big deal for him, but it shows that JR and Edgar as a goofy footer have a bit more advantage on the pool right now today. Yeah.
This is a replay of last wave for JR. Nice soul arched hang 5 to start with. And this is our leader, Edgar Calvo. Nice hang 5, drop knee turn. A beautiful style. Control surfing, hang 5 to hang 10. Stand tall. Beautiful surfing from Edgar Calvo all the way to the inside.
Wow.
He's looking to, get rid of 8.50, and that is hard to do that.
I wouldn't get rid of anything. I would keep all those 8s. So yeah, I think Joe Marie and Crisanto is still in the combination situation. It's not going to be easy for them, but one of the biggest question is JR is the only person is not combo, and he's looking for 907. And 3 of his previous wave die, it's all a high 7s, not a high 8. So he will need to step up on his 5th gear probably here and try to get that 9.07.
Definitely. First 2 waves, JR actually got into excellent range, so he knows how to surf excellent ride here. But it's a 9.07 that he requires, so he needs to do something different to get into the low 9. But it's a big score to actually to get. So
yeah, and then also on the last wave of Crisanto, he got his highest score of the heat, which is the highest score of the final, which is a 727 for him. So yeah, I think that's pushing him a little bit, but still not out of the combination situation. So this is Crisanto. Look, he's on his wave number 6 actually. So he's not going to be able to change any situation right there to become the champion, but he would like to, maybe get his personal best score right there. Wow, amazing surfing here from all the finalists. We have Crisanto Villanova on his last ride here, and I'm pretty happy to say that he's surfing well to get into the final.
wow, definitely, he's showcasing his technique on his backhand. La Union, we know that there's a good ride, but this is important way for JL. Needs big score, 9.07, hang 10 to start with, Beautiful stuff. Great start. Another hang 5. Nope, decided to not go for the nose. Now he gets hang 10. So lost. Hold on to it long time. All the way to the inside area. And cuts it back. Beautiful surfing from JR. But he needs 9.07, which is pretty big score. So he did everything he could do on that wave. There was no mistakes. But is this going to be a 9.07? That's the question.
Yeah, even though he surfed his best, getting, his best score right now is 8.33. I'm not sure what else can he do though. Yeah.
Right.
He does everything on this wave. Look at that hang 10 right there.
And so lost.
A really long control right there. He's just. I'm not sure what else can he do. Yeah. So this is Joe Marie on his last attempt to probably get his better score of his 6.07 and maybe help him to get out of number 4 and become number 3 in the final.
Well, it's important to get better points, so definitely it's not done yet for Joe Marie, even though still in the combination to be the first, but this guy is the first place at the moment right now. Edgar Karpo, he's just finished his last wave, so all 6 waves have been ridden. We're still waiting for the last wave for JR here.
Yeah, so JR looks like he's waiting, for the score. Maybe he knows that, that's a big task to get. A 9.07 is a big number. Maybe he's just waiting for Edgar just to, I don't know, congratulate him, saying, hey, good job. Surfing amazingly in the final, and still waiting for last score from JR.
Well, actually, we are waiting for 3 waves to lock in.
Yeah.
Last wave for Joe Marie, Edgar, and JR.
Yeah, but those 2 guys are still in the combination situation. Right now, it's only probably Edgar and JR is the one who's we need to watch.
Great final from the older, probably they are good friends, of course, and a good friendship. So great final from the surfers from the Philippines.
Wow, that's a big number coming from JR also, but not enough. An 8.17.
8.17. It's an excellent score, but it's not enough. So it's offshore. Edgar Calvo take out a win. Still waiting for the last wave for Edgar and Joe Marie.
Yeah, great surfing there from Edgar for sure. The champions of today. And then also we have a great final from...
Right, now he knows that he took out a win here. So this is Edgar Karpo Jr. 2026 Siheung Korea Open LQS winner. What a moment for Team Philippines longboarding.
Yeah, amazing surfing. 8.9, 8.5, from Edgar. What an amazing result there.
Amazing result for Team Philippines.
Yeah, and then
great moment.
We have to say also, it's been like a long hard work from the Filipino Surfing Association to get JR and Joe Marie into this level, and to have young generation like Edgar, it just shows the development that they've been doing all this time. Yeah.
Great moment for them. After the comp, they're back to friends. Great friendship there. So it's offshore. Edgar Calvo Jr. is the winner of the Siheung Korea Open LQS. So we're gonna go to a quick break. We'll be right back with the shortboarding division women's QS final.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
It is time to roll into our QS finals right now. We are going to start off with the ladies out in the water. Kana Nakashio in the red, Sara Wakita in the blue, Shino Matsuda in the white, and Kokoro Baba, the young gun. She's going to be out there in the green. 4 Japanese women battling it out for the title. We just crowned our longboard champions. We had Natsumi Tayoka, and a bit of an underdog story unfold in the men's side with Edgar Calvo Jr. taking the win. This is fun because the last couple of events we've done, it has been JR taking out the win. So we've had a story change. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Giada Legatti. Giada, I would love your take on this women's final right now.
I am so excited, and it's looking like we are already having our first wave ridden. It's looking like Kana Nakashio on that one. We will get the replays really soon, but someone I am very excited to see is Kokoro Baba. Me and I have been calling her the rookie because this is her first ever international event here in Korea. She's only ever competed in Japan. This is also her first QS, so already making a final on a 6,000 is a massive result.
She's been ripping. She has been absolutely ripping. So Kokoro, she's going to get a wave in that next rotation. Kana and Sara already starting theirs off now. Because we're in the sets, we are within the final, so we are rolling through into 31-minute heats. Every single surfer is going to get 6 set waves, so they're going to get a look at a couple of different ideas of what it is going to be, what it is going to take to win this event right now. And I love the fact that every single one of these surfers gets a couple of extra goes, because how many heats have you seen where you thought just one more wave and they probably would have figured it out?
Oh, absolutely. So it is equal playing field for all these 4 ladies. It is a full Japanese final. So it is going to be really thrilling. Kana Nakashio, Sara Wakita already have their first waves ridden. We're waiting for those scores to come through. Those waves are really important because this is going to be setting the tone for the final. The judges are going to really look at those and be like, this is what we're looking for. This is a QS 6,000, like we've said. There's a lot on the line.
And if we think about previous champions that have taken out this event really convincingly over the last couple of years, obviously you can't go past Nanaho Suzuki taking it out last year, who was doing backhand airs in the finals. So that is already a big standard to live up to in that sense, but she has been knocked out of the draw. So we are guaranteed a new winner here this year, which is pretty exciting to know that we're going to be crowning some new champions. And you can see a lot of our Japanese surfers loving it. They're out on the boardwalk. It is quite wet down here this afternoon, but the camaraderie between the Japanese surfers is incredible.
Yeah, it is great to see them kind of all come down here together. That's something I love about the sport, or at least surfing, is that people come down. I saw the Indonesians coming and support each other, the Japanese as well. I'm pretty sure all the coaches, friends, and family. This right now, though, is Shino Matsuda on a great looking wave.
Yeah, Shino jams it on that first section, draws it out on that second. This has been her go-to run so far, belting it 4 times, getting a solid finish here. That is a nice level up for Shino to then start really building from here. Kokoro Baba, our young gun, who has had an incredible read on this wave so far, absolutely belting it, tags it, can't quite hold on for the finish there for Kokoro, but definitely keeping that same tempo that she's been showing all throughout the event. Big smiles here at the end of that wave here.
I mean, 16 years old, already in a QS 6000 final. That is huge. Let's break this wave down from Shino Matsuda. Couple big hammers there. She is on fire. A bit of a float to finish here, but lands in control, really puts that hand on the board to show, I've got this, I'm in balance. Kokoro Baba, this wave, love how she started it off. So unfortunate that she wasn't really able to ride out of it. This was that last one. Had to airdrop, got there a little late to the section. Unfortunately, didn't really stick with it. But can I just throw a quick comment on the 733 that Kana Nakashio started this with?
Yeah, major score for Kana Nakashio. That's definitely one of those moments where you're going, okay, that is exactly how you want to start this one off. She's been consistently dropping 7-point rides throughout this entire event so far. Kokoro Baba, even with the fall, gets a 5.57. So good looking signs for what's going to happen when she makes that final turn. But Shino Matsuda, we think about the role that she's been on. It has been major for her and this consistency that she's had in this event. 7-point ride to kick it off here. So with that in mind and this first rotation done right now, Giada, who is standing out for you?
I mean, obviously, Kana Nakashio, her semis as well was impeccable. She was winning from start to finish of that heat. There was no faltering. She was back to back. We'll see. Shino Matsuda, always one of my favorites to watch as well. And she did compliment my outfit earlier on. So
she's in the good books.
Yeah, she's in the good books. I'm liking it.
Let's see these next lot of waves start to roll through here. Sarah is going to get a chance to take a look at the second wave, which in history has actually been her better wave of the two so far. She does take off a little bit wider on the wall in comparison to everyone else here. Swoop to start this wave off. You can see she really rotates through the upper half of her body there and then starts to pull it back around nice and tight. 3 turns there for Sarah. She's just enjoying it, having a little bit of fun at this point in the competition. It is the final. Kana Nakashio, she is always all systems go. She has so much intensity in her surfing. You can see got to that last section a little bit late there, but oh my, these women are having the most fun I've seen in a final in a really long time.
I know, what a great environment right now. I'm loving it. Sarah Wakita, maybe not the wave she was kind of hoping to perform, but she was laughing towards the end. Kana as well. Beautiful drone view here. You could really see those big drawn out lines that she does, really close to that pocket that we like to see. There we have, all the girls are having a great time out there, and this is what surfing's about. This is exactly what we love about the sports. Kana Nakashio, though, all go, go, go for her. She is looking unstoppable. She is really flaring these turns, pushing it in the right places. Her timing with this wave has been pretty impressive. Unfortunately, that last one, a little awkward, but she's loving it nonetheless.
I felt like she was looking at Sarah and they were laughing at each other, maybe trying to give inside bets during this heat right now. And that kind of goes back to what we were talking about before. The women and the men in the Japanese competitive world honestly are like family. They really do have each other's backs, and I feel like they would probably just be enjoying more than anything a final that they're sharing with some of their best friends.
Absolutely, and we saw a couple of the Japanese friends down all across the boardwalk. It did stop raining just in time for this final. Already 2 waves for Kana and Sarah. We're waiting for the scores. Kana Nakashio 5-6-7, Sara a 4-5. So it is now Shino Matsuda and Kokoro Baba with the answer back. But what a great final.
Yeah, 7-3-3 definitely has something for Kana to hold on to. 6 waves, like we mentioned in the final, in comparison to the 4 that we have seen all throughout the event so far. So let's see how this second rotation goes here. Kokoro has been looking extremely locked in ever since this hooter went. She wants to be winning this heat and making a bit of an announcement that she's here. She's ready to compete for a spot on that Challenger Series. Nice first turn. Had a real amount of spray and exclamation. The timing of those last 2, quick. No downtime in between them there. Using the drive out of the turns for momentum into that next one. Here we go, Shino doing what she does best here. Can see this end section has proven to be a friend of hers throughout this entire event. I love it. We're not seeing anyone lag behind or fall behind at this point. Everyone is showing up guns blazing right now.
I mean, absolutely. It's not about passing anymore. It's about winning. You don't want to get second. This wave, though, from Kokoro, I love her style. She really rotates that upper body upside down on that first one. Here, though, things really get spicy. She didn't even have time to pump to get into the second one. It was just back to back, probably in a distance of 2 meters. She got those 2 crazy maneuvers in. So that was beautifully done behind her. Shino, of course, hammering this first section down. So fast and sharp. I love her style. Super versatile, really electric, and that epoxy is looking really good under her feet. It's lively, it's reactive, it throws a lot of water, and she looks really light on it too.
Yeah, so getting that completion has been, like we mentioned, a really consistent point of Shino's performance so far in the entirety of this event. Keeping that trend alive right now in this final here. Waiting for those numbers to lock in, but something I love about this event too is we have a big screen just off to the side of the pool. So these women actually get to watch their waves back in live time and then apply, okay, maybe I didn't hit it as hard as I could there. And I would say these are the 4 women that have adapted that and used that asset the best to their advantage.
Absolutely. There you can see when they're paddling back out, rewatching their waves. So it literally cannot get better than that. You can constantly improve, and now with those extra 2 waves in, they have so much time to really fix up whatever they need. You can see there Kana and Sarah, we said, having a chat, having fun. Couple scores. Still Shino's last one to come through. Kokoro a 6-4-3. Shino something pretty similar, I would say a 6-1. So just under. Kokoro just got the better of the exchange. I'm really excited to watch these next few waves.
Yeah, Shino now goes to the lead. So Kana needs to score to start the answer back right now. Let's see if she can find the moment she's chasing here. 2 turns at the start of this wave look promising. Goes even bigger. On the third, into a drivey looking 4th turn too. So Kana has this wave now on lock. Let's see what Sarah can do. Love that opening whip. You can see her drive her board all the way back towards the wall here. She's going to get to do it for a 4th time, slightly mistiming it here for Sara Wakita, but knows exactly what she has to do to get herself in front of the 8 ball at this point. So Kana, I dare say, is definitely building on that 5-6-7.
Oh, absolutely. You could just see her build her momentum with every turn. It just kept fueling her fire. It all started here, then here. Boom. Look at that. Such powerful grace here. I absolutely love her act. It's looking really strong. She is looking solid and unstoppable. That last 2-turn combo was pretty deadly.
Yeah, looking really just electric and confident at the same time. This last wave locking in for Sara as a 4-6-7. So it is her best, but just still a little bit low, especially with this fall.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Sarah. Hasn't really strung it together. After her performance in the semifinal, I think she has a lot left in the tank. She just needs to find that same rhythm, redo what she did, and kind of reset. I mean, she does look like she's having fun, and sometimes things just don't really go your way, but I think Kana Nakashio is going to drop a pretty heavy bomb with that last one.
Pretty cool to have live commentary from their mates on the side as well, getting to be like, hey, you probably need to land that or push a little bit harder here. Scores still to lock in right now for Kana. It seems to me that she's starting to really find her flow right now. The judges feel the exact same way. An 8.83 for Kana Nakashio, one of the highest scores we have seen in this entire event. We saw Kanoa Hije get an 8.83 on the men's side, so now Kana matching that, going excellent. There's a smile on her face just to feel the love and support of what is a really solid number at this point. And now look at the numbers for the rest of the field. Sarah, comboed, has to go and perform on those next two waves, and Shino looking for a 9.16.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be tossing it aside just yet. Shino is known to work well under pressure.
Here we go, Shino. Lovely looking first turn here. You can see she's going to opt for the carb on this second section. Boom! Hits it strong in the pocket. Tail flares out on that fourth section there. She likes it with the completion. She honestly has not put a foot wrong. Now Kokoro, who has gone excellent for the last 4 heats, is looking to do it for her first time here in the final. Vertical with the completion here for the young gun. She's going to put her hands in the air. So much fun is happening in this heat right now. This is another reason why I just love women surfing as well. They are completely immersed in enjoying the moment and the situation that they're in.
Absolutely. This is such a great exchange. The girls are not giving up. They heard the scores and they're like, okay, I guess it's just time to step it up. Here is a replay. Beautiful hack there. All these drawn out lines that she does is absolutely gorgeous, especially from the sky view. Here's the close-up. I love how she really pushes the tail every time she connects to that lip line. All 3 fins out the back on that last one. Strong finishing. Like we said, she was liking it. Shino has hardly made a mistake throughout this entire event. Kokoro, the rookie, loving her backside upside down there. Does it again. Wastes no time in between turns. Riding that Mikey Feb short from CI, and it's looking extremely good under her feet. Opted for the PU, opposite to Shino, so this is some great exchange. A lot of differences, but similarities as well.
You called it perfectly. Shino definitely knows how to answer back. 8-point ride for Shino Matsuda. So now she is chasing an 8.17. She is right back in this fight here. Kokoro Baba, she gets her best to a 7.7. So now that requirement comes down to an 8.47 for Kokoro, who has been the most consistent surfer on the women's side of the draw to go excellent in this event. So that's not a threat for Kokoro. She just needs to keep doing what she's doing. And if she finds that on the fourth wave, a 7.7, which a lot of people have been struggling with, I can't wait to see what she does on the second wave.
I mean, imagine being Kana right now. She got that 8.83 and she's like, you know what? I'm safe. The girls need at least a 9. And now she's slowly starting to hear that the scores are being chipped away. The girls are creeping closer, and there's still 3 waves each, so this is going to get pretty intense.
Sato Akita needs these next 2 waves to count. She does have an extra one in there if she needs it, but she doesn't want to have to go there. There's the third turn here for Sato. Whips it for a really strong finishing turn here, so needs at least a 6.16 to break combo. Massive first hook here for Kana. She's driving even harder in that second pocket. This finish has proven to be tricky on that fourth one and getting the better of Kana. So a rare fall. She's still smiling. She still has the lead at this point here. It felt like maybe a slight momentum shift towards the other 2 women out of those last 2 exchanges.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Here are the replays from the sky. It was such a great exchange. Sarah really going for it. This is probably going to be her best wave. And I love how lethal all these girls are looking, but kind of there's just something different when you see a girl in her space having fun and just connecting the dots. Here we have it, really pushing it. Things start to get really difficult now in this back end of this heat.
5.33, so doesn't go into her top two, actually doesn't come close to it, and it's particularly because she had that fall. So her scores are a 7.33 and an 8.83. Looking to the boardwalk, everyone else is having a lot of fun, just enjoying what has been a pretty great matchup right now. All these women have not held back. They're putting on a show and they're living up to the entertainer status that they need to have, especially at this point. But we cannot forget, 6,000 points is game-changing to putting that towards a Challenger Series career.
Absolutely, and we've had, you know, there aren't as many events this year taking out Crew and Nia, so this is a huge moment for these ladies. They gotta take the most of it, and I think Shino is already knowing that Kokoro Baba's first year doing the QS, she has no pressure. I think back in a couple days back, Dai told me that she is sponsored by one of the wave pools in Japan, so she's comfortable in these conditions. She knows what she has to do. 8-4-7. She's dropped those before. It's not out of her reach.
No, definitely not. She's going to take the second wave of the set right now. Situation and requirements are still the same because Kana doesn't better. Good news for Sarah is she did break combo on that one, so she's back in this heat. Right now, 8-4-7 is the score that Kokoro Baba is looking for. Slight airdrop out of this one. Goes up, loves that first turn. She gets really tight in the pocket. She's been using that to her advantage this entire event. This end turn needed a make. She's going to get it there. So 4 really solid turns from start to finish. Shino drifts that tail. She's going to try and apply a little bit more variety here to get herself up in a good mark. Gets a big looking fin drift on the rail, the coping of that wave there. So Shino Matsuda and Kokoro Baba using that energy from their last rotation and keeping on building from there.
Damn.
Yeah.
Whoa, what? I cannot believe this right now. Kokoro Baba. Okay, let's break this one down. She goes back to back on this one. I love the ending here. So she really pushes it there on the outside rail and goes upside down. Gets that weight back just in time to be able to land it. She goes down here. Shino Matsuda, though, gets some really nice turns out the back. Nothing like her previous waves, but this finisher right here, boom. Beautifully done by Shino Matsuda.
To get that tail to have so much loft and drift over this, it did mean that she had to drop that third turn here.
Absolutely. Look at the slow-mo there. I love this turn. I would have to say that this type of re-entry has to be one of my favorites in surfing. It just has this beauty to it. When you just see that tail drift free on the lip of the wave, there's just something to it that drives me crazy.
A lot of variety in what Shino is bringing to the table right now. So she was looking for an 8-1-7. She's going to be sitting and waiting for that number here. So all 4 of our surfers have had their 4 waves here. Now is the bonus 2. That's what you get for making the final. Numbers starting to trickle on through for Kokoro. She gets a 7.93, so her best now brings the requirement down to an 8.24. We've seen her get that exact number already in this event so far, Shino Matsuda. Let's see if this goes to the 8.17 that she is chasing. The good news is, we talked about it in a previous heat, it's not a moving target here. There's no question of, are you going to get the wave? Are you going to get the chance? Guess what? That is all sorted for you. All 4 of our women, are going to get a couple more opportunities. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Sarah even go and flip the script on us in this next exchange here. Right now, Kana looking to drop this 7.33 to make those requirements go back up into that 9 range. This is definitely a way to get herself there. Belts that end section. Those completions really letting her down here. So has to go a bit harder at him on that next one. Sarah now starting to drive up in this midsection. She goes down 2. So it is going to come down to one more wave for our surfers in red and blue to try and improve their situation right now.
Yeah, so unfortunate there for Kana and Sarah, kind of not really getting it together. The judges, though, still thinking over Shino Matsuda's last one. All those points are going to get from the last score, but let's watch this one. She really belts these sections out the back. Unfortunately, gets a little hung up there, doesn't really make that last section. Sarah Wakita here, beautiful deep bottom turn. Oh, I love that. Unfortunately, also goes down, and we have a couple scores to come through. Shino's last one comes in at a 7.37. So it is not enough. 8.17 is still her requirement. Kana Nakashio, her last score is definitely not going to be affecting her scoreline. But 2 more waves for both Kokoro and Shino. So early days for them, I would say, still. Big smile on their faces.
Yeah, Kana's subtle mistakes here are definitely leaving this heat still wide open. There is so much surfing still yet to be done. 6 more waves all up in this heat right now, and it feels like Kana can't take the foot off the accelerator right now.
Absolutely. She, besides that little fall on the last turn, she was still belting those sections like there was no tomorrow. So she is still in a great position. 8.24 and 8.17, even though they are solid requirements, the girls can get them, but they are still big requirements, and that's a lot of pressure still.
They got 2 more opportunities to do so, and if there was a moment to go big and try something pretty hard, it's probably your second last rotation, your second last wave, because you have the comfort in knowing you still have 1 more opportunity after this one here. So as you can see, Shino needs an 8.17, slightly better than her high score of what is an 8-point ride. She's on the wave that we've seen a lot of excellent scores come from throughout this event so far. Shino loves that first section. She does usually drive into a nice carve on this second one here. Kicks the fins out for a third maneuver, lays into a fourth. And there's the comfort of knowing you have a wave after and being able to drive into that end section and trying hard here. The young gun, Kokoro, 2 really vertical turns. Starts to lose it a little bit. Can she go? 1 more. Just mistimes it here. Both of those waves were on the way to something really big.
Yeah, getting so nervous. Okay, so Kokoro Baba, that was some beautiful surfing as well. Shino Matsuda, you're right, always really takes great advantage of this first section, which is probably where most of the points come from anyway. Unfortunately there, she tried to give that variety, really laid back into it a little too much, that she got stuck and just got dragged out the back. Kokoro, I love how critical she's hitting these sections. She goes upside down on that second one, sets it up again. Look at that. That is some gorgeous textbook backhand surfing from Kokoro Baba. Gets a little stuck there and unfortunately loses timing for this last one, but that was some great stuff.
That second turn in particular was the most vertical we've seen of this heat.
Absolutely.
Just delaying that ever so slightly so that she could go pretty well past 12 o'clock on that last one was super impressive, especially considering how young she is. We do have 1 last heat to go after this women's final is wrapped up. It is the men's QS final. Kanoa Hije has more reps in this pool than anyone else in this entire competition. He will be in the red jersey. He's dropped excellent scores this entire event. He's taking on Rinta Ootu, who has major dark horse underdog written all over him. Kei Kobayashi, the current Bonsai Asia Super Series rankings leader, and Kobe Clements, the sole Aussie left in the draw. So that's a really exciting men's final. That'll be out there in a little over 5 minutes' time. Right now, this is the last opportunity for every single one of our women. If you're Kana Nakashio, what are you thinking right now? This is the moment I either win or lose this final.
Absolutely. I think at this point, you give it your all. You're already in first. You have some great scores. You just go for it.
This is her last chance to take it in her own hands and not leave it up to chance of anyone else. Sarah needs a 9.46 major score. Has to be the highest. It gets hung up on that second section there. So unfortunately, Sarah goes down. She will be 4th in this event though. Great result for Sarah Wakita. Tight turn to start this one off. Kana slightly going out of the pocket on that second, then gets back in it for the third. That closeout turn, I was going to say it's been getting the better of her, but made a really nice comeback on that last finish there.
Absolutely. That was a really great performance from Kana Nakashio. Really took the grid out in that last minute, got the finishing that she was looking for. Sarawakita unfortunately couldn't really put it together this heat. She did still get a 6, 7, and a 5. So, solid scores, but the girls are just unstoppable right now. Kana Nakashio, this wave from the sky. Great turns here. She did get to do the completion here that has taken her out quite a few times. Love her style, really low center of gravity. This is the finishing that we talk about. Look at that. Her knees bent all the way in. That was beautifully done from Kana Nakashio. She would like to improve on a 7.33. She got a 4.70, so doesn't improve her scoreline. Now it's all eyes on Kokoro Baba and Shino Matsuda.
Kokoro needing an 8.24, so the higher of the two requirements, because Shino is chasing that 8.17. She got so close to that requirement. She already has an 8 in her lineup, so this has to be 2 completed rides with an element of flair.
Absolutely. It would, I would low-key, not even low-key, I would love to see Kokoro actually really string it together and maybe get a clutch last-moment win. I think that would get so exciting. Or even Shino Matsuda, they would really bring this energy down to this last wave and see if they can kind of clutch the win from Kana, who's been holding the lead this entire time.
Yeah, Kana just has to patiently wait now. This is what we were talking about before she took her last wave. That was her last opportunity to really take this into her own hands, but now unfortunately she does have to sit and wait and watch what these two ladies do, which is definitely scary with the talent that both of these ladies possess. This is that first wave. It's going to roll underneath because we know the second and the fourth are the better two of the waves here. So Kokoro needs an 8.24, her final chance. Great looking first turn, really has got that first turn in the pocket on lock. Belts the third, needs this finish with some energy here. Kokoro Baba has 4 really big turns. Now Shino needs an 8.17. Lovely looking first 2 turns here. She's keeping that energy rolling down the line. Finish is crucial. She is going to get it here. So both of those women getting the job done, surfing their ways from start to finish with a solid end section turn. Giada, put all feelings and everything aside. What is your thoughts on those last 2 waves? Do they get into that 8 point?
All right. Really, really good surfing. Both of them. Incredibly well done. Kana Nakashio must be looking at that, and her heart must be racing at 1,000. I personally think if Kokoro doesn't potentially get it, she'll be really close, because that was some beautiful surf. Even Shino, actually, I wouldn't be able to tell you right now. I am way too excited to see these results to come through.
Maybe Kokoro's wave lacking an element of speed to get to an 8.24.
Yeah.
However, if it went there, I also wouldn't be surprised. Just with how well she surfed that wave, and that first turn was so vicious. It had so much just attack mentality in it. And then Shino, with a smaller requirement, needed to be an 8.17. It felt like her best wave of the heat so far. I believe it was her best wave. So it only has to be slightly better than that 8. And she only needs slightly better than that 8. Potentially more in Shino's favor right now.
I think Shino's finishing was incredible. It was that last part of the wave that has taken out so many of these athletes throughout the event, and she held it together. She rode out of it 8.17. You're right. And that was one of the best waves she's had this heat. She had some great turns out the back. This would be a major upset for Kana Nakashio, because she was holding the lead this entire time. Kokoro Baba also not out of this conversation just yet as well. That first belt was really strong. A little bit slower in the second and third, but that last finishing turn really put the exclamation mark on the wave as well. So again, if Kokoro doesn't get it, it was really close. Shino Matsuda, you're right, a smaller requirement. Also extremely close to the score if she doesn't get it. So this is it. Shino Matsuda's last wave comes in at a 7.23. Wasn't enough. We're waiting now for the last of Kokoro Baba.
needs to be a massive score. 8-2-4. No indications at all yet for Kokoto. You can see Kana, she's freaking out too. Look at her, she's kept putting her head down, and unfortunately Shino's not going to get the number. And I think it goes between the two women who have been the standout of the entire event so far. Score is in. It is not enough for Kokoto Baba, a 7-3-7. So Kana Nakashio is your champion here at the Siheung Korean Open. 6,000 points going her way, and a really great step in the right direction for what is essentially a backup plan, because she is a Challenger Series surfer.
Oh, wow. What an incredible heat. Until the very last seconds, we were held on our toes. Congratulations, Kana Nakashio. What a beautiful moment for all the girls down there. It is great to see them all come together. A great heat. They were all just having an incredible time out there. This is a great moment for these ladies.
Just to see the camaraderie between them all too. They're such good friends, and Sarah was already on the shore there trying to get her hat ready, and that really goes to show that these ladies, they know the ins and outs of everyone. They also know that, all right, you're going to win. I'm going to get your hat for you. I'm going to support you through this. All three of the women who didn't win are there to cheer her up and be a part of this moment, this crucial moment in her career.
Yeah, you're right. And these girls know each other, probably better than a lot of people, because they travel together all the time, not only maybe literally together in the same hotel, but they see each other all year round. So it is great to see this come together. What a great moment.
Incredible moment for Kana Nakashio. She's going to take home 6,000 points. Also, major congratulations to Kokoto Baba. She had put on a stellar performance this entire event alongside Shino Matsuda and Sara Wakita, who of course were standouts as well. We have one more heat to roll through in this event. It is the men's QS final. We're going to step out for a quick break, and then we'll be back to call you through the last 31 minutes of this event.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Welcome in to the final heat of what has been an incredible event here at the Siheung Korean Open QS 6000. It is the men's QS final that is going to round out this really fun, upbeat, just progressive event so far. It has been co-sanctioned. We've seen all of Asia and all of Oceania's best to battle it out for 6,000 points on the line. It is the last 31 minutes, 6 waves for each surfer to try and take home the glory here. It's going to be Kanoa Hije starting this one off, but he's going to look to use that same sort of runs that he's been surfing this entire event. This one feels like it has a little bit more juice in it here.
Ooh.
Loses the air at the end. It's the first time we've seen him, unfortunately, not make that. Now, Rinta Ootu, who has been the major dark horse of this event so far, belts that finishing section there. He's going to get the completion. I have been loving what he's been bringing to the table right now. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by my good friend, one of my favorite commentators and surfers, Dai Wacko. Dai, major final right now.
So much vibes, so much energy in this final. And also, you know, congrats to all the ladies in the women's side of the final. That was a great final there. Wow, that was amazing. And then I just couldn't wait to watch this men's side of the final. It's a great matchup in Kanoa, just showcasing his local knowledge and what he can do on the wakeboard. But this is the first wave of the men's final. He pretty much does that every time. You know, he has a signature approach here. He does vertical off the top first with a lot of flair in it, and love the carve there. And after this third turn, the big third turn, he just goes for the air. But this time he couldn't stick to the landing. But you know, this is his winning formula here. So he's on the way to get another excellent score. But I think he changed the gear to the fifth.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah, it felt like it had a little bit more energy in it there, because it was really interesting to see him not make that air, especially because he started every single heat the same way with those exact 4 turns. And then the next wave, he usually does the exact 4 turns again. However, the air reverse is slightly tighter, but the judges have been paying it. But when we look to scores, with the fall, it's a 4.33, but Rinta gets a 6.33, which I am so impressed with his performance in this event.
Well, he's got this. He's got something with the wave pool this time, because he's just he's in the right rhythm with the wave pool, and he does it every time. So he knows how to surf here, and I got a feeling that he's on the way to winning this event.
Kei Kobayashi is a champion here before, so
right.
Kei is looking to take home another victory. He's also in the Bonsoi Asia Super Series leaders jersey right now. This is our first look at him in the final.
Whoa.
Really vertical hook to
Whoa.
kick us off. A little bit more spice
Wow.
on that second and
How's
third.
that?
Kei
Oh.
is not holding back. Pushes too
Real
hard
hard.
on that N1 there. Now Kobe Clements, the last Aussie left in the draw, gives us his variation of a tail jam to start this one off. This end section has proven to be super critical when it comes to getting big scores. Couple of mishaps. The only competitor to complete a ride on that first wave was Rinta Ootu.
But I am super happy to see everyone puts 100% energy to the action, because this is a final. You don't want to get second. You want to win. You have to be in the first place. So he's, you know, full power here from Kei Kobayashi. Upside down, fin release, big spread out of back on the second turn, and straight into the big third turn. And this finish, that was a huge fin release, but unfortunately he couldn't really ride out of it. But super, super tight and a strong performance from Kei.
Yeah, Kei, it just felt like potentially pushing, if you can, a little too hard on that end section. It didn't just come back towards him. And Kobe had done all the hard work, and that last minute decision to go for that end turn, unfortunately hindering him at the end.
Well, that's why we have 6 waves in the final. They still have 5 more waves to showcase their surfing here. So, wow, it's going to be a great matchup again.
Kei Kobayashi with such a tight pivot point on his bottom turns, and that seems to be his X factor in this event.
Definitely, and how he approached to the section, because, you know, on your backhand it's kind of easier to go vertical, like 12 o'clock. He just maximized that opportunity and just goes upside down, and he pushes the tail so much that he can throw the sprays as well as the fin release. So Kei's got a great technique on his backhand here.
Yeah, 5.67 for his first wave. Kobe locking in a 5.23. Kanoa Hije with a 4.33. And like we mentioned, it was Rinta with the best. Now, he has been doing this before every wave so far in the heats that I've watched today, putting his fingers in his ears, and it seems to be that he's just locking into a new gear.
Definitely, that's his go-to move before, I think, right before the wave approaches. And I love that kind of routine stuff, and I'd love to talk to him about it.
And Rinta O to Hidai.
オートリンター2本目のライディング、綺麗な円を描くスプレーを出しますが、ここはあまり見ないミステイク、2発目でレールが引っかかってしまいました。Really unfortunate for Rinta, but this is Kanoa.
Kanoa Hije now on the 4th wave of this set here. Jams that tail. This is usually where he goes to the carve and puts it up into the lip again. Now he'll go to that air maneuver that has been working so well for him. Super tail high. There's that more tight version of that air reverse I was talking about. But where he landed, that tail just straight in the water.
That was really hard section to actually going for the air, but he's not hesitating to do something big. But that's what you need. This is 6,000 final. You know, he has the formula, like a winning formula here at the wave pool. He does that every time. But only thing, he just needs to make the air there to get in the rhythm.
What happened with that air die?
Probably little too late to the section, because from the beginning, a little bit too late to the section. So probably that causes the falls at the end. But, you know, he's going to get it.
He'll eventually get there. He has them on lock. Even just how consistently he gets the grab too. He has a really cool way of throwing the tail out further than what you expect him to do as well. So a couple of small scores for their second waves. Now, you'd have to say door essentially open for Kay and Kobe to take a bit more of a chokehold on this by capitalizing on their mistakes right now.
Definitely, you know, whoever gets first excellent score will shake off some nerves here. So definitely you want to be the first one.
Kei Kobayashi is that type of competitor where his decision-making skills are really exceptional. And he is the type of guy who will pounce on a situation like this.
Right, and that's pretty much why he's wearing the Bonso yellow jersey here. He just took out a win at a QS 2000 in Japan last month, and probably straight after this he's gonna head to South Africa for his first CS tour. So it's gonna be a great result for him, and he's in the good flow in the competition now.
Yeah, Kobe Clements still looking for his first appearance on the Challenger Series. He got really close, just a couple of spots short last year. So Kobe, this is already a great start to his season and his campaign. He is the highest ranked Australian in this event now, so he's going to take home some really good points. He's his second go at getting a good score on the board. He has that tail jam on lock and goes even bigger on the second. He's going to complete it with a fifth, I should say. Actually, that was his fifth turn. So Kobe generating so much speed, using it to his advantage. Now Kay doing the exact same thing, jamming that tail so hard in the lip line. Another fall at the end there, Dai. But even with the fall on that previous wave, it was a good score. It was a 5-6-7. Your instincts think that it's going to be similar.
Yeah, without a finishing down, I would say it's going to be close to what he had for Kay's first wave. But wow, he puts 100% energy to it every section. He attacks every section with 100% power. But Kobe Clements' last wave, that was so that was great. You know, it was just great because he's a type of surfers can fit in couple of turns in the tight section, and he gets the big finish as well. I love the third turn. Actually, this turn gets the fin release and then straight into the two turns after that in a tight section. So he has the ability to fit two turns in the tight section.
Yeah, Kobe has such a really great spring point out of his bottom turn, and that's what he's using to get those fins out and above the lip line. But Kay here, Dai, I'm really impressed with his performance in this event.
Unfortunately, on his third turn, he got stuck. You know, he got hang on the white water. That's why he couldn't really approach the last section earlier. So probably he will learn from the mistake, because he's gonna watch the replay from the big screen there, and that's such a good setup here. You know, you can watch the replay straight after your ride, and you can see and you can think what went wrong.
Kei Kobayashi as well, he's kind of been suffocating the top of the rankings for a while now. Even last year, coming out of Belair, he was still on top of the rankings. So some of these guys in the likes of Rinta and Kanoa are probably like, come on, give us a turn.
True,
They
you know.
definitely would be trying to take it off Kei Kobayashi right now. Scores in. Last of Kobe Clements, an 8-3-3 goes into that excellent range. Kei Kobayashi, even with the fall die, it was his best, a 6.2. I am scared of where that number's going to go when he finally makes one of those end sections. Now Kanoa, he has been so consistent with getting into that excellent score. You can see slightly slower on the carve. Now he starts to rev up, builds this speed. This is where we see that air reverse, but gives us some variety. Drops into a carve there, Dai.
That was unexpected turn, but this is オートリンタ、この波どうでしょうか。しっかりとフィニッシュ決めてくるか。前には出てこれませんでした。Wow, that was something different from Kanoa. I don't think I have seen that approach from Kanoa, but I love that. You know, I love the variety. Probably, you know, sometimes when the judges watch every time the same formula, then as a human, we get used to it, right? So great variety from Kanoa. Really love the first 3 turns. This is a go-to maneuver from, you know, Kanoa, big calves to the fin bats here. And usually from here, he would go for the air, but this time, nope, lays into it. Great turn there from Kanoa. Wow.
He always looks like he's having so much fun at this wave pool. He's always smiling at the end of these waves. And I'm so intrigued on your take on this, Dai. What is happening to Rinta right now?
Probably mistimed couple of turns. That's why he just late. He was a bit late to the last section, and you have to be on point and precise to the last section, especially on the fourth wave. It's tricky. You know, there's a lot of bumps going on, water moving around. So yeah, a little bit of a mistime maybe, but there's still 3 more waves for 2 of them.
Okay, so Kanoa locks in his best of this heat so far. It is a 5.17. So starting to creep a little bit closer to those requirements that he's looking for. It needs an 8.39 in one wave for Kanoa to jump from 4th to 1st. And they're numbers that we've seen him drop consistently throughout this event. Rinta, on the other hand, it's a little bit lower. Needs a 7.24. Again, consistent numbers that we've seen from him. So Kei Kobayashi needs a 7.37. Kobe needs to drop that 5.23. Kei he's a lion for stuff like this.
Yeah, without a big finish, he gets 6.20. So he's on the way to the excellent score here. But he just needs to make the last section here.
And Kei flying the flag for Japan has had so many wins here. Dai, please take us through this wave.
小林圭、この波で8点台出せるか。1発、2発と大きなターンを入れてきました。3発目もこれも力強いフィンアウトしてきます。そして4発目、ここメイクしたいが、またしてもこの最後のセクションで前に出てこれません。
Kobe Clements now. There's that first vertical snap that he's had consistently throughout this event so far.
Wow.
Starts to really get that tail nice and jam in that pocket. Is it a fake die? I don't think so.
I don't think that was the completion from Kobe Clements, but other than that, he did everything he could do. That was super good surfing. Here's a replay of Kei Kobayashi. Beautiful off the top, under the lip, and massive spray out of back on the second turn here. He gets a third turn in, little hang up on the third turn. That's pretty much the reason he was a bit late to the last section. So he kept falling on the last section, unfortunately. But this is Kobe Clements' last wave. He's gonna get a good score. You know, he's gonna get rid of the 5.23 if he could have made that last turn here. But other than that, 3 turns, that was amazing.
Especially this third one. To go up into the foam like that, not have a coping pushing back at you, but still manage to drift the tail is, as you would know because you drift your tail all the time, Dai, extremely hard to do.
It is extremely hard to do, but you know, he makes it look super easy to do it, but it's his signature, you know, just fin release, fin bust, and he's so good at just maintaining the speed and actually come around the section so easy. But unfortunately for the previous wave, no completion. But still, he's got 5.23 and 8.33. That is a big number.
So Rinta and Kanoa now I've been calling it a target, and it's not a moving target like it normally would be in an event. It is fixed. We know exactly where bullseye is for all of our competitors. Rinta and Kanoa know the wave is going to come through. They're looking for the biggest scores at this point. Rinta with a 7.71, Kanoa Hije with the biggest requirement of an 8.86, because Kobe's last wave did better his situation. It was a 5.7. So Rinta, if anything right now, I just want to see him find his flow again, because maybe just losing it a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of final redemption, but this is Rinta Oto Rinta。さあこの波でその差を縮めることができるか。3発目しっかり入りました。そしてここ4発5つと入りました。素晴らしいサーフィンを見せてきたのがオートリンタ 7.71 で逆転です。Kanoa Hije up and riding.
Here we go, Kanoa with a little bit more pep in his step on this
Whoa.
wave here, sticking to that traditional run he's got. This air, again, just a no-make for Kanoa. It is something that has been so reliable for him all event long, but starting to feel the pressure slightly creep in right now for Kanoa.
Well, definitely, a little bit of nervous coming into his play, but beautiful surfing from Rinta Oto on his backhand. Wow, big first turn, good turn on the second, and I love the third turn. Fourth turn, actually he gets fifth turn here. Great finish from Rinta Oto.
Honestly, that makes me really excited, because I felt that Rinta was just losing his momentum a little bit, but with that wave, that makes me really excited for the next wave of Rinta, that now he's going to step back in the right direction. But again here, Dai, what happened on this air with Kanoa?
Well, again, probably it was a bit too late to the section. See, when he approached it, you can see the white water already pushing towards to him. So probably he have to time it right to ride out of the air.
Well, Rinta O2 is well and truly back in this heat. That last wave, a 7-point ride. So the second highest score of the heat so far. He is currently breathing down the neck of Kobe Clements. He only now requires a 7.04 to take the lead off our young Australian. Now it is up to Kei Kobayashi to find us either a 7.84 or Kobe Clements to drop that 5.7, which you would have to think is the easier route to go than try and surf up to a 7.84. But even then, Dai, there is a lot of emphasis on the completion to better a 5.7.
The lowest score for Kobe is 5.7. And then it's doable for him to just get rid of that on the next wave. It's easy for him. He just needs to finish the wave.
Kobe looking really locked in, ready for this next opportunity. Let's remind you guys, he got his 8.33 on the second wave of the set, which is the rotation that he's on now. This is one of the last times we're going to see him on the second wave, so he's got an opportunity to really capitalize on here. Kobe has that first turn really stretched out and on lock. That third turn in particular is where he starts to kick the fins, using that energy into the finishing turn. So has a really nice read on that wave here, Kei Kobayashi Dai.
小林家、この波で大きなスコアが必要です。3発。さあ、ここ最後のセクション決めてくるか。縦のアクション、ここは決めてきました。Finally, he gets the finish there. It's beautiful surfing from Kei Kobayashi. Now, well, I think he's back in the game. It's going to be a good number because he finishes every section right. But Kobe Clements' last wave, definitely he's going to get rid of the 5.70.
Yeah, I'd love your breakdown on it here, Dai.
Eyes on the first section. Love the pivot turn off the top. Love the powerful hack straight into the third. I love how compresses his knee so that he can be in the tight section. With great fifth turn as well. Wow, beautiful surfing from Kobe Clement.
And then when we look at Kei's wave, this really felt similar to what we saw with Rinta O, to a step in the right direction. That second turn in particular is so much drive off that back foot with with that, it really does bring a fan of spray, that rooster tail, that traditional rooster tail we talk about as surfers, that the judges have been loving this entire event. So Kobe got to watch that all with his own eyes. But good news is, for the Australian, Kobe, he does better his situation right now, dropping a 6.93 on that last wave. So Kei Kobayashi's number still to lock in. Rinta Ootu now has to go excellent. It needs to be an 8.27. And Kanoa Hije is forced into a corner right now because he needs to make the most of these next two waves, Dai, because look at that, he's comboed.
He's in combo situation right now, so he needs to maximize two waves here. He cannot make the mistake. A lot of pressures apply now, but he's 18 years old, he's still young, and probably I don't think he's nervous. He's like looks like he's having fun.
He's had such an incredible event as well. One of the absolute standouts, just with how consistent he's been, knowing that his run in skate terms has been working for him, paying off. So he's got one last opportunity to put that run to the test and hopefully try and get the win here for the Korean, flying the flag for his hometown here. There's that carve. He usually makes the most of this section with a nice tail jam, just like that. Speed building. He's been getting there late. Now gets it with the completion. Rises above the pressure for Kanoa Hije. That is the run that has been giving him excellence time and time again in this event so far. So that is a major step in the right direction. Rinta Ootu with a wave as well. So we'll see what he is going to get done on that. I hope it is a big score for Rinta, just with how well he's been surfing so far. But wow, what about Kanoa Hije, Dai?
That was the exact moment he needs the air, and he makes it clean land. Let's take a look. オートリンタ一発目フィンを抜いてしっかりと前に出てきています。そして2発目もパワーゾーンに戻り、3発目いいターンを入れてきた。さあここです。フィニッシュのターンも決めてきています。前に出ました。Wow.
What an exchange. So much fire coming out of these surfers. This is the exact line that has been paying off for Kanoa here, Dai.
Big 310 start with, and here is the clutch moment for Kanoa. Big tail high reverse, landed super clean. He's stoked. Wow. That was a really hard section to do actually, but he kicks the tail really high and just brings back underneath and bam, he rotates.
So Rinta's last score is in. It doesn't go into his top two, so it's a 6.27. He's still chasing an 8.27 here. Numbers are still not showing any signs of a score for Kanoa Hije's last wave, but if we're going off what we've seen, that wave in particular has given him 7s and 8s. Dai, is it the best version of that run that you've seen so far?
I think it's a best version of Kanoa's attempt. Well, few scores locked in.
So Kanoa Hije drops his best. It is a 7.77. Breaks combination. So he is really smallened that gap right now. Only chasing a 7.5. That's actually the lowest requirement out of any of the surfers. So Kobe with a chance to drop that 6.93 to put that requirement back up. Kei Kobayashi, second last wave here, needs an 8.24. Again, one of those surfers who has consistently been going excellent here, Dai.
小林家 8.24 が必要です。1発、2発、3発目、大きなスプレーを上げました。そして4発目、これはメイクしたい。しっかりとメイクしてきました。パワフルなターン。
Kobe Clements needs to drop a 6.93. This is one of those waves where he's been struggling to get above a 6 on this fourth wave of the set. End turn is really nice though. So every single one of these surfers are puffing their chest, bringing bravado to the conversation, and no one, not a single soul in this final is backing down from this fight right now, Dai.
What did you think of Kei's last wave?
I liked it. This is what I was mentioning earlier. The pivot point he has on his boards here is so tight. Just the way he is whipping that board directly back towards the wall is giving him so much emphasis as that spray comes out of the back. So Kei in particular holding and drawing that last turn was really nice. What about this one for Kobe, Dai?
Wow, it's his winning formula here, you know, a great off the top and pivot turns in the tight section. He gets a big finish here, a big fin release as well, and clean landing. So while these guys just checked all the boxes, that looks like it's, the last wave for Kobe, it's not going to be his top 2 score.
No, it comes in as a 6-5. So Kobe now with one last chance to try and improve his situation. He will be on the second wave of the next rotation after we see Kanoa and Rinta on their last opportunity here. So similar to what we had in the women's final, it was such an entertaining final, but it's really open. And now we're getting that the exact same in the men's.
Wow, so pretty much wide open for everybody here. Anyone can win the competition on the last wave, but we're still waiting for the last wave for Kei Kobayashi.
I know, my heart is racing, Dai. This is really nerve-wracking, and there's that go-to for Rinta just locking in, and it really is reflecting what we see from Jack Robinson on the championship tour.
Definitely, when you have one of that type of things before your heat, it calms you down, and then you can get locked in, and you can get focused. So definitely you need one, especially at this wave pool, because the wave is coming towards you.
And has Rinta won a QS before?
No, he
Not
hasn't.
yet. So he has potential to take home his first ever QS win. This is his last go. Needs an 8.27. Has to be his best of the entire heat so far. Has to channel every single one of those earlier rounds. This is incredible surfing with a completion, Dai.
Wow.
Rinta went out of body just then. Okay, Kanoa Hije now. He's looking for a 7.5. This is really crucial surfing. This air needs to be complete. Gets it. Is it complete with the ride out? I don't know.
Not sure if it was a completion, but that was a great attempt from both Kanoa and Rinta.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
So just when we thought this heat couldn't get any more entertaining, it does. We still have 2 more waves to go, Dai. There is too much going on for my nervous system to handle right now. Rinta went above and beyond on this wave.
オートリンター、この波で 8.27 が必要です。大きなスプレーを上げて4回目、そして5回目のターンもメイクして前に出てきました。さあ、この波で 8.27 出るか。Well, beautiful fin release there from Kanoa, and I love the winning formula curve there. And I thought it was too late to the section, but he just don't know how, but he was able to make a reverse here, so that was a really hard section to do.
Wow, scores in. So Rinta 0.2, it comes in under his best, which if you go based on emotion and how that wave made you feel initially, I thought that was Rinta's best wave. So it's a 6.9. So unfortunately, he's not going to be winning this final. But what an event for Rinta.
Wow. Definitely, he definitely builds up some confidence here. He used to be on the CS tour, and he's here to just get back to the tour.
Kanoa Hije was chasing a 7.5. Judges have been really critical on that landing throughout this entire event. What was your instincts on that event, on that finish?
On the finish, I think it was incompletion.
I feel the same.
It has to be clean land, and it just because I couldn't really see his surfboard coming out of the white water.
So scores it in. It was a 3.97 for Kanoa Hije. So he'll be leaving this event with a 4th place finish in the final, which is absolutely incredible. He should be proud of himself for what a remarkable performance he's put on throughout this entire last couple of 3 days. Rinta 0.2, I feel the same. Right now, though, last wave here for Kobe Clements. Needs to apply pressure to Kei Kobayashi. Has to drop this 6.93. This is good surfing here from Kobe Clements. What a way to end a final here. So it does come down to this last wave, Dai.
小林圭、この波でいいスコアが必要です。3発入ってきました。この4発も決められるか。さあ、さてのアクションしっかり入ってメイクしてきました。Wow.
Kobe Clements is on the cusp of his first ever qualification series win. Qualifying series win here, Dai.
6, so he needs to get rid of the 6.93. I have to say he did that job. So he will be, well, to me, it was an excellent ride.
Kei Kobayashi had a couple of really brilliant moments on that wave too. We can't count him out just yet. He needed a 747. There was a moment on that wave where he did slightly bury the nose.
Right. Wow.
But it was with a finish, and if you think back to the 6-2, he had no finish on that and had that type of surfing already. So this is really interesting with this last exchange.
It's a crucial moment for Kobe and Kay as well. Kay did exactly what he needed to do on that wave, and Kay as well. You know, he needed to finish the wave, and that's exactly what he did on that wave. You know, we have to wait and see, you know, what judges are thinking here. But looks like a few scores locked in for Kay.
Yeah, all are saying it's not the score right now. One more number to lock in, but it's going to come under. It is a 7-1-3. Kobe Clements betters his situation with a 7.8 and is your champion for the Siheung Korean Open. 6,000 points going towards Kobe Clements here. What a moment for his career. This is really, really special to me as well. Kobe is one of the closest things I have to a brother. So what an honor to be able to call his first major win in his career, and just showing that traditional surfing can just give such an impact.
Wow, this is a great win, you know, great result for, you know, Kobe Clements. 6,000 win, it's a huge, you know, it's a huge result, but also congratulations to all other surfers here in the final.
Definitely.
Especially Kanoa. He's only 18 years old, still junior, and he makes to the final in the QS 6000. So he's just showcasing his, you know, surfing technique, and the Rinta, you know, he just impressed. He is incredibly great surfer here.
And Kei Kobayashi, he's still in the yellow jersey, guys.
Yeah,
he's still going to be the rankings leader, so don't expect him to not be in the colour yellow for a little while here. Rinta O2, I'm excited to see the confidence this gives him for the rest of the season, and Kanoa should really be proud of an incredible event. But Kobe Clements taking home his first major victory. Di, I have loved every single minute of chatting through this event with you.
Definitely, it was the funnest event. It's a big days of 3 days competition, but worth all the time.
Worth every single minute. We are going to wrap it. That is an event for us. We are going to throw to some highlights, but thank you all so much for tuning in, and we'll see you very shortly at the next event.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world? The ocean for me has taught me a lot of patience and the ability to sit and observe. That happens when you're connected to the ocean, connected to your body, connected to the moment. Progress happens when you're challenged, whether it be mentally, whether it be physically. That is where I find that growth. When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid for continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?